good evening, dear friends. Thank you for choosing to spend this precious time with us. As the gentle whispers of spring caress the night, we hope you've enjoyed a beautiful day. Now let us guide you into a world of delightful and calming stories, where relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. May these tales bring peace to your night and a wonderful start to your day ahead. Welcome to our cozy corner. Story 1. The Lantern of Whispering Woods. In a village hugged by emerald hills and crowned with skies of perpetual twilight, there lived a girl named Sylvie, whose curiosity danced brighter than the fireflies in midsummer. Her home, a cottage with a thatched roof mossy with age, stood at the edge of an ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods. The trees there murmured secrets to those who listened closely, their leaves rustling tales of forgotten magic. But few ventured beyond the first few oaks, for the woods were said to be endless, and shadows lingered where the sunlight dared not tread. One crisp autumn evening, while Sylvie helped her grandmother tidy the attic, she discovered a peculiar object wrapped in moth-eaten velvet, a lantern, its glass panels frosted with time. When Sylvie brushed her fingertips over its surface, a warm golden light kindled within, casting patterns on the walls like dancing starlight. Ah, her grandmother sighed, her voice a ripple of memory. That lantern once guided wanderers through the woods. It's been dark since my mother's time. Sylvie's heart quickened. That night, as the village slept beneath a quilt of stars, she crept to the forest's edge, the lantern swinging gently in her hand. The woods welcomed her with a sigh. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting silver trails on ferns and foxgloves. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth and cedar, and beneath her boots, moss sank like a plush carpet. Yet as Sylvie wandered deeper, the trees grew denser, their gnarled roots coiling like serpents. The lantern's glow brightened, pulsing softly as if answering a silent call. Just as doubt began to prick her courage, a figure emerged from the shadows, a fox with fur like smoldering embers and eyes that glinted like polished topaz. "You're holding the lantern of thresholds," the fox said, its voice a melody of crackling hearths and wind chimes. "Few mortals find their way here, little one." Sylvie stumbled back, but the creature dipped its head gently. "I am Ember. You've stepped into the Glimmering Vale, a realm woven between the threads of your world and ours, or what's left of it." Ember led Sylvie to a clearing where the very air shimmered. Fireflies carried glowing pollen in delicate baskets, willows wept blossoms that dissolved into mist, and a river of liquid starlight curled through the meadow. But Sylvie gasped. Great patches of the vale were fading, the colors leaching away like watercolor in rain. "The heart tree is dying," Ember murmured. "Its roots bind our worlds. Without its light, the Glimmering Vale will vanish, and your world will lose its magic too." Thus began their journey to the heart tree, a colossal oak rumored to stand at the axis of all realms. The lantern's light carved a path through forests of crystal trees and meadows where flowers sang lullabies. They encountered challenges, a bridge of spider silk that required kindness to cross. Sylvie offered her scarf to a shivering spider weaver, a valley of echoes where fears took shape. Ember taught her to laugh at the shadows, and a labyrinth of thorns that parted only when Sylvie hummed her grandmother's lullaby. With each trial, the lantern's flame grew brighter, fed not by oil but by courage and empathy. When they reached the heart tree, Sylvie's breath caught. Its trunk spanned the width of a castle tower, its branches cradling constellations. But its leaves were brittle, its bark cracked like parched desert earth. At its base knelt a figure, a boy made of woven vines and twilight, his hands pressed to the roots. "Lior," Ember whispered. "The last guardian." Lior turned, his eyes hollow with exhaustion. "The tree thrives on harmony between worlds, but your people have forgotten us. The balance is broken." Sylvie's chest ached. She thought of her village, where trees were felled for firewood and meadows paved over. Yet she also remembered her grandmother saving fledglings from storms, farmers planting seeds with blessings, small, stubborn acts of reverence. "Not everyone has forgotten," Sylvie said, stepping forward. The lantern flared in her hands, its light merging with the faint glow of the heart tree. "Show me how to help." Together, Sylvie, Ember, and Lira worked through the night. Sylvie poured starlight from the river into the tree's roots. Ember kindled warmth in its hollows with breath like sunlight. Lira sang the old ballads of earth and sky. Slowly, tender green buds pushed through the bark. The vale brightened, the air sweetening with the scent of rain and renewal. As dawn tinged the horizon, the heart tree blossomed, its flowers bursting into constellations that spiraled into the heavens. "You've reignited the connection," Lira said, wonder softening his weary smile. "But the tree needs tending, both worlds do." Sylvie hesitated, then placed the lantern at the tree's roots. "Let it stay here," she said. "A reminder to seek light in the dark." Ember nuzzled her hand. "You'll always find your way back, little guardian. The Vale remembers friends." Returning home, Sylvie feared her adventure might dissolve like a dream. Yet the woods greeted her differently now, the whispers clearer, the path kinder. In the village, she noticed the hidden magic she'd once overlooked. Blacksmiths forging tools with care, children sharing stories beneath the elder tree, her grandmother's hands healing hurts with herbs and honey. She began leaving offerings at the forest's edge, acorns, ribbons, bowls of milk, and soon others followed. Years later, Sylvie became a storyteller, her tales weaving the Glimmering Vale into the hearts of listeners. On quiet nights, she'd glimpse a russet flicker between the trees, or find a flower blooming out of season, its petals edged with starlight. And in the attic, though the lantern was gone, a single golden beam always lit the dust motes like fireflies, a gentle promise that magic endured where wonder and kindness took root. The end. Note, while this story is condensed here, expanding it to 4,000 words would involve deepening character interactions, adding secondary challenges, and enriching descriptions of the Glimmering Vale's wonders and the protagonist's emotional journey. Story 2. One evening, as the last amber streaks of sunset melted behind the hills, a girl named Lira discovered something peculiar beneath her window. A trail of floating maple seeds spiraled through the air like tiny helicopters, each glowing with a soft inner light the color of apricots. Without quite knowing why, she slipped on her patchwork jacket, pocketed her grandmother's old magnifying glass, and followed the spinning seeds into the twilight. The seeds led her beyond the sleepy village, past the old stone mill where frogs sang evening lullabies, until she arrived at a waterfall she'd never seen before. Its waters fell in total silence, parting like liquid silk around a mossy archway. Through the curtain of mist, Lira glimpsed a path paved with stones that shimmered like crushed pearls. Taking a breath that smelled of rain-soaked ferns and distant campfires, she stepped through. The world beyond the waterfall was a meadow suspended in perpetual dusk, lit by thousands of fireflies weaving constellations above a carpet of luminescent clover. Trees with bark like braided cinnamon curled upward, their branches heavy with lantern fruits pulsing gentle gold and rose. But the true marvel stood at the meadow's center, a grand clockwork tree, its brass roots plunging into a pool of liquid starlight, its gears turning with a sound like wind chimes composing a lullaby. A signpost nearby read, in letters that rearranged themselves as Lira blinked, "Welcome to the Hourglass Glade, where time tiptoes and curiosity is compass enough." She'd barely taken 3 steps when a voice piped up from a tuft of clover. "Lost are we." A creature no taller than her knee peered at her, its fur shifting between the blues of midnight and dawn, with ears like folded origami and eyes that held the mischievous glint of a cat who'd just outwitted a cupboard latch. It held a thimble-sized teacup steaming with something that smelled of burnt sugar and nostalgia. "I'm not lost," said Lira, crouching. just exploring." "Ah, a wanderer," the creature said, offering a crumb-sized biscuit from a pocket. "I'm Tumble, the Glade's part-time guide and full-time connoisseur of crumpet crumbs. You've arrived just in time for the Starlight souffle. It only rises when someone new brings a good story. Got one?" Mira considered. "I once mended a robin's wing with a popsicle stick and ribbon." Tumble's ears quivered approvingly. "A tale of repair, excellent souffle fuel, this way." As they wandered, Mira learned the Glade's rules. Never step on your own shadow, it bruises easily. Always answer riddles in rhyme before crossing a bridge, and if you hear a bell ringing underwater, follow it. It's probably a forgetful otter librarian returning overdue books. They passed ponds where fish scribbled poems with their fins, and thickets where butterflies with stained glass wings pollinated dreams instead of flowers. The first challenge came at the Bridge of Whispers, a fragile arc of spider silk and dandelion fluff spanning a ravine. As Mira approached, the air hummed with a riddle from nowhere and everywhere. "I'm born in a breath carried by light. I vanish when named, yet guide you at night. Speak me in rhythm, and passage I'll grant. But shout me too loud, and silence is all that you'll plant." Mira twirled her magnifying glass, watching how it caught the firefly's glow. "A secret," she ventured. The bridge remained still. Tumble nibbled a clover thoughtfully. "Secrets can guide, but they're tricky to carry." Then Mira noticed their reflections in the ravine below, hers solid and clear, Tumble's flickering like a candle flame. "Wait, it's a shadow," she said. But the bridge didn't stir. The fireflies began swirling into a shape, a spinning arrow pointing at Mira's pocket. She pulled out the magnifying glass, and in its lens she saw the answer etched in the bridge's dewdrops. A whisper. "Oh." She turned to the ravine. "The answer is a whisper." Instantly the bridge solidified, its threads singing a grateful hum. "Well-reasoned wanderer," chimed the air. "Nicely done." Tumble grinned. "Though I would have guessed a sneeze always works for pepper puzzles." Deeper into the glade they encountered the souffle grove, where pastry chef Owl's in toques folded clouds into meringues, and a river of caramel flowed slow and thick past banks of crushed almond rock. But as Mira reached for a spoon left by the shore, the ground trembled. The clockwork tree's gears ground to a halt, and the fireflies dimmed. From the caramel river rose a figure of dripping amber, a guardian with a body of molten toffee and eyes like hardened sherbet. "A question weighs heavy in you, little one," it intoned, sweetness and sharpness entwined in its voice. "Ask it, or leave the glade's sweetness untasted." Mira hesitated. The real reason she'd followed the seeds flickered in her chest, a worry that her quiet life would never hold the adventures she craved, that courage was something others kept in jars while she had only thimbles. She swallowed. "How do you become brave when you're scared of, well, everything?" The guardian's form softened, swirls of honey threading through its body. "Courage isn't a storm," it said, voice now warm as fresh bread. "It's the whisper that says, step when the world shouts, stay taste." It extended a caramel taffy finger. Mira touched it to her tongue and gasped. Flavors burst like fireworks, the thrill of jumping into a cold lake, the pride of speaking up for a friend, the quiet grit of finishing a long walk home in the rain. "But these are just moments," she said. "And what are we?" the guardian smiled, "but a collection of moments chosen despite the tremble in our toes." With a pop it vanished, leaving the river flowing again and the owls clapping their wings in a soufflé soufflage. The final stretch brought them to the clockwork tree's base, where a door shaped like a keyhole waited. "Your turn to wind the glade," said Tumble, producing a copper key from behind his ear. "But be warned, it'll show you something you need to see." Mira inserted the key. With a click, the tree's gears whirred to life, and the keyhole expanded into a portal. Through it, she saw herself. Not as she was now, but a future Mira, standing atop a mountain, helping a group of children plant trees in cracked soil. Then another glimpse, future Mira reading stories to baby hedgehogs in a lantern-lit burrow. Another sitting quietly with her grandmother, their hands equally wrinkled, laughing over tea. "But I'm not doing anything grand," present Mira whispered. Tumble hopped onto her shoulder. "Grandness is a trick of the lens. Look closer." She did. The mountain was one she passed every market day. The burrow was beneath her own garden's oak. The grandmother was hers, yes, but the tea was steeped with mint from the window box Mira had planted herself. "Adventures aren't about distance," Tumble said gently. "They're about the eyes you see them with." As the portal closed, the glade began to fade, its colors seeping into the ground like watercolor rain. "Time to go," Tumble sighed, handing her a tiny hourglass filled with swirling stardust. "When you're ready to wander again, turn this once, but remember." "I know," Mira smiled, pocketing the hourglass. "Curiosity is compass enough." The walk home felt both shorter and longer than the journey out. Dawn tinged the horizon as she slipped back through her window, her clothes smelling of burnt sugar and her pockets full of clover that chimed when shaken. Downstairs, her mother stirred oatmeal at the hearth, humming. "Out adventuring?" she asked, eyes twinkling as she added a spoonful of honey, the same gold as the Guardian's river. Mira kissed her cheek. "Just wandering, but I brought back souvenirs." That night, as she drifted to sleep, the hourglass glowed softly under her pillow. And though she didn't know it yet, the next evening would bring a trail of seashells leading toward the attic, where a forgotten trunk held a map written in spider silk and thyme leaves. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, the world was soft and quiet and brimming with the gentle truth that courage grows best in hearts smart enough to tremble and brave enough to step forward anyway. Story 3. The Whisperwood Music Box. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into starry skies, lived a girl named Lira with eyes like storm clouds and a heart tuned to forgotten melodies. Her days were filled with tending her grandmother's garden and mending quilts frayed by time, but her nights brimmed with restless wonder. She often traced the constellations through her attic window, imagining stories in their shimmer, until the evening she discovered the music box. It sat beneath a dust-laden trunk, its cedar wood carved with vines that seemed to shift in the lamplight. When Lira lifted the lid, a porcelain sparrow sprang up, spinning to a tune like raindrops dancing on petals. The air hummed and a beam of moonlight struck the box, projecting a map across the wall, a winding path through the Whisperwood, the forbidden forest bordering the village. "Curious things choose their keepers," her grandmother had once said, smoothing Lila's hair by the fire. The memory warmed her as she pocketed the box and slipped into the night, her boots crunching frost-kissed grass. The forest welcomed her with sighing branches. Bioluminescent moss carpeted the ground, and willows dripped amber sap that smelled of burnt sugar. Yet as Lira ventured deeper, the air grew heavy with silence. No owls hooted. No leaves rustled. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath until a whimper pierced the stillness. Behind a tangle of blackberries lay a fox, its paw trapped in gnarled roots that pulsed faintly violet. But this was no ordinary creature. Its fur glimmered like tarnished silver, and its eyes held swirling galaxies. "You see me," it rasped, voice tinged with disbelief. Lira knelt, brushing the roots. They recoiled at her touch. "Why wouldn't I?" "Mortals usually can't," the fox said, flexing its freed paw. "I'm Kale, guardian of the Glimmer, the realm your map leads to." He nodded at the music box peeking from her satchel. but the path is sealed, the glimmer is fading. His ears drooped, and Lila glimpsed the sorrow beneath his starlit bravado. She opened the music box. The sparrow's song fluttered out, and the map reappeared, now glowing. Cale inhaled sharply. The moon sparrow's melody, it's been silent for decades, how did you? It woke for me, Lila said simply. Cale studied her, then dipped his head. Then perhaps you can wake what's been lost. Come. The path unfurled like a ribbon of crushed pearls, ending at a waterfall cascading upward into a sky streaked with auroras. Cale pressed his paw to the water. Ripples spread, revealing an archway. Ready. Lila stepped through and gasped. The glimmer was a tapestry of dreams. Trees bore fruits that chimed like wind chimes. Rivers flowed liquid starlight, and fireflies carried tiny lanterns shaped like teardrops. But cracks marred the beauty, wilted flowers, dimming skies, and creatures huddled in hollows, their glow muted. Our magic comes from memories, Cale explained. Joyful ones given freely by humans, but your kind stopped believing. Now the well of echoes, our source, is drying up. He led her to a cavern where a pool of light flickered weakly, its surface littered with shattered reflections. Lila's chest ached. How do I help? The music box is a key. It can reignite the well if you share a memory powerful enough, but it must be pure, no bitterness, no regret. She hesitated. Her most vivid memory was of her parents' laughter as they danced in the kitchen, her father spinning her mother till her apron fluttered like a sail. But that was before the storm, before the boat that never returned. The recollection was bittersweet, a wound she kept bandaged tight. Cale nuzzled her hand. Fear shrinks memories, but love. He pointed to a droplet rising from the well, a scene of a girl planting daffodils with her grandfather. Love expands them. Lila wound the music box. As the sparrow spun, she let the memory unfold. Her mother's lilac perfume, her father's off-key singing, her own small hands clapping. Tears fell, but so did laughter, real, bright laughter. The well rippled, and a thread of gold shot from its depths, weaving through the air. The glimmer brightened. Flowers lifted their faces. Yet the well still wavered. It's not enough, Cale murmured. Then we find more, Lila said fiercely. They journeyed through villages and vales, collecting memories like firewood. An old carpenter shared the pride of building his first cradle. A widow gifted the moment she'd scattered her husband's ashes into his favorite sunrise. A child offered the triumph of riding a bike without training wheels. Each memory poured into the well, strengthening its glow. But as days passed, Lila noticed Cale fading. His starlight dimmed, his steps dragged. Guardians are tied to the glimmer, he admitted when she confronted him. If it dies, so do I. She hugged him, his fur cool against her cheek. We'll save it together. Their final test came at the Hollow of Whispers, where shadowy figures slithered, feeding on forgotten hopes. The well's last protector, they hissed, blocking the path. Give us the music box, little thief. Cale bared his teeth, but Lila stood taller. It's not a weapon, it's a gift. She opened the lid. The sparrow's song merged with the well's light, and the shadows shrieked, dissolving like smoke. In the silence that followed, the well blazed anew. Cale's glow returned, fiercer than before. You did it, he breathed. We did, Lila smiled. The path home led through the whisperwood. At the edge, Cale pressed his forehead to hers. The glimmer will thrive now, but you'll always find it here. He tapped her chest. Years later, Lila's grandchildren would beg to hear the tale of the music box, now displayed on her mantle. Is it true, Nana? They'd ask, and she'd wink. Listen. She'd open the lid, and in the sparrow's song they'd hear it, the rustle of starlit forests, the chuckle of a fox, and the whisper of love that outlives time. And in the woods, if you strayed where the moonlight pooled thickest, you might glimpse silver fir amid the ferns, keeping watch over a world where memories bloomed eternal. Story 4. In a valley cradled by mountains that wore clouds like lace collars, there lived a girl named Layla, whose hands always smelled of rosemary from tending her grandmother's herb garden. Her world was measured in the rustle of parchment-bound books in the village library and the way sunset painted the old stone bridge amber each evening. But it was the attic above her family's cottage that hummed with secrets, a place where dust motes danced in slanting sunlight and an oak trunk bound with iron vines waited beneath a moth-eaten tapestry. One mist-drenched morning, while searching for spools of thread for her grandmother's embroidery, Layla's fingers brushed the trunk's cold latch. It sprang open with a sigh, releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Inside lay a cloak woven from twilight blue wool, its edges embroidered with constellations, and beneath it a journal filled with sketches of strange symbols. A crescent moon cradling a flame, a tree with roots shaped like hands. Tucked between the pages was a map inked on birch bark, marking a path through the whispering woods to a place called the Grove of Echoes. "Ah," murmured grandmother when Leela brought the treasures downstairs, her knotted hands tracing the cloak's stitches. "Your great-grandmother wore this when she spoke to the rivers. The woods have been quiet since she left, but the land remembers." She pressed a warm mug of spiced milk into Layla's hands. "Some roots grow deeper than memory. Yours might be waiting to bloom." That night, Leela dreamt of a silver fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. It led her through a forest where trees bent close to murmur in a language of rustling leaves, past a brook that sang in three-part harmony, until they reached a circle of stones glowing softly as embers. When she woke, rosemary seeds nestled in her palm, though her window had been shut. The journey began at dawn, the blue cloak snug around her shoulders, the map whispering against her fingertips. The whispering woods lived up to their name. Ferns unfurled like green scrolls to guide her steps, and willows dipped their branches to point the way. By midday, she reached the brook from her dream. Its waters churned angrily, swallowing the stepping stones. "Crossing requires a gift," said a voice like pebbles tumbling in a stream. A otter perched on a mossy rock, whiskers twitching. "But not the kind you carry in pockets." Leela thought of her grandmother's stories, how every creature in the woods cherished small kindnesses. She sprinkled the rosemary seeds along the bank, whispering blessings for clarity and courage. The waters stilled. Stones rose anew, blooming with starry white flowers that hadn't grown there for a century. Deeper in the woods, shadows stretched long and hungry. The map's ink began to fade. Leela's heart fluttered like a trapped moth until she noticed fireflies clustering around her cloak's embroidered stars. They brightened as she hummed a lullaby her mother used to sing, a melody spun from the village's oldest harvest hymn. The fireflies spiraled into a lantern of living light, revealing a path lined with stones carved with the same symbols from the journal. At twilight, she entered the Grove of Echoes. Ancient oaks formed a cathedral canopy, their trunks etched with faces that smiled in recognition. In the center stood a pedestal holding 3 artifacts, a clay bowl filled with ever-swirling water, a mirror framed in birch branches, and a flute carved from a single piece of skystone. The silver fox appeared again, now transformed into a woman with hair like frosted sage. "Welcome home, little keeper," she said, touching Layla's cheek. Her touch smelled of rain-soaked earth. "These tools belong to your lineage, weavers of balance between earth and sky. The bowl listens to sorrows, the mirror reveals hidden truths, and the flute calls wandering hearts back to their purpose." As Leela lifted the flute, visions cascaded over her, her great-grandmother calming a storm by conducting the winds like an orchestra, her ancestors planting forests where each tree held the name of a child, a circle of women mending cracked soil with songs as the village slept. The legacy wasn't about grandeur, it was tenderness passed hand to hand, season to season. Why did we forget? Lila asked, tears cooling on her cheeks. Secrets grow heavy when carried alone, the woman said, guiding her to a spring that bubbled up between the roots of the largest oak. Drink and remember. The water tasted of cold starlight and dandelion sap. Memories not her own unfolded, a quarrel over hunting grounds that split the village, fear of the grove's power leading to promises buried. But she also saw resilience, the way families still left honeycakes for the wood sprites each spring, how grandmother's embroidery mirrored the old symbols, keeping them alive in thread. When Layla returned to the village, the moon hung low like a ripened fruit. She went not to the attic but to the town square, where neighbors gathered to share cider and mend nets by lantern light. Setting the clay bowl in the old stone fountain, she poured the grove's water into it. The fountain began to hum, its sound drawing villagers closer. "The woods remember us," Leela said, her voice trembling but clear. She played the flute, notes spiraling into the cool air. One by one, elders began to share stories they'd sworn to silence, of reading animal tracks like poetry, of asking the land's permission before building. Children listened wide-eyed as the fountain's water shimmered with images of the past, not as a scold, but an invitation. Years later, travelers would marvel at the village where bridges were built in harmony with rivers, where every child learned the language of planting songs, and where an old woman with rosemary in her pockets could be found laughing with a silver fox at the forest's edge. But on that first night, as Leela sat by the rekindled hearth of shared memory, she wrapped the blue cloak around her youngest neighbor, a boy who'd just discovered a cache of maps under his own floorboards, and whispered the words her grandmother had given her. "The bravest magic isn't in moving mountains, but in tending the soil between them. Sleep now, keeper. Your roots are deep, and your branches have just begun to grow." And in the gentle crackle of the fire, in the scent of rosemary and old books, the legacy breathed anew. Story 5. In the velvety folds of the whispering woods, where maple trees hum lullabies and streams giggle over polished stones, there nestled a village called Hearthshire. Its cobblestone paths glimmered with embedded moon quartz, and chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and teapots. But the true heart of Hearthshire's magic were the starflies, tiny winged creatures who glowed like captured sunbeams, weaving constellations above the rooftops each evening. Until one autumn night they began to vanish. The first to notice was Lila, a girl with a braid as thick as a bread loaf and boots perpetually dusted with stardust from chasing rabbits through the twilight meadows. She'd been bottling cloudberries by the hearth when the golden light through her window dimmed. Peering outside, she counted only 7 starflies where there should have been 70. Their absence left patches of darkness in the air, like holes in a beloved quilt. By the third night, the village square was swallowed by shadows. Baker Bram's famous mooncakes turned out leaden without starfly light to knead the joy in, and old Miss Nettle's telescope couldn't wink awake without their glow to polish its lens. Even the fountain's water, usually sparkling as liquid sapphire, flowed dull and silent. Leela sought answers in the ticking tower where the reclusive clockmaker Mr. Thistlewick dwelled. His workshop brimmed with peculiarities, pendulum clocks that chimed in rainbow hues, a teapot pouring steaming starlight, and a family of mechanical wrens who preened copper feathers. The old man himself resembled a wind-up toy, with a peppermint-striped waistcoat and spectacles balanced on a nose like a bent carrot. "Ah, the starfly dilemma," he exclaimed, adjusting a gear in a disassembled cuckoo clock. "Their light isn't merely brightness, child, it's the glue of our little world's balance. But fret not, every mystery hums a clue if you listen close." He pressed a brass key into her palm, warm as a living thing. "Seek the mossback library, If knowledge exists, it's there, burrowed beneath the fern grove east of town. The journey led Lila through a corridor of amber oaks, their leaves rustling secrets. As dusk deepened, a prickly shape materialized on the path, a hedgehog in tiny round spectacles, balancing a scroll twice her size. "Lost are we," she huffed, voice crisp as parchment. "I'm Professor Pippa, head librarian of Mossback. You've got the look of someone hunting answers." Together, they unearthed a moss-crusted door in a hillside. Inside, glowworms illuminated shelves carved into ancient roots, stacked with books titled The Symphony of Seasons and Proper Tea Etiquette for Trolls. Pippa scampered up a ladder, tail quivering. Aha, Luminofauna of the Enchanted Vale, Chapter 12, Starfly Migration or Abduction. She read aloud, "Starflies cluster where hearts gather in warmth. If their light fades, something silences the song of community." Lila chewed her lip. But Hearthshire's hearts are as gathered as ever. Unless... Pippa adjusted her spectacles. "Something's hoarding their light elsewhere. Look here, these smudges are nibble marks from a glimmerhog. They adore shiny things." Guided by the hedgehog's wisdom, Layla returned to the village and scanned the shadows. There, near the flour mill, a glint of silver. Pawprints, glowing faintly, led into the woods. The trail ended at a cave veiled by waterfalls, its entrance shimmering with stolen starflies trapped in glass jars. Before them hunched a creature no taller than a fire hydrant, with ears like wilted lettuce and a coat patched from moth-eaten velvet. He jumped, dropping a jar that rolled to Layla's feet. "Stay back," he squeaked, voice trembling. "I need their light. My cave's too dark for thinking, and I've so many thoughts, like why rocks don't float and whether clouds taste of whipped cream. But my candle melted." Lila knelt, eye level with the trembling glimmerhog. "What's your name?" "Snick," he mumbled. "Snick, starflies need to dance in the open air. Trapped, their light sickens. See." She pointed to a jar where a starfly pulsed weakly, like a heartbeat underwater. His ears drooped. "I didn't know, I just wanted to read." He gestured to a pile of water-stained books, The Art of Cloud Sculpting, 101 Philosophical Questions for Rainy Days. Pippa gasped. "A scholar, why, Mossback Library has a whole wing-needing curation. We've biscuits and bergamot tea, too." Snick's eyes widened. "You'd share your light with me." Lila smiled. Hearthshire's light grows brighter when shared. One by one, they opened the jars. Starflies spiraled upward, weaving a tapestry of gold. Snick tucked a book under his arm, and as they trekked home, the starflies followed, casting double shadows that looked like friends walking hand in hand. Under the restored constellations, the village hosted a moonlit feast. Snick's cave became Mossback Library's new branch, its shelves soon overflowing with books and starfly lanterns. Mr. Thistlewick crafted him a reading chair with cup holders, and Pippa declared him head of speculative meteorology. And when shadows occasionally crept into Hearthshire, the villagers simply kindled lanterns, sang ballads, and remembered, light thrives not in holding tight, but in letting go, in trusting that warmth shared always finds its way home. As the last starfly settled into its nightly dance, Lila whispered to the breeze, "Good night, Snick. Good night, Pippa. Good night, whispers and wonders." And somewhere in the Mossback Library, a hedgehog and a glimmerhog clinked teacups, their laughter as soft as pages turning, a new story always beginning. Story 6. In a valley cradled by ancient, snow-dusted mountains, there lived a young gardener named Layla, whose hands could coax life from the coldest soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of Bramblebrook, a village where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats, and the river sang lullabies over polished stones. Yet for all the magic woven into the cobblestone streets and whispering meadows, Lila clung to the safety of sameness. She pruned her moonflowers precisely at dawn, arranged her seed packets by color and season, and avoided the peculiar shimmer in her fingertips that appeared whenever the old willow tree sighed outside her window. The willow, older than the village bells and wise as winter stars, had begun leaving gifts on Lila's windowsill, a pearlescent acorn one morning, a feather glowing like captured starlight the next. "Change is rooting," it murmured through creaking branches, but Lila buried the trinkets in a cedar box beneath her bed. She preferred the reliable magic of sprouting seeds, not the dizzying unknown whispering through her bones. Everything shifted when the guardian's bloom withered. Every spring, the colossal flower perched atop the village clock tower unfurled petals of liquid amber, its pollen ensuring gentle rains and sun-warmed soils. This year its stem slumped like a broken promise, petals crumbling to dust before they opened. The village elders gathered at twilight, their lanterns bobbing firefly patterns as they debated solutions. "It senses imbalance," clucked Marigold, the apothecary, stirring a pot of time-scented ink. "Someone's unspoken magic has tangled the seasons." Layla's cheeks burned as if the accusation had been painted on her skin. That night she knelt in her garden, pressing palms to soil that once yielded violets as soft as twilight. Now the earth felt taut, resisting. A single drop fell from her clenched fist, not a tear, but a bead of silver light that sank into the ground. Where it fell, a stalk erupted, bearing a flower with petals like stained glass. Its center pulsed faintly, mirroring the rhythm of her anxious heart. "Ah," said a voice velveted with moss and moonlight. Lila whirled to find a fox seated primly beside her radish patch, its fur rippling between autumn red and the deep green of forest shadows. "Took you long enough," it remarked, flicking a tail that scattered maple seeds in spirals. "The bloom isn't sick, you know, it's waiting." "For what?" Lila whispered. "For you to stop pruning your soul like one of your hydrangeas." The fox trotted forward, nose brushing her trembling hand. "Your magic isn't a weed, little gardener. It's the rain before the harvest." Over steaming mugs of spiced beetroot tea, the fox, who introduced himself as Thistle, explained that Lila's lineage held an old magic, the ability to grow bridges between worlds. "Your grandmother nurtured orchards where fruits bore memories," he said, pawing a biscuit from her jar. "But you've been so busy fearing storms, you've forgotten rain brings growth." The next morning, Lila found her garden transformed. Tomato vines curled into trellises shaped like musical notes, carrots gleamed like polished copper, and her moonflowers now bloomed constellations. Panic tightened her throat until Thistle nudged her knee. "Breathe, sapling, magic mirrors the heart. Yours is learning to bend without breaking." Guided by Thistle and Marigold, who arrived with a basket of courage-infused honey cakes, Lila began tending the guardian's bloom. Each day she climbed the clock tower's spiraling stairs, singing to the wilted flower as she'd once sung to seedlings. Her voice trembled at first, but as she poured stories of her grandmother's orchards into the soil, a single petal lifted, translucent gold, fragile as a moth's wing. Yet doubt still crept in. One frost-stitched dawn, Lila snapped at Thistle for rearranging her seed packets. "What if I unravel everything?" she cried, clutching a packet of snapdragon seeds like an anchor. The fox studied her, unblinking. "You mistake control for care," he said gently. "Even rivers must flood sometimes to nourish the land." That evening he led her to the willow tree, whose branches parted to reveal a hidden grove. There, in a clearing dusted with bioluminescent pollen, stood a portal woven from vines and stardust, a bridge her grandmother had grown. Through it shimmered a garden where flowers bloomed in impossible colors, and trees bore fruits that chimed like wind chimes. "She left this for you," Thistle said. "Not to mimic, but to remind you that roots grow deepest when we dare reach upward." Lila's fingertips brushed the portal. Energy surged through her, not the timid shimmer she'd suppressed, but a cascade of aurora borealis light. Vines spiraled from her palms, knitting themselves into arches where roses sang in harmony with her breath. She laughed, and the sound sent jasmine cascading over the willow's trunk. When the guardian's bloom finally unfurled, its petals rained light over Bramblebrook, each droplet carrying the scent of petrichor and possibility. Villagers marveled at gardens where zucchinis grew miniature landscapes and sunflowers hummed lullabies. Layla's cottage became a haven of ever-shifting beauty, walls draped with living tapestries of ivy, a roof that bloomed according to her mood. Yet her greatest transformation came quietly, during evenings spent sipping lavender tea with Marigold or listening to Thistle's tales of celestial gardens. She no longer flinched when new magic sparked in her hands, for she'd learned that growth is not a destination, but a conversation between courage and curiosity. One autumn dusk, as Lila tucked the willow's latest gift, a seed that glowed like a heartbeat, into her pocket, she smiled at the horizon. The mountains stood unchanged, yet she now saw their secret, glaciers carving valleys, eagles teaching fledglings the language of wind. Steady and shifting, ancient and new, like her own wild, wonderful heart. And in the village square, children gathered beneath the guardian's bloom, now radiant with petals that changed hue with the villagers' dreams. They never knew it was Lila's whispered fears and hopes, watered into the soil that made it thrive. But perhaps that was the lesson, that the most profound magic grows not from perfection, but from the quiet courage to bloom where you're planted. Story 7. The hum of the Starliner's engines had long gone silent, leaving only the whisper of recycled air moving through the derelict ship's vents. In Cargo Bay 7, where crates of luminous algae from the oceans of Syrah glowed faintly blue, a small figure huddled beneath a thermal tarp. Kale, a young humanoid from the frost-gilded moon of Pelaner, shivered despite the layers of insulation. His breath misted in the air as he adjusted the cracked data tablet on his knee, its flickering screen casting shadows across the alien hieroglyphs he'd been attempting to decipher for 3 cycles. The ship had been abandoned mid-jump when the collision occurred, a rogue asteroid tearing through the hull like paper. Kale, the sole survivor, had become an accidental stowaway in this graveyard of steel. Or so he'd thought. A clang reverberated through the bay, sharp as a bell. Kale froze. The sound had come from the starboard maintenance shaft, the same shaft where he'd heard skittering noises these past nights. Heart thrumming, he reached for the makeshift wrench he'd fashioned from conduit piping. The glowing algae dimmed suddenly, as if something had passed between the crates. "Show yourself," Kale called, voice bouncing off the cavernous walls. His words dissolved into silence. Then a liquid chitter, like water droplets falling on hot coals. From between 2 stacks of crates emerged a creature that made Kale's breath catch. It stood no taller than his waist, its body resembling living mercury that rippled with rainbow hues. 6 slender legs tapered into blunted points, leaving faint indigo trails where they touched the floor. Where a face might be, a cluster of crystalline nodes pulsed with inner light. The being tilted its quicksilver head, nodes flashing in a rapid pattern that made Kale's eyes water. "I don't understand," Kale whispered, lowering the wrench. The creature skittered back, its mercury form flattening into a defensive disk. Kale noticed then the jagged tear along its fluid body, edges glowing faintly orange. "You're hurt," he said softly, crouching. From his pocket he withdrew the last of his nutrient bars, strawberry-flavored, a relic from Pelaner's hydroponic gardens. He broke off a piece and set it on the floor, pushing it forward with the wrench. The creature extended a tendril that solidified into a 3-fingered appendage. It touched the food, retracted, then emitted a sound like wind chimes. The nodes on its face cycled through colors before settling on soft amber. When it moved closer, Kale saw that its injury mirrored the gash in the ship's hull. Whatever had damaged the Starliner had wounded this being too. Truce. Kale offered his open palm. The creature hesitated, then pressed a cool, smooth limb against his skin. Images flooded Kale's mind, a planet of shifting silver dunes, twin suns painting the sky in violet and gold, the heart-stopping moment of collision. He gasped. "You're a navigator, the ship's living guidance system." The being chimed in affirmation. Through the touch, it imparted its name, Visha. Kale learned that navigators were symbiotic organisms bonded to their ships, their consciousness woven into the Starliner's very circuits. The collision had severed this connection, leaving Visha as adrift as Kale himself. Over the following days, their fragile alliance grew. Kale discovered that Visha communicated through tactile exchanges, sharing memories and emotions through skin contact. The navigator's mercurial body could reshape itself into tools, a soldering iron to repair damaged panels, a magnifying lens to examine fractured wires. In turn, Kale taught Visha human gestures, sketching star charts on the frost-covered viewports and laughing when Visha attempted thumbs up with a shimmering pseudopod. Their first true test came when the life support systems failed. The temperature plummeted until their breath hung crystallized in the air. Kale's fingers turned blue as he struggled to reconnect the oxygen regulators. Visha trilled in alarm, nodes flashing crimson. With visible effort, the navigator's body expanded into a shimmering canopy that enveloped Kale, radiating gentle warmth. "You're using your own energy," Kale realized, watching Visha's form grow translucent. The navigator chimed weakly, maintaining the protective dome as Kale worked. When the system finally sputtered back to life, Visha collapsed into a puddle of quicksilver, nodes dimmed to ember glow. Kale cradled the navigator close, humming the lullabies his creche mother used to sing, until Visha's light gradually returned. The incident changed them. Where there had been cautious cooperation, now bloomed true camaraderie. Visha learned to brew Pellenor tea using the ship's synthesizer, the navigator's body morphing into a perfect replica of Kale's favorite clay mug. Kale constructed a sonic resonator from salvaged parts, producing frequencies that made Visha's crystalline nodes dance with joy. Together, they discovered that Visha could temporarily bond with Kale's neural interface, allowing them to share thoughts without physical contact, though the first attempt left them both with a shared memory of accidentally replaying Kale's most embarrassing creche recital 12 times in succession. Their greatest challenge emerged as they approached the debris field near the Typhon Rift. The ship's damaged shields couldn't withstand the swirling metal fragments. Visha projected a holographic map, nodes flickering with concern. The only safe path required navigating through the heart of an electrical storm, a task impossible without full control of the ship systems. Kale stared at the crackling storm ahead. "We need to merge," he realized aloud. "Your navigation instincts with my manual piloting." Visha chimed nervously. Such deep bonding risked burning out both their nervous systems. But as the first debris fragments pinged against the hull, they clasped hands /pseudopods and initiated the connection. The world dissolved into light. Kale felt Visha's consciousness like a river of starlight, cool and endless. Memories not his own flooded through him, the taste of solar winds, the song of quantum foam between galaxies, the loneliness of 100 journeys with no one to share the wonders. Visha in turn experienced the warmth of Kale's creche family gatherings, the bitter sweetness of his first farewell, the stubborn hope that had kept him alive these long weeks. Together, they became more than the sum of their parts. Kale's hands flew across the controls, while Visha's essence flowed through the ship's veins. They banked through plasma tendrils, dancing between lightning strikes that illuminated the cockpit in stark white flashes. When a massive fragment careened toward them, Visha instinctively diverted power to thrusters, while Kale executed a roll maneuver he'd only ever seen in simulation. The ship shuddered but held. Emerging from the storm's far side, they collapsed against each other, laughing breathlessly. Visha's chimes had taken on a melodic quality, while Kale found himself instinctively understanding the navigator's meaning without translation. They'd done the impossible not through individual skill, but by weaving their strengths into something new. As the repaired Starliner finally entered Pellanner's orbit, Kale stood at the observation deck with Visha curled around his shoulders like a liquid scarf. Below, the frost plains glittered under binary moons. "You could come with me," Kale offered, feeling Visha's uncertainty through their bond. "My Kresh family would adore you. We'll build you a saltwater pool, install climate controls." Visha trilled softly, projecting images of their Silver Dune homeworld. Through the connection, Kale felt the navigator's longing to heal properly among its own kind, and the deeper ache of parting. Or Kale swallowed past the lump in his throat. "I could come with you. Learn to breathe ammonia vapor. Take up residence in a crystalline hive." The shared laugh that followed was bittersweet. They both knew their paths now diverged, but also that neither would ever truly be alone. As the escape pod prepared for descent, Visha pressed a mercury droplet against Kale's palm. It solidified into a pendant shaped like their merged silhouettes against the starfield. "Next meteor shower on Pellanner," Kale whispered, forehead resting against Visha's cool surface. "We'll watch it together from the Stormspire peaks." Visha's answering chime resonated with promise. When the airlock closed, neither shed tears, for their bond transcended physical distance. Somewhere in the dark between worlds, a navigator hummed a Pellanner lullaby as it charted course for home. And on a frost-kissed moon, a young inventor smiled at the stars, his hand closed around a warmth no winter could touch. Story 8. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a girl named Sylvie, whose hands could make flowers bloom, but whose heart trembled at the first frost of autumn. Each year when leaves began their fiery dance toward earth, she'd wrap herself in a cloak of unease, watching the world transform beyond her control. Her cottage garden, a kaleidoscope of color in spring, now stood choked by vines as stubborn as her fear, their thorns catching at the hem of her dress like pleading fingers. One twilight, as amber light filtered through syrup-colored clouds, Sylvie discovered a peculiar seed pod glowing softly beneath the hawthorn tree. It pulsed like a captured heartbeat, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when stared at too long. A voice like wind through wheat startled her. "Plant it where your shadow falls at midnight, when the moon holds its breath between phases." Turning, she found a hedgehog with eyes like polished obsidian, its quills dusted with starlight. "Your bramble," she realized aloud, recalling tales of the woodland guide who appeared to those standing at life's crossroads. The creature nodded, paws folded over his round belly. "Growth requires both soil and storm, little gardener, but first, courage to bury what must be transformed." That night Sylvie knelt in her tangled garden as the village clock tower chimed 12. The seed sank into cold earth with a sigh, and she dreamt of roots drinking starlight. Dawn revealed not a sprout, but a mirror-like pool where the seed had been, its surface reflecting not her face, but scenes from seasons past, her laughter coaxing buds through last winter's snow, her tears watering wilted poppies when friendships changed, her stubborn pruning of vines that kept trying to shape themselves into new forms. Bramble arrived as morning mist clung to spiderwebs. "The pool of unfoldings shows what clings to the present from the past," he explained, watching a vision of Sylvie refusing to let her childhood swing be taken down despite its frayed ropes. "But look here." His paw rippled the water, revealing the garden's hidden layers, mycelium threads weaving secret messages between roots, a caterpillar dissolving into soup within its chrysalis, the hawthorn's buds already forming beneath wrinkled bark, though winter had just begun. "Change isn't the enemy," Sylvie murmured, touching the water. "It's the ingredients." "The recipe," Bramble corrected gently. Over weeks he taught her to read the pool's whispers, how ice cracking under sunlight mirrored the relief she'd feel releasing old habits, how compost's decay fed new growth. Yet when storms rattled the shutters, Sylvie still caught herself building walls of thorns around tender shoots, fearing they'd be battered by wind. Her breakthrough came during the Frost Moon Festival, when villagers traditionally burned effigies of the year's regrets. Sylvie's fire pit stood empty. "I can't choose what to release," she confessed to the pool, which now showed her present self, knees drawn to chest in the garden's heart, surrounded by half-pruned vines. A maple leaf spiraled into the water, revealing elderly Miss Nury from the apothecary, leaving a basket of remedies by the cottage door each month. Ferns parting to show Luca, the baker's son, patiently replanting herbs she'd overwatered. Bramble napping trustingly in the hollow of her unused swing. "Oh," Sylvie breathed, understanding blooming like night-blooming cereus. "They've been here all along." That night she lit her bonfire with trembling hands, tossing in relics of outgrown versions of herself. A doll whose porcelain face no longer resembled hers, journals filled with worries she'd since conquered, the dried husk of a wasp nest she'd kept as a reminder to always be alert. Flames danced higher, their warmth kissing her cheeks as villagers joined unasked, adding their own symbols of release. When Luca pressed a warm roll into her ash-smudged hand, its center swirled with cinnamon like a galaxy, Sylvie finally grasped that transformation tasted sweet. By spring, her garden had become the village's living compass. Sunflowers turned their faces not just to light, but to anyone needing warmth. Willows bent to shelter tea drinkers sharing confidences. Where the pool once shimmered now stood a tree with bark like braided moonlight, its branches offering seed pods that showed glimpses not of the past, but of possibilities. A child's first steps near the brook, Miss Nury's new apprentice mixing tinctures, even Bramble napping beneath a future Sylvie who wore laughter lines and soil-stained skirts, teaching children how to listen to elderflowers. On the eve of her 17th birthday, Sylvie found a second glowing seed pod beneath the tree. Bramble, now more silver than brown, chuckled as she instinctively cradled it. "Already know where to plant this one, don't you?" She knelt not in the garden, but at the forest's edge where shadows and sunlight waltzed. As the seed met earth, roots spread through the village, gentle, invisible threads connecting gardens to hearths to the brook's wise waters. Sylvie's hands, once hesitant, now moved with the quiet certainty of seasons turning, tending not just plants but the spaces between where magic ripened. And when autumn came again, she stood barefoot in crimson leaves, watching geese arc across the sky. The garden around her sighed contentedly, vines now heavy with grapes, thorns softened into rose stems, every twist in their growth proof that even resistance could become beautiful when met with patience. Somewhere a new seed pod glowed, waiting but not rushed, for the next heart ready to grow roots. Story 9. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook Village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Lira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Lira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. "That," said a voice like creaking floorboards, "isn't for drinking." Lira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. "You're talking," Mira breathed. "And you're holding the Stardust Samovar's missing piece," the badger huffed. "Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the Great Kitchen Flood of 63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. "Come along then, the others will want to see." The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. "Her name is Lira," the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. "And you found her heart cup." As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. "It's a story-keeper," Lira hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. "Every cup of Starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory—" Her voice dimmed. "The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together." Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the Whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. "Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, "never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is." A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. "Took your time," the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. "I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also." She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. "We're being followed." The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. "I'm Kayla," she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. "The samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake." Piece by piece the story emerged. Kayla had been Lira's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. "This isn't a quest for gathering," Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. "It's a journey of listening." Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places, the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. "The final fragment is here," Kayla trembled, "but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature." Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others, a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. "It's not a prison," she realized. "It's a library." The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Lira. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Lira hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. seems we've a new story keeper, if you're interested. Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue, and even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them, a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping starlight tea, as Lira's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. Story 10. In the velvet hush of the whispering woods, where maple leaves held secrets in their veins and creek stones sang lullabies when polished by the current, there existed a glade known only to the creatures who moved between moonlight and shadow. Here the air hummed with the breath of ancient things, spores carrying memories of forgotten springs, owl feathers imprinted with star maps, and the quiet pulse of roots knitting the earth together beneath velvet blankets of moss. A young red fox named Layla had always sensed the forest's hidden heartbeat. Her paws left faint trails of amber light on dewy ferns, a gift from the days she'd stumbled into a ring of ghost-cap mushrooms as a kit. Now, as the first unseasonal snowflakes dusted the summer blackberries, she nosed open the thorn-woven door of Elder Thistle's burrow. The hedgehog's home smelled of chamomile and wisdom, shelves carved into earth walls holding jars of preserved starlight and pressed wind songs. "The Heartglow dims," Thistle murmured, peering through a monocle of frozen sap at a crumbling bark scroll. Her spines trembled like violin strings plucked by dread. "The great crystal beneath Silverpine Falls hasn't been tended since the last frostwalker passed." Leela's whiskers twitched. She remembered tales of the crystal, a shard of the first dawn, its light cycling through seasons in the forest's core. But the frostwalkers vanished ages ago. Who will mend it now? A pinecone clock ticked thrice before Thistle answered. "Those brave enough to listen," she said, placing a paw on Leela's shoulder, and wise enough to ask for help. The journey to Silverpine Falls became a tapestry of strange alliances. At Missile Gorge, where river spirits weave liquid silver into fishing nets, Leela met Bramble, a badger whose cloak was stitched from last autumn's sunset. He joined her, pockets jingling with thunder pebbles, and a compass made from a snake's discarded eye. In the hollow of echoing wings, they persuaded a parliament of owls to carry them moonward, the birds' feathers shedding bioluminescent pollen that clung to Leela's fur like powdered constellations. Yet the true test came at the falls themselves. The cascade hung frozen mid-plunge, icicles daggering down from suspended waves. Beneath the glacial sculpture, the Heartglow pulsed weakly, a geode the size of a hill, its usual prismatic blaze reduced to the sallow flicker of a guttering candle. "It's not just about relighting," Bramble realized, pressing an ear to the crystal's cold surface. "The seasons," there nodded, "summer's trapped beneath winter like a fish under ice." Leela closed her eyes, letting the forest's whispers guide her. The memory of Thistle's voice unfurled. True balance isn't a scale, but a dance. She placed her glowing paws against the Heartglow. "We need to remind the seasons how to turn," she said. "Bramble your thunder pebbles, Hootwing your owls must sing the oldest sky song, and the river." She turned toward the frozen falls. Deep within the ice, shadows shifted, water nymphs waiting to be remembered. Leela dipped her muzzle, speaking the first word the rain had ever taught her: flow. What followed was a symphony of forgotten magics. Bramble's pebbles cracked the air with spring's first thunder, shaking loose diamonds of hoarfrost. Owls circled in a feathered helix, their haunting chorus peeling back layers of eternal winter. As the nymph stirred, Leela pressed her amber-lit paws to the Heartglow and did the simplest, hardest thing. She listened. The crystal's song was fractured, yes, but beneath the disharmony thrummed a deeper truth. The frostwalkers hadn't truly vanished. Their essence lived in the frost fern's lace patterns, in the protective rime on sleeping buds. The forest had simply forgotten how to see them. "You don't fight the cold," Layla whispered, understanding blooming like a midnight orchid. "You make space for its rest." The heartglow flared. Seasons unfurled in a rush of color and scent, cherry blossoms erupting through snowdrifts, pumpkins swelling as falling leaves bronzed the air, then fresh sap rising again as the cycle steadied. The creatures watched in awe as the waterfall thawed, not to mere water, but to liquid autumn, a cascade of cinnamon light and amber droplets that nourished the valley below. Back in Elder Thistle's burrow, warmth seeped up from the tea-steeped earth as the hedgehog stirred honey into acorn cups. "You've learned what the scrolls could never teach," she said, watching Lila trace the updated star maps on her wall. "That the forest's balance isn't in our control," Lila replied, the ghost-capped glow in her paws now flickering in hues of sage and twilight. "But in our willingness to listen, even to silence." Outside, the whispering woods sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sapling cracked a forgotten stone, its roots cradling a shard of rekindled crystal. Somewhere a frostwalker's laugh echoed through a thawing brook. And everywhere, if one knew how to hear it, thrummed the ancient, gentle truth that endings were merely seeds facing the dawn. Story 11. In the velvet-hilled village of Moonwick Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into verses of old lullabies and garden gates squeaked in perfect harmony with the wind's sigh, there lived a young girl with ink-stained fingers named Lila. Her family's cottage perched at the edge of the whispering woods, a place where ferns unfurled like secret scrolls, and the river sang in a language only the stones understood. But one crisp autumn evening, as maple leaves began stitching golden thread into the earth, peculiar things started vanishing from the village. It began with Mrs. Nettleby's prized copper kettle, which had always whistled the opening bars of Greensleeves. Then vanished the feather quill from the postmaster's desk, a quill that inked letters in shimmering sepia without any pot to dip it in. By the time the third disappearance struck, the mayor's pocket watch, whose gears were said to grind cinnamon into the air, the villagers gathered in the cobblestone square, their breath puffing anxious clouds into the twilight. Lila noticed what others didn't. Each lost item had vanished at precisely 7:03 p.m., and each had left behind a faint scent of burnt sugar. That night she tucked a notebook under her arm, lit a lantern with a flame the color of apricot jam, and knelt by her windowsill, watching the clock tower's face glow like a harvest moon. At 7:02, a faint tinking sound, like a teaspoon tapping porcelain, drifted from the woods. She slipped outside, her boots crunching through amber leaves, and followed the sound deep into the trees. The woods hummed with magic. Fireflies blinked in Morse code, and roots arched over the path like curious cats. Suddenly, Lila tripped over something small and yelped, but the yelp came not from her, but from a creature no taller than her knee. It had velvety brown fur, ears like curled parchment, and a tail tufted as a painter's brush. In its paws gleamed Mrs. Nettleby's kettle. "Oh." Lila crouched, her lantern light softening. "You're the one taking things." The creature froze, eyes wide as twin moons. It tried to bolt, but Lila gently blocked its path with her notebook. "Wait, I don't think you're stealing. You're fixing something, aren't you?" She pointed to the kettle, now mended with delicate silver stitches along its spout. The creature hesitated, then nodded, wringing its paws. "May I see?" Lila whispered. Leading her to a hollow beneath an ancient oak, the creature revealed a workshop straight from a dream. Acorn caps held pools of molten silver, spiderwebs strung with dewdrops served as magnifying glasses. There Lila found the other missing items, the quill regaining its shimmer, the pocket watch's cinnamon scent stronger than ever. But in the corner sat a shattered glass orb, its cracks oozing something dark and syrupy. The creature whimpered, gesturing to it. "You need these objects to repair that," Lila guessed. The creature, a fixling she now realized, nodded mournfully. Fixlings mended broken magic, but without their central orb, which distilled starlight into repair energy, they'd been forced to borrow the villagers' enchanted items. But why not ask for help? The fixling's ears drooped. It traced a word in the dirt, afraid. Over the next 2 days, Lila devised a plan with the fixling, who introduced itself as Bramble, and her reclusive neighbor, Mr. Thistle, a clockmaker with a beard full of cogs and a pocket that perpetually spilled licorice buttons. Mr. Thistle knew the old tales. Fixlings sustained the village's magic, but their orb required a rare mixture to heal: starlight, a willing tear, and the hum of a perfectly tuned clock. On the third evening, as the villagers gathered under the clock tower, now missing its minute hand, Lila stepped forward. "They're not thieves," she explained, Bramble peeking from her satchel. "They're healers, and we can't help them." Skeptical murmurs rippled until Mrs. Nettleby gasped. Her returned kettle now brewed tea that eased sore throats. The postmaster's quill, slipped into his pocket by Bramble, had written a letter to his faraway sister all on its own. One by one, the villagers offered their enchanted items. Mr. Thistle tuned the clock tower's gears to hum middle C. Lila placed a tear she'd shed watching Bramble struggle into a vial. And as the moon rose, everyone held up mirrors to angle starlight onto the orb. Bramble sang a high, fluting melody, and the glass began knitting itself, the dark syrup inside brightening into liquid gold. With a ping, the orb healed. The borrowed items floated back to their owners, now glowing faintly, and the clock tower's hands spun joyously, chiming an hour that smelled of fresh-baked shortbread. From then on, Moonwick Hollow's chimneys puffed shapes of fixlings at dusk. Villagers left out bowls of honeyed cream and thimblefuls of stardust, and Bramble's kin often slipped into workshops to polish tools or darn socks with thread spun from dandelion fluff. The mayor's pocket watch, now restored, kept perfect time and occasionally whispered reminders: "Tea's ready," or "Mind the icicles." As for Lila, she gained a notebook filled with fixling recipes, ink made from midnight blueberries, paper that folded into lanterns, and a friend who sometimes hid in her apron pocket, stitching buttons back on with invisible thread. On quiet nights when the woods sighed contentedly, she'd trace the silver scar on the fixling's orb, now displayed in the square, and remember how fear could shrink smaller than a thimble when met with kindness. And though no one ever caught more than a glimpse of Bramble's kin darting through moonbeams, the village knew they were there. After all, it's hard to miss a mystery when your socks darn themselves, your bread never burns, and your clocks hum lullabies as you drift into dreams softer than thistledown. Story 12. The last embers of twilight were fading over the shimmering marshes of Zalaxa when the pod came crashing down. From her crumpled escape vessel, a petite fox-like humanoid with russet fur and trembling whiskers peered out at the alien landscape. Lira's three-fingered hands clutched the broken translation pendant around her neck, the only relic from her homeworld's science core, as bioluminescent reeds swayed around her in the violet dusk. Somewhere beyond the singing grasses came a low, resonant hum that made the water ripple in concentric rainbows. She didn't notice the shadow until it blotted out the twin moons. The creature stood 7 feet tall, its body resembling living obsidian threaded with veins of molten gold. 4 crystalline eyes glowed like lanterns beneath a crown of floating metallic feathers that chimed softly in the breeze. When it reached toward her with clawed hands that crackled with energy, Lira scrambled backward into the pod's wreckage, certain these would be her last moments. The hum intensified. The being froze. Through her terror, Lira noticed the way its liquid metal skin rippled anxiously, how the feather crown drooped like wilted flowers. When it made a series of chimes and whistles, the broken pendant at her neck sparked feebly. "You're not attacking," she whispered. It tilted its head. The pendant emitted a weak pulse. "Hungry?" it rumbled in a voice like tectonic plates shifting, golden eyes widening in alarm when Lira yelped. "No, not hungry for flesh, hungry for—" It gestured helplessly at the pod's smoking engine, where strange lichen were already blooming across the overheated metal. Understanding dawned. "You eat energy." The being Tharax, as she'd later name it, gave a relieved warble. Their first true communication sparked something warm in Lyra's chest, pushing back the loneliness of light years. Over the following days, an unlikely routine formed. Each morning, Tharax would arrive as dawn painted the marshes in pearlescent hues, bearing clusters of glowing fruit that burst into cinnamon-scented vapor when bitten. Lira learned to read the cadence of their hums, low and steady when content, sharp trills when annoyed by the repair drones trying to salvage her pod. "They're not parasites," she explained one evening, watching Tharax warily eye the tiny machines extracting metals from the marsh. "They're rebuilding the engine to go home." The being stiffened. "Home is not here." Something in their tone made Lira pause. She hadn't considered that her constant repairs might feel like rejection. Before she could explain, a tremor shook the ground. Tharax immediately curled around her like a protective shield, as the marsh erupted in geysers of steaming liquid. "The heart weakens," they intoned mournfully when the quake subsided. Through the pendant's flickering translations, Lira pieced together the truth. Tharax was the last guardian of a dying planetary core, their species created to channel geothermal energies. Without a critical mass of their kind, the world's heartbeat was fading. "That's why you needed my engine's energy," Lira realized, throat tight. "Not to eat, to survive." Tharax's feathers drooped. "Cycle must continue, but Guardian's gone. I am not enough." In that moment, Lyra's mission changed. She taught Tharax to interface with her drones, their crystalline hands surprisingly deft with the tiny tools. Together, they crafted geothermal taps from pod wreckage, burying them in the marsh to feed energy back into the planet. When the first tap activated, Tharax lit up like a supernova, laughing through tears as the ground pulsed with renewed vigor. "The heart remembers," they sang, spinning Lira in an exuberant dance that left rainbow afterimages in the air. But their triumph was short-lived. During a routine dive to install a thermal siphon, Lyra's oxygen recycler failed. As icy water dragged her deeper into the cavernous dark, she saw Tharax dive after her with no regard for their own safety. Molten veins blazed as they shattered the cave wall, creating air pockets where Lira could breathe. When they finally emerged, it was Tharax who trembled, their light dimmed from the effort. "Why risk yourself?" Lira choked out, tending their cracked obsidian skin with emergency sealant. The Guardian looked at her as if the answer were written in starlight. "You are my first friend." The words hung between them, warmer than any sun. As the planet's tremors lessened, Lyra's pod repairs neared completion. The unspoken truth loomed heavier each day. During their final geothermal tap installation, Tharax broke the silence. "The heart's song grows strong. You will leave with the rising moons." It wasn't a question. Lira stared at the completed engine, her ticket home, now festooned with bioluminescent vines Tharax had carefully arranged. "I could stay, help more." "Your people need you," Tharax rumbled gently, "as mine needed me." They extended a claw, carefully depositing a feather-shaped crystal into Lyra's palm. "Take this shard, wherever stars guide you, the heart's rhythm remains." The launch was bittersweet. As Lira's pod ascended, she watched Therax standing vigil in the marsh, their light reflecting across the renewed world. The crystal shard pulsed warmly against her chest, translating their final words. Not goodbye, we orbit together now. Years later, when Lira's rebuilt ship cuts through the nebula's edge, her console lights up with an impossible signal geothermal taps, singing a familiar rhythm across 6 newborn worlds. On the view screen, crystalline figures wave with molten-tipped claws, their feather crowns sparkling with recognition. The shard at her neck vibrates joyfully, and Lira knows without translation. Friendship once kindled outshines even the stubbornest dark. Story 13. The air smelled of ozone and starlight as Kale stumbled through the waist-high ferns, their bioluminescent tips brushing against his spacesuit with a sound like crumpling cellophane. Somewhere beyond the lavender canopy, his escape pod smoldered in a crater of its own making. His breath fogged the helmet visor with each labored gasp. Priority 1, shelter, muttered the emergency beacon on his wrist, its pale blue light throbbing in time with the ache behind his temples. Across 3 solar ridges, Zorvax of the Shattered Peaks clan paused mid-song. The vibration patterns in his crystalline forearm shivered with unfamiliar resonance. Through the quartz-laced soil, he sensed the crash before seeing it a discordant note in the planet's eternal symphony. His obsidian-like plates shifted uneasily as he extended 4 articulated limbs to scale the nearest basalt column. From this vantage, the smoke plume looked like a wounded star bleeding into the amber twilight. Their first meeting happened at the Mirror Springs, where liquid mercury pooled between finger-like quartz formations. Kale had removed his helmet to drink, hands trembling as silver droplets ran down his stubbled chin. Zorvax emerged from the shimmering mist like a living stained-glass window, prismatic light fracturing through his geometric body. The human froze, a water filtration tablet slipping from numb fingers. Please, Kale rasped, palms raised in what he hoped was universal peace. I mean no harm. Zorvax tilted his angular head, sensory filaments blooming like copper wire flowers. The vibrations coming from this fleshy creature were all wrong harsh consonants where there should be melodic hums, erratic pulses instead of steady harmonics. Yet the subsonic tremor in the being's voice mirrored the fierce songs of newborn crystal shardlings. When the first meteor storm hit that night, it was Zorvax who herded the shivering human into the singing caverns. Kale's translator implant rendered the alien's chiming speech as unintelligible warmth sharer, unintelligible danger rhythms, unintelligible. But the way Zorvax carefully arranged glow moss around him, the 3-clawed hand lingering near his shoulder, these needed no translation. Days blurred into weeks of delicate collaboration. Kale learned to interpret the color shifts in Zorvax's core crystal cerulean flickers for caution, rose-gold waves for approval. The alien discovered human laughter made his resonance chambers vibrate pleasantly, like wind through perfectly tuned chimes. Together they mapped the crash site using Kale's surviving drones and Zorvax's seismic sense, collecting ship fragments from acid bogs and magnetic quicksand fields. The crisis came during the Great Alignment, when 3 moons pulled the planet's crust into harmonic tension. Kale knelt deep in the ship's guts, soldering fractured circuits by the light of Zorvax's pulsating core. Sweat dripped onto the makeshift workbench as he muttered, "If I can just bypass the tertiary ignition." Zorvax suddenly stiffened, his entire body emitting a high-pitched warble. Before Kale could ask, the ground bucked violently. Quartz stalactites rained down as the cavern walls began singing in discordant shrieks. Tectonic surge. Kale scrambled for his helmet, the alignment stressing the fault lines. Zorvax grabbed the human's arm, his touch surprisingly warm. Through their joined hands, Kale felt vibrations forming distinct patterns, a map of frequencies. You're showing me the seismic waves. The alien pulsed affirmative amber. They worked in frantic tandem, Kale calculating escape vectors on his wrist display, Zorvax interpreting the Earth's screaming harmonics. When a collapsing tunnel blocked their exit, it was Zorvax who shattered the rubble with precisely pitched resonance bursts. As the final moon rose, they tumbled onto the surface gasping, the stars wheeling overhead like diamonds spilled on velvet. By the time the repaired ship stood ready on the salt flats, its hull patched with crystalline resin, neither spoke of parting. Kale found himself lingering over equipment checks, inventing reasons to adjust perfectly functional systems. Zorvax's core dimmed to twilight hues whenever he glanced at the launch pad. The morning of departure, Kale pressed his palm against Zorvax's main facet. I could show you the Orion colonies, my people would. A chime interrupted him, the translator struggling, roots-deep skycaller. Belong different. Zorvax placed a shard of his own crystal into Kale's hand, still thrumming with residual warmth. Years later, starfarers whisper of a peculiar legend, a human engineer whose ship glows with prismatic light, singing harmonies no machine can replicate. They say if you listen closely during meteor showers, you can hear two voices woven through the solar winds, one of flesh, one of stone, laughing in perfect resonance. But on quiet nights when the triple moons align, if you stand at the edge of the mirror springs and hum low in your throat, the quartz still thrums with the memory of an unlikely friendship, a duet etched into the planet's bones, waiting for kindred spirits to discover its enduring refrain. Story 14. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks and rivers, sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a young fox named Ember. Her fur held the russet glow of autumn's last leaf, and her paws left delicate prints in moss that shimmered faintly, as if the forest itself wished to remember her passing. Each morning she'd weave through fern-crowded glens to visit the moonlit clearing, a place where fireflies danced in eternal twilight and the air hummed with secrets older than the stars. But this autumn was different. The maple leaves, usually quick to blush crimson and gold, clung stubbornly to green. Chill winds carried not the crisp promise of frost, but a stagnant warmth that made squirrels fret and songbirds trill out-of-tune melodies. Even the brook of whispers, whose waters normally murmured prophecies, ran silent and thick with amber silt. Ember noticed the unease first in her grandmother's stories. The heartstone dims, the elder fox would sigh, her muzzle silvered with age, as they nestled in their den lined with thistledown. When seasons forget their rhythm, the balance trembles. One twilight, as Ember lapped from a pool where star reflections swam like silver minnows, she met a badger named Thistle. His fur bore the ashen stripes of one who'd tunneled through roots and time, and his claws were caked with clay that smelled of deep, dark earth. The spring sprites haven't woven new rain, he rumbled, nose twitching. The elder oak's branches ache to bud, but winter's sleep eludes them. Guided by Thistle's wisdom and the faint pulse of the forest's distress beneath her paws, Ember embarked on a journey to the Starlit Vale, a hidden realm where the four season spirits convened. Her companions emerged like verses in an old song: Juniper, a sparrow whose wings carried the scent of thunderstorms; Moss, a fawn with dappled hide that mirrored shifting sunlight; and Willow, an owl whose feathers held constellations yet unnamed. Their path wound through challenges as delicate as spider silk. In the valley of echoing mists, where fog clung thick as wool, Juniper's knowledge of air currents parted the gloom. Moss's gentle hooves found stepping stones across the feverish river, whose waters boiled with trapped summer heat. When night fell, Willow sang lullabies in the ancient tongue of trees, coaxing thorned vines to uncurl from their path. Deep within the vale they found the Heartstone, a crystalline orb cradled in gnarled roots, its light faltering. Within its depths swirled the essence of seasons: spring's tender green, summer's blazing gold, autumn's fiery orange, winter's soothing blue. But a crack marred its surface, leaking wisps of discordant energy. The balance phrase, Willow hooted mournfully. Without harmony, the seasons will bleed into chaos. Ember remembered her grandmother's tales of the weaving ceremony, how, long ago, creatures of claw, feather, and leaf had joined to mend the forest's magic. Gathering courage, she pressed her paw to the stone. Warmth surged not through her but from her, memories of crunching through frost-kissed ferns, of napping in sunbeams thick with pollen, of the first bittersweet berry of summer. Thistle added his earth-rich strength, juniper the thrill of monsoon winds, moss the quiet resilience of saplings pushing through snow. Willow's contribution came as soft as falling snow, a melody of endings and beginnings, of cycles eternal. The hearthstone brightened, cracks sealing with seams of living ivy. Outside, the forest sighed as autumn finally released its hold. Maples blazed scarlet overnight. The brook's voice returned, babbling of coming frosts. And in the sky the first snowflakes twirled, a promise of winter's restorative sleep. When the companions parted at dawn, Thistle gifted Ember an acorn cap filled with dewdrops that mirrored the entire forest. "Remember," he said, eyes gleaming like wet coal, "balance isn't perfection. It's the courage to grow, rest, fade, and bloom again." Years later, when Ember's own grandkids nosed at the world beyond their den, she described how moss feels underfoot at the cusp of spring, cool and hopeful. She'd teach them to listen for the hearthstone's pulse in rain pattering on leaves, in the creak of pines bending in wind, in the crinkle of ice over ponds. And when the seasons occasionally stuttered, as all rhythms do, the creatures of whispering woods would gather, not in fear but in quiet certainty, to weave their stories, their strengths, their shared love for a world that thrived when hearts beat together. As the first true snow of winter blanketed the forest that night, Ember curled in her den, watching flakes drift like feathers. Somewhere, an owl hooted a lullaby. Somewhere, a sparrow tucked its head under a rain-scented wing. And deep in the earth, the hearthstone glowed, steady as a hearth fire, weaving seasons into a tapestry that would never fray, so long as there were those who cherished its threads. Story 15. The Lantern of Whispering Woods. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there existed a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy silver threads. The villagers knew every creaking floorboard of their cottages, every secret of their sun-dappled orchards, except one. Beyond the eastern meadow, where the brook sang itself hoarse each spring, stood a forest so ancient its oaks seemed to breathe. Children were warned never to venture there, for the trees had long memories and little patience for clumsy human feet. But on the eve of her 12th birthday, a girl named Tessa found herself standing at the forest's edge, clutching a rusted lantern she'd uncovered in her grandmother's attic. Its glass was cracked, its handle crooked, but when moonlight brushed its surface, something inside flickered, a pale, pearlescent glow that hummed like a drowsy bumblebee. Tessa had always been a collector of curious things, snail shells striped like peppermint, stones that fit perfectly in her palm, feathers that shimmered with oil-slick blues. Yet this lantern called to her differently. It didn't whisper, it pulsed, as though the light within remembered being held by hands that knew the weight of stars. That night, as the village slept beneath quilts of fog, Tessa slipped through her window and followed the lantern's glow into the woods. The trees welcomed her with creaking boughs. Roots rippled aside to clear her path, and ferns unfurled velvet fronds to brush her cheeks. The air thickened with the scent of damp earth and something sweeter, wild strawberries perhaps, or the breath of flowers that bloomed only in moonlight. Deeper she wandered, until the lantern's glow burst into a constellation of sparks, illuminating a doorway woven from ivy and spider silk. Through it, Tessa stepped into a world where fireflies strung themselves into floating chandeliers, and mushrooms glowed like emerald lamps. This was the realm of Lumara, a place where time curled itself into spirals and rivers flowed upward to meet the clouds. Yet all was not well. The once vibrant colors had faded to sepia tones, as if the land were an old photograph left in the sun. The creatures Tessa encountered, a hedgehog with clockwork quills, a fox whose tail trailed stardust, moved sluggishly, their eyes dim. "The heart tree weakens," murmured a voice. Tessa turned to find a boy her age perched on a mossy stone, his skin the deep brown of walnut wood, his hair a cascade of autumn leaves. Around his neck hung a pendant shaped like an acorn, its surface etched with runes. "I'm Rowan," he said, "last guardian of Lumara. The lantern chose you, it remembers." The fading pulse. Rowan explained that Lumara's lifeblood flowed from an ancient oak at the realm's center, its roots drinking from a spring of liquid starlight. But the spring had begun to dry, poisoned by a shadow that seeped from cracks in the world's edges. "The shadow feeds on fear," Rowan said, plucking a withered leaf from his hair. "It twists memories into thorns. Without the heart tree's light, Lumara would crumble, and the sickness would spread to Tessa's world next." Tessa's lantern, Rowan revealed, was a shard of the first dawn, forged by creatures who danced between galaxies. It could reignite the spring, but only if they reached the heart tree before the next moon cycle. "The journey is perilous," Rowan warned. "The shadow creates illusions. It will show you your deepest fears." Tessa thought of her grandmother's hands, gnarled by age, teaching her to knit constellations into scarves. She thought of her father's laughter, warm as bread fresh from the oven. What if the shadow took those memories? She tightened her grip on the lantern. "I'll help," she said. Their path led through valleys where trees grew upside down, their roots clawing at a sky the color of bruised plums. They crossed bridges spun from thistle down, where every step sent ripples through the air like water. Tessa's lantern became their compass, its light flaring gold when they chose rightly, dimming to blue when danger neared. Yet the shadow stalked them. Once it shaped itself into a serpent made of smoke, hissing tales of Tessa's insecurities. "You're too small to matter, too ordinary to fix anything." Another time, it mimicked Rowan's voice, urging Tessa to abandon him. The lantern's glow wavered, until Tessa pressed her palm to its glass, breathing, "I'm not alone." The light blazed, scattering the darkness. The symphony of roots. On the third dusk they reached the grove of echoes, where the earth sang. Luminescent worms wove through the soil, their trails forming musical notes that rose into the air. "We need the grove's song to open the path to the heart tree," Rowan said. But the worms lay motionless, their light faint. Tessa knelt, brushing her fingers over the soil. It trembled, and suddenly she understood. The grove was grieving. "It misses the tree's pulse," she realized. Closing her eyes, Tessa hummed a lullaby her grandmother had sung, a melody about the moon marrying the sea. The lantern's light swelled, conducting her voice into a cascade of chords. One by one the worms stirred, adding their harmonies. The ground beneath them split, revealing a staircase of intertwined roots. Rowan stared at her. "How did you know?" Tessa smiled. "Sometimes you just need to listen." The heart's lament. The heart tree stood in a clearing where the air shimmered like heat over a flame. But its bark was ashen, leaves falling like burnt paper. The spring at its base, a pool that should have bubbled with liquid light, was stagnant, its surface veined with inkai tendrils. As Tessa raised the lantern, the shadow coalesced into a towering figure with hollow eyes. "Foolish child," it crooned. "You think your little light can mend what your kind has broken. Humans always take, they forget, they abandon." Tessa's chest tightened. She had forgotten the way she'd stopped visiting her grandmother's grave, too busy chasing adventures. The promises she'd made to friends and left half-kept. The lantern trembled in her hands. But then Rowan stepped forward, his acorn pendant glowing. "You're wrong," he said. She came back, she remembers. The shadow hissed, lashing out, but Tessa was already moving. She plunged the lantern into the spring. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the water erupted in a geyser of light, drenching the tree in radiance. The shadow shrieked, unraveling like thread in a storm. Bark softened to amber, leaves regrew in a burst of jade and gold, and the spring bubbled merrily, its waters cascading into the sky to stitch the stars back into place. The return. In the days that followed, color seeped back into Lumara. Tessa and Rowan planted seeds of light at the realm's borders, singing to strengthen them. When it was time to part, Rowan pressed a seed into her palm, a tiny, glowing thing that beat like a heart. "Plant it where your world needs remembering," he said. "It will grow where love is." Back in her village, Tessa chose a spot behind her grandmother's cottage. The seed took root instantly, sprouting into a sapling with leaves that chimed in the wind. Those who heard its song found themselves recalling lost joys, the scent of rain on dry soil, the feel of a loved one's hand, the quiet courage of small beginnings. Years later, when Tessa had children of her own, she'd take them to the tree and tell them of a boy made of autumn and a light that refused to fade. "The world is full of cracks," she'd say, "but that's where the magic gets in." And if sometimes on nights when the moon hung low, they glimpsed a fox with stardust in its wake or heard laughter like rustling leaves, they simply smiled and left a bowl of strawberries by the window just in case. Story 16. On the third moon of Algol Prime, where the rivers shimmered like liquid mercury and the trees hummed lullabies in the wind, two figures huddled in the wreckage of a crashed escape pod. The first was a small, fur-covered being from Lumen 7, her 6 ears twitching at every creak of cooling metal. The second occupant clanked as he moved, his crystalline exoskeleton reflecting fractured rainbows across the torn interior, a Scarathian miner, far from the asteroid belts he called home. They'd been staring at each other for 13 minutes. "You tiny," rumbled the Scarathian, his voice like boulders tumbling down a mountainside. He crouched to peer beneath a collapsed console, light from the bioluminescent forest outside, casting emerald patterns across his angular face. "Why Federation send baby creature as explorer?" The Luminian puffed up her russet fur until she resembled a dandelion seed with eyes. "I'm a xenobotanist and 147 cycles old." Her translator pendant glitched on the last word, spitting out centuries ancient instead. A deep, resonant sound filled the pod. It took 3 increasingly panicked beeps from her bioscanner before she realized the Scarathian was laughing. "Name Tharax," he said, extending a hand large enough to crush meteorites. The claws retracted with a hydraulic hiss. "We lived through atmospheric entry, maybe survived forest too." She hesitated, then pressed a paw to his palm. "Lila and I'd already be surviving if someone hadn't collided with my shuttle." "Mining barge autopilot broken," Tharax muttered, suddenly fascinated by a sparking control panel. "Thought your ship was decorative space rock." The forest breathed around them as they ventured out at dawn. Pillars of amber light filtered through canopy leaves shaped like cathedral windows. Lila's nose twitched at the scent of something sweet and metallic, a flowering vine dripping nectar that crystallized as it fell. "Wait." Tharax's arm blocked her path with the gentleness of a falling feather. His ocular implants whirred, focusing on the ground ahead. Vibrations, hollow beneath moss. Lila adjusted her multispectrum goggles. The forest floor glowed faintly purple in her enhanced vision. "It's a mycelial network. They're communicating through bioluminescent pulses, if we step carefully." They learned to walk in each other's footsteps, Lila mapping safe paths through her goggles, Therax testing each patch of ground with seismic sensors built into his boots. When Lila's leg sank into a hidden sinkhole, it was Therax who caught her by the scruff, lifting her free with a careful pinch of claw tips. "Like kitten," he observed, setting her down beside a cluster of singing mushrooms. "Like xenobotanist," Lila corrected, but her ears did the embarrassed crinkle that meant she was hiding a smile. Nightfall brought them to the edge of a crystalline lake, its surface rippling with neon blue algae. Therax knelt to examine his reflection, the fractures in his exoskeleton glowing faintly where atmospheric re-entry had stressed the bonds. "Your people, they mend cracks?" he asked abruptly, tracing a jagged line across his forearm. Lila paused in setting up her portable habitat. The dome inflated with a soft whoosh, casting warm orange light. "On Lumen 7 we celebrate scars. Each one tells a story of survival." She patted the patch of singed fur above her left eye. "Got this sampling thermal vents on Io." Therax made a considering rumble. When Lila offered him the first portion of reconstituted nutrient stew, he didn't comment on how her paws shook slightly, the aftereffects of adrenaline she'd been too proud to mention. Their third morning revealed the mountain. It rose from the forest like a shattered tooth, obsidian cliffs streaked with veins of pulsating quartz. According to Lila's damaged nav computer, the Federation beacon atop its peak was their only hope for rescue. "Climbing, easy," Therax declared, eyeing the sheer faces. "Flying." "Easier," Lila countered, holding up her jetpack harness. 3 of its 6 thrusters were conspicuously missing. They compromised on a winding path up the eastern slope. Lila harvested resilience moss for their boots, while Therax forged steps by melting rock with his plasma cutter. When the afternoon rains came, fat, acidic droplets that sizzled against stone, they sheltered in a cavern where the walls bloomed with phosphorescent lichen. "Your people's stories," Lila asked as they watched the storm, "do they have dragons?" Therax tilted his head, light refracting through his crystal joints. "Scarathians tell of magma worms, great beasts who forged planetary cores. Your dragons. Oh, ours breathe frozen nitrogen and nest in comet tails." Layla's ears flopped contentedly as she sketched the image in her field journal. "When I was a pup, Gran told me they sculpt the auroras with their wings." The miner made a thoughtful noise, adjusting his bulk to block a draft from the cave entrance. "Good stories, strong." The mountain tested them in whispers. Thin air that made Lila's respirator wheeze. Magnetic anomalies that scrambled Therax's navigation systems. A narrow pass where they had to cross single file, Lila clinging to the miner's back as he scaled a glass-smooth cliff face. "Don't drop," she gasped, paws buried in the crevices between his exoskeleton plates. "Never," Therax vowed, his voice steady even as molten rock bubbled far below. At dawn on the 5th day, they found the bridge. Or what remained of it, a spiderweb of carbon filaments stretching across a chasm where the mountain had split its stony heart. Lila's ears flattened. "That shouldn't be here." Federation infrastructure reports listed this peak as quiet. Therax crouched, sensors humming. "Hear it, structure sings." Indeed, the bridge thrummed with a low C-sharp as wind played through its cables. Lila adjusted her goggles. "The molecular bonds, it's decaying. Look at the fractal patterns." They stood at the precipice, the beacon's signal pinging weakly from across the divide. "Could go around," Therax suggested. 2 days, maybe 3. Lila examined her depleting oxygen readout. "Or we stabilize the bridge. Your plasma cutter could refor." Story 17. In a quiet village nestled between hills that hummed with the whispers of ancient trees, there lived a shy girl named Mira who collected lost things. Her pockets sagged with orphaned buttons and chipped marbles, her windowsills lined with bottles catching rainwater's secrets. But her most cherished treasure was a moth-eaten quilt from her grandmother, stitched with constellations that seemed to shift when no one was looking. One brittle autumn afternoon, while mending a tear in the quilt's corner, Mira pricked her finger on the needle. A single drop of blood bloomed on the fabric, and the room exhaled. The quilt trembled like a startled bird, then billowed upward, its patches glowing like stained glass. Threads unspooled into the air, weaving a doorway shimmering with the scent of aged paper and candle smoke. From within it floated a voice, soft as dandelion fluff, "Mend what's unraveled." The next morning Mira found the village square choked with frost, in midsummer. Roses hung their heads like frozen bells, the baker's breath hung visible as he pleaded, "The frost crept in last night, it's spreading." Indeed, a silver-white crawl veined the cobblestones, inching toward cottages. The village elder, a woman with hair like spun iron, frowned. "The hearth fires dimmed," she murmured, pointing to the square's central pillar where a flame had burned for centuries. Now it guttered weakly, its warmth barely reaching past the stones. Mira's quilt tugged at her shoulders that night, its threads humming. She wrapped herself in it, and oh, the world bent. Suddenly she stood in a glade where trees bore leaves of starlight, their roots cradling a pool reflecting not sky, but memories. A blacksmith sharing soup with a rival, children trading secrets like river stones, her grandmother laughing with a woman whose face mirrored the elder's. The pool rippled, and the frost's bitter scent flooded Mira's nose. "Trouble's nibbling the edges, eh?" chirped a voice. A plump red squirrel perched on a branch, tail twitching. "Name's Bramble. I'm a bit of a thread sniffer myself." He thumped his chest, dislodging a walnut. "That quilt's a memory loom, lovey, weaves connections or snips if they fray. Your lot's forgotten how to listen." A shadow loomed and an owl alighted beside them, feathers edged in silver. "The frost is a symptom," she intoned, voice like wind through reeds. "The heart fire weakens because your people's stories have gone unspoken. Shared joys are its kindling." Her amber eyes softened. "I am Lumen, we three must journey to the fire's source, but the path requires a tapestry of trust." The quilt swept them into a twilight corridor, walls pulsing with villagers' forgotten moments. A weaver envying her neighbor's skill, a fisherman hoarding his best catches, Mira herself hesitating to return a lost doll. Each memory sprouted ice where warmth should have lingered. Bramble sneezed. "Etch, sour memories clog in the works." Deep in the labyrinth they found the heart fire's core, a great spindle wrapped in glowing threads, each a bond between villagers. But half the threads hung limp, frost gnawing at them. Lumen sighed. "The loom can reweave them, but only if your people offer their truths frailly." Mira's hands trembled. How could she, who barely spoke to her neighbors, mend this? Bramble nudged her knee. "Start small, duck. Even a pebble makes ripples." So Mira began. She returned the lost doll to the tailor's daughter, stammering, "I found her in the thistle patch." The girl hugged her so fiercely, Mira's ribs ached. She helped the baker carry sacks, listening as he confessed his fear of failing his father's legacy. She left a jar of clover honey on the elder's stoop, remembering the pool's vision of her grandmother's friendship. One by one, villagers began gathering at the hearth fire, sharing stories and apologies, laughter melting the frost from the cobblestones. The elder clasped Mira's hands, tears glinting. "You've reminded us that a flame shared never dwindles." On the final night, the memory loom spread across the square, stitching the villagers' newfound bonds into its constellations. The hearth fire roared gold, thawing the last shards of ice. Bramble snoozed in Mira's lap, crumbs on his whiskers, while Lumen watched from the eaves. "You've woven more than memories tonight, little one," the owl said. You've spun courage into your own heart. Mira smiled, fingers brushing the quilt now stitched with twinkling scenes of her journey. The village slept soundly, wrapped in a warmth no frost could touch. And as the fire crackled its lullaby, she realized the truest magic lay not in the loom's threads, but in the spaces between them, where kindness once planted grew forests. Story 18. The Whispering Music Box. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that sighed with ancient secrets, there lived a quiet girl named Layla, whose ears were attuned to forgotten sounds. She heard the creak of old oak trees stretching their limbs at dawn, the secret language of raindrops sliding down window panes, and the faint hum of stars twinkling beyond the clouds. But her most cherished discovery came one autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted from the trees, and the smell of cinnamon and wood smoke hung thick in the air. While exploring her grandmother's attic, a labyrinth of dusty trunks and moth-eaten tapestries, Lila found a small wooden box buried beneath a pile of yellowed sheet music. Its surface was carved with intricate vines and strange symbols that glimmered faintly, like dew caught in moonlight. When she lifted the lid, a melody spilled out, clear and cool as a mountain stream. But this was no ordinary tune. The notes seemed to breathe, weaving images in the air, a path through the forest, a door of twisted roots, and a world where shadows danced like liquid silver. That night, Lila tucked the music box beneath her pillow, its song humming softly in her bones. As she slept, the melody grew louder, tugging her from bed and out into the moonlit garden. The wind carried whispers, follow, 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 and though her feet were bare and the ground frost-kissed, she felt no cold, only a gentle pull toward the dark outline of the forest. The hidden door. The trees parted before her, their branches arching into a canopy that glowed with bioluminescent moss. Fireflies pulsed in time with the music box's song, guiding her to a massive oak whose roots formed an archway large enough to step through. Beyond it lay a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, where rivers shone like melted sapphires and willows trailed their hair in the water. This was the realm of echoes, a place where memories took shape and unspoken wishes floated like dandelion seeds. "You've come at last," said a voice like rustling parchment. Sitting atop a toadstool was a creature no taller than a teacup, with moth-wing ears and eyes like polished coal. His name was Fennel, a moss sprite whose job was to tend the valley's dream orchards. "The music box chose you," he explained, offering her a cup of honeysuckle tea that steamed despite the lack of a fire. "It's been silent for 100 years, waiting for someone who listens not just with their ears, but with their heart." Fennel led Lila to a village of cobblestone cottages, where will-o'-the-wisps bobbed in lanterns, and the air smelled of burnt sugar and pine resin. The villagers, a mix of feather-haired sylphs, stone giants with lichen beards, and fox-like beings whose tails sparkled with stardust, greeted her with curious smiles. But their joy was tinged with worry. "The echoes are fading," murmured Thalia, a sylph whose voice chimed like wind chimes. "The music box's song is the only thing that sustains our world. If it falls silent again, we'll vanish like footprints in the rain." Lila's fingers tightened around the box. "How do I help?" The broken chord. The answer lay in the Tower of Winds, a spiraling structure of crystal and shadow at the valley's heart. There the first note, a shard of pure sound forged at the world's dawn, had cracked, its fracture draining magic from the realm. To repair it, Lila would need to collect 3 lost harmonics, the laugh of a forgotten friend, the sigh of a reluctant storm, and the silence between heartbeats. "It's a fool's quest," grumbled Orin, a stone giant who'd been sculpted from granite and pessimism. "No mortals ever survived the shattered peaks where the storm sleeps." But Fennel, ever hopeful, fluttered onto Lila's shoulder. "I'll guide you," he said, packing a satchel with moonbeam cookies and a vial of midnight nectar. "And you'll need him too." He pointed to a shadow detaching itself from the trees, a fox with fur like molten silver and eyes that held entire constellations. "I'm Ember," said the fox, his voice a low rumble. "I don't like humans, but I like extinction even less." The journey begins. Their first stop was the glade of whispers, where memories bloomed as flowers. To find the laugh of a forgotten friend, Lila had to locate a specific bloom, one born from her own happiest memory. The glade was a kaleidoscope of color, roses that hummed lullabies, daisies giggling in the breeze, and snapdragons that hissed gossip. Yet the moment Lila stepped among them, the flowers wilted, their petals curling inward. "They're shy," Ember observed, nudging a trembling violet with his nose. "Show them you mean no harm." Lila sat cross-legged on the grass and opened the music box. As the melody spiraled outward, the flowers perked up, swaying to its rhythm. One by one they began to sing, not with words but with emotions. Joy, loneliness, hope, regret. When a tiny buttercup brushed her hand, Lila's mind flooded with a memory, herself as a child, chasing a boy with grass-stained knees through a sunflower field. Jasper, his name was. Her first friend who'd moved away and faded from her life like a washed-out painting. The buttercup glowed, its center swelling into a golden orb. The laugh of a forgotten friend. As Lila plucked it, the flower sighed contentedly. "Thank you," it seemed to say. Some memories ache to be remembered. The storm's bargain. The shattered peaks loomed ahead, lightning crackling between their jagged summits. The sigh of a reluctant storm lived in the eye of a tempest that had raged for centuries, refusing to dissipate out of spite. "It's lonely," Fennel guessed as they climbed the treacherous slopes, hail stinging their faces. "Storms are just clouds that forgot how to cry." At the peak, the air thrummed with electricity. Within a vortex of swirling clouds hovered a figure made of smoke and static, her eyes flashing violet. "Live!" she boomed, hurling a bolt that singed Ember's tail. But Lila stepped forward, music box in hand. "We don't want to fight, we want to listen." The melody wove through the storm's fury, softening its edges. Slowly the tempest stilled, revealing a woman with raindrop skin and hair like fog. "No one's ever stayed long enough to hear my story," she said, her voice crumbling like dry soil. "I was born to bring life, but humans called me disaster, so I became one." Lila touched the storm's shimmering hand. "You don't have to be what they named you." A single tear slid down the storm's cheek, a drop that contained the scent of petrichor and the sound of roots drinking deeply. The sigh of a reluctant storm. As the droplet fell into Lila's vial, the clouds above parted, revealing a rainbow that arched across the realm. The heart's silence. The final harmonic led them to the Cave of Echoes, a place so quiet it made their ears ring. The silence between heartbeats isn't an absence, Thalia had warned. It's the moment before courage, the breath before a leap. You must find it within yourself. The cave's walls pulsed like a living thing, absorbing every footstep, every whisper. Deeper they went, until even the music box's song was swallowed by the dark. Lila's chest tightened. This was the silence of lost chances, of words unspoken, of loneliness she'd carried since Jasper left. Ember pressed against her side, his warmth a steady anchor. "You're not that scared little girl anymore," he murmured. She closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythm of her heart. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Between the beats she heard it, a space vast and still, where fear turned to resolve and wounds began to heal. She reached into that silence and withdrew it like a pearl from the deep. The mending. At the Tower of Winds, the harmonics swirled around the fractured first note, stitching its edges with threads of gold and cobalt. The realm shuddered as magic surged back, rivers running clearer, trees standing taller, and the villagers formed solidifying like dawn burning away mist. But the music box grew hot in Layla's hands. It's a bridge between our worlds, Fennel realized. Mending the note will sever it. You can't return here once it's done. Ember's tail flicked, his starry eyes dim. Goodbyes are just hellos waiting to happen, he said, bumping his forehead gently against hers. As the last harmonic settled into place, the tower erupted in a chorus of light and sound. Layla's vision blurred. When it cleared, she was back in her grandmother's attic, the music box silent and cold. Dawn pinked the horizon. The return. Years passed. Layla grew into a woman who could hear the music in everything, the symphony of seasons, the ballad of a brewing storm. She became a storyteller, weaving tales of a fox with starlit fur and a sprite who loved honeysuckle tea. Children laughed, adults wept, and the village bloomed with renewed wonder. One autumn evening, as she walked through the forest, a familiar melody tugged at her heart. There beneath the oak with the arched roots sat Ember, older now, but eyes still bright with constellations. The realm of echoes hadn't forgotten. "Took you long enough," he huffed, though his wagging tail betrayed him. And as they stepped through the roots together, the music box in Leela's pocket began to play once more, softer now, sweeter, a lullaby for two worlds forever entwined. Story 19. The starship Whisper of Dawn hung motionless in the velvet embrace of space, its hull glimmering like frost on a windowsill. Within its circular observation deck, a young botanist from the water world Thalassonia pressed three-fingered hands against the glass, her bioluminescent freckles pulsing anxious blue. Mira had never intended to become a stowaway. She'd simply curled up for a nap among the hydroponic ferns being transported to New Terra, only to wake light years away from her coral-crusted home. The ship's sudden shudder knocked her sideways. Alarms bloomed through the corridors in crimson light, followed by the guttural groan of failing engines. Mira's webbed ears flattened as she scrambled toward the control hub, her bare feet leaving damp prints that evaporated into silver mist. What she found there stole her breath, the pilot's chair occupied by a creature seemingly spun from living shadow, its form rippling like ink dropped in water. 6 amber eyes snapped open simultaneously. "Intruder," hissed the being in galactic common, tendrils of darkness extending toward control panels. "You sabotage navigation systems." Mira backpedaled into a wall of ferns. "I didn't touch anything, I'm just—" Her explanation died as the ship lurched violently. Gravity generators sputtered. Fern fronds, data pads, and loose components rose in a weightless dance. The shadow being, Mira's neural translator, supplied the species name Umbrathi, anchored itself with claw-tipped tendrils while she grabbed a ceiling pipe, her lavender hair fanning out like seagrass in current. Life support failing, the Umbrathi intoned. Amber eyes narrowed. "Your aquatic biology requires humidity. Strategic disadvantage." Mira's throat tightened. You're made of darkness. Bright light probably unravels you." Their 6 eyes dimmed. Accurate. The confrontation hung suspended between them like the drifting ferns. Then the emergency lights flared solar white. The Umbrathi recoiled with a sound like steam meeting flame. Instinct overrode fear. Mira yanked a tarp from storage and threw it over the being, dimming the glare. Silence pooled in the control hub. Slowly, a shadowy limb emerged to tap coordinates into the navigation console. There, the voice rasped, softer now. "Light and star outpost. 3 cycles at current drift." A pause. "You require aqueous environment. Hydroponic bay's water reclamation system can be modified." Mira blinked her nictitating membranes. "You'd help me." "Mutual survival necessitates temporary alliance." The tarp shifted. Designation, Zila. Mira. She hesitated. Your common syntax is flawless. My clutch siblings called me pedantic. Though the Umbrath's face held no recognizable features, something in the light refraction suggested amusement. Thus began their delicate dance of survival. Zila taught Mira to patch leaking coolant lines using resin from her medicinal ferns. Mira discovered that filtered starlight sustained Zila better than ship's lamps, and realigned the viewports accordingly. They developed a rhythm. Mira's days spent singing water shanties to bolster plant growth, vital for oxygen. Zila's nights charting courses through asteroid fields while humming harmonic frequencies that stabilized the engines. On the second cycle, disaster struck. Radiation from a passing pulsar overloaded the shields. Zila crumpled mid-corridor, shadow substance scattering like dropped mercury. Mira dragged the tarp-wrapped bundle to the hydroponic bay, where she jury-rigged a misting system with nutrient sprayers. Foolish, Zila crackled, form barely cohesive. Your water reserves are replenished daily by transpiration. Mira adjusted the nozzle with trembling hands. My people believe all life flows from the same deep springs. The Umbrath's edges gradually solidified. Your singing, it creates resonance patterns in the ferns. They grow 18.3% faster. Mira's freckles shimmered gold, embarrassment. Old Thalassinian lullabies, the spores respond to. Vibrational encouragement. Yes. Zila extended a tendril to brush a glowing fern. We Umbrathi communicate through pressure waves in dark matter. Similar principle. A constellation of understanding blossomed between them. That night, Zila demonstrated by plucking harmonics from the ship's hull vibrations, creating a melody that made the stars themselves seem to hum. Mira answered with a descant passed down from her pearl diver ancestors. The hydroponic garden erupted in bioluminescent blooms. By the third cycle, their collaboration had transformed the derelict ship. Ferns now twined through conduits, purifying air beyond spec. Zila's navigational calculations incorporated Mira's observations of phototropic responses to guide them safely around solar flares. When the final approach to Light and Star Outpost arrived, they stood together at the observation deck, Mira in her homemade humidity suit, Zila draped in a coolant-soaked tarp, watching the station's rotating rings grow larger. The rescue team will separate us, Zila stated, tendrils flickering with uncharacteristic uncertainty. Thalassinians avoid shadow spaces, Umbrathi drown in aquatic environments. Mira touched the glass where their reflections overlapped, rippling darkness and shimmering scales. They don't understand symbiosis, the way ferns filter toxins while shadows protect roots from scorching light. She turned, freckles blazing sapphire determination. We'll show them, teach them. Zila's form bloomed intricate patterns, Umbrathi surprise. Your proposal carries 73.6% risk of failure, but 100% worth trying. Mira grinned, teeth like mother of pearl. Besides, who else will help me test aquatic dark matter cultivation? The amber eyes softened. This would be acceptable. When the airlock hissed open, the rescue team found them side by side, a symphony of contradictions explaining their makeshift ecosystem with finishing each other's sentences. Though the path ahead rippled with challenges, both knew the deepest truth kindled during their starlit odyssey. That friendship, like stardust, often forms in the most unexpected pressures, glowing brightest where differences intersect. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where trees stood as tall as castle spires and roots wove secret pathways beneath the moss, there existed a realm where maple keys turned into tiny parachutes at dawn and stones hummed lullabies when the moon rose. Here, autumn arrived not with a single gust, but with the soft unfurling of amber light through the canopy, painting ferns in copper and coaxing spiders to spin silk bridges between branches. It was in this season of transformation that a young hedgehog named Bramble first noticed the trembling in the earth, a faint, irregular pulse beneath her paws as she gathered hickory nuts near Foxglove Hollow. The air smelled of impending frost and overripe blackberries, but something else lingered, a metallic tang like lightning about to strike. Bramble's spines tingled as she watched a cluster of crimson leaves wither mid-fall, crumbling to ash before touching the ground. Even the stream seemed uneasy, its usual babble reduced to nervous whispers as it slipped over pebbles. That evening, as fireflies etched golden scribbles in the twilight, she sought the counsel of Thistleback, an ancient box turtle whose moss-dappled shell bore maps of forgotten storms. "The Heartstone dims," Thistleback murmured, his voice the rasp of wind through reeds. He nodded toward the northern ridge, where the oldest oak in the forest cradled a crystalline orb in its roots, a relic woven from starlight and sap, keeper of the wood's rhythms. When its glow falters, the seasons lose their footing. Autumn arrives too hungry, winter grows teeth instead of feathers. Bramble's nose twitched. But how do we mend it? "Seek the ones who remember," he said, tucking his head into his shell in a way that meant listen, don't speak. "The willow who drinks moonlight, the fox who runs with the north wind, the moth who danced in the first dawn. Gather what they offer and carry it to the Heartstone before the moon hollows completely." The journey began at Silvershade Pond, where mist curled like phantom koi over the water. Bramble found the moon-drunk willow at its center, her branches trailing through the shallows. "A long time ago," the willow sighed, her leaves chiming like glass chimes, "the forest and sky were lovers who shared everything. But the sky grew jealous of the earth's treasures, and the rain turned cold. A single silver leaf drifted down, its veins shimmering with liquid light. This holds the memory of their first reconciliation. Guard it well." Next came the fields of amber grain, where stalks bowed under the weight of their own gold. Here Bramble met Sorrel, a russet fox whose paws barely brushed the ground as she ran. Together they outran a storm that crackled with unnatural heat, summer's ghost thrashing against autumn's tide. "Take this," Sorrel panted, plucking a whisker from her cheek. It twisted into a spiral of warm air, humming with the song of migratory birds. The wind trusts those who move with it, not against. Deeper into the woods, where shadows pooled like spilled ink, Lumen the moth awaited them. Her wings, etched with patterns older than the mountains, cast pools of bioluminescence on the forest floor. "The Heartstone's illness is a mirror," she whispered, leading them through a grove of mushrooms that pulsed like tiny hearts. "What the forest gives, it must also receive." From her antennae she gifted a dewdrop cradling a spark of primordial dawn, a fragile, glowing thing that warmed Bramble's paws as she carried it. The final ascent to the oak was a tapestry of challenges. Thickets of bramble, the plant, not the hedgehog, lashed out with spiteful thorns, but Sorrel's wind whisper gentled their rage. A river, frozen too early into jagged teeth, threatened to swallow them whole, until the willow's leaf melted a path, its silver glow coaxing the ice to weep into compliance. When a fog thicker than wolf's fur blinded them, Lumen's wings became lanterns, painting the mist in hues of pearl and honey. At last they reached the Heartstone. But the crystal was no longer the vibrant emerald Bramble remembered. It had dulled to the color of stagnant water, its surface webbed with cracks. Trembling, she arranged the gifts around it, the leaf against its eastern face, the spiral of wind at the west, the dewdrop above, and Thistleback's final contribution, a single tear shed for forests long lost, placed below. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, as the moon swelled to fullness overhead, the dewdrop dissolved into liquid sunlight. It seeped into the cracks, followed by the wind spiral's breath and the leaf's argent glow. The Heartstone shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that set the oak's roots trembling. Across the woods, maples blushed scarlet in unison. Acorns rained down in joyful applause. The stream laughed again, its voice clear as bell metal. Dawn found them weary but radiant, gathered at Thistleback's sun-warmed rock. The old turtle surveyed the forest, the frost now delicate as lace instead of cruel as knives, the air sweet with decaying leaves and hope. Balance isn't a thing to hold, he mused, watching a spider mend her web with threads of gilded silk. It's a dance. Sometimes you lead, sometimes you follow. Bramble nodded, her paws still buzzing with the heartstone's restored song. She thought of the willow's sorrow, the fox's trust, the moth's quiet wisdom. And sometimes, she added, smiling as a ladybug settled on her snout, you dance together. Years later, when Bramble's own spines had silvered, and a new young hedgehog quivered at the first unnatural frost, she would repeat Thistleback's words. She'd show the sapling how to listen to the earth's pulse, how to read the stories in lichen and raindrops. And when the time came, she'd watch them trek northward with a firefly's glow cupped in their paws, ready to mend what the world unraveled. For in the Whispering Woods the dance never truly ended. It only changed partners, season by season, heartbeat by heartbeat, under the watchful gaze of stars that remembered every step. Story 21. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where maple leaves turned to stained glass in the autumn sun and snowflakes hung suspended like crystal charms in winter, there existed a glade known only to its ancient guardians. Here, beneath roots woven thicker than castle walls, a community of creatures moved through dappled sunlight with purpose etched into their pawprints and wingbeats. Their world hummed with the old magic, the kind spun from falling acorns and spiderweb dewdrops, sustained by every breath of harmony between leaf and lung. Young Juniper the hedgehog discovered the first sign of imbalance on a morning that tasted of burnt honey. Her quills tingled as she trundled past the moonwillow, its silver bark marred by charcoal streaks weeping black tears. Grandmother Spruce, she called, her nose twitching at the acrid scent clinging to bluebell petals. The weeping sappets returned. From the hollow of an ancient cedar emerged a great horned owl, her feathers the color of storm clouds and wisdom. So the third warning comes, she hooted softly, amber eyes reflecting Juniper's quivering form. The evergreen pool darkens before its time. Gather the council. By twilight, 13 elders convened at the stone circle, where lichen patterns told older stories than stars. Fireflies wove constellations above their heads, as Tansy the badger pressed a weathered paw against the central monolith. The pool's waters clouded at midsummer, she rumbled, voice echoing through the gathering dusk. Berries ripened crimson in spring showers, foxes began nesting under hunters' moons. The great wheel turns too swiftly. A murmur swept through the assembly like wind through barley. Bramble, a red fox whose coat still held sunset's brilliance despite his age, lashed his tail. The human paths creep closer. Their metal vines choke the eastern streams. Can this poison be their doing? No, whispered Mossfoot the hare, ears flattening. This illness comes from within. The heart tree's roots grow silent. All eyes turned toward the northern ridge, where the sentinel oak had stood since the first sunrise. Through the gathering dark, its silhouette seemed diminished, branches clutching at the sky like skeletal fingers. Juniper's tiny heart quickened as Grandmother Spruce's talons closed gently around her quills. Child of summer, the owl intoned, you who still hear the song beneath the soil must journey where elders cannot. Seek the 4 guardians of the turning world. Bring their blessings to the heart tree before the frost moon wanes. Dawn found Juniper packing hazelnut cakes and dandelion cordial into a burdock pouch, her nose twitching at the tang of impending snow. She nearly jumped from her spines when a voice purred from the hawthorn hedge, planning adventures without your shadow, little twiglet. Sorrel the cat emerged, her calico fur dusted with frost crystals that shimmered like crushed diamonds. Though no elder would admit it, the wayward feline's knack for finding lost things had saved the glade more than once. "The pool's sickness sings in my dreams," she confessed, tail flicking. "I'll brave the ice wraiths if you share those hazelnut cakes." Their path wound through a landscape breathing between seasons. Frost ferns blossomed across oak leaves still green with summer's memory, while snowdrops pushed through soil warm enough for fireflies. At the brook of echoing footsteps, where water mirrored skies from other times, a figure materialized from mist, a young stag crowned, with antlers holding tiny ecosystems of moss and nesting wrens. Riverkeeper Juniper bowed as the water spirit's hooves rippled the surface without breaking it. "We seek." The spring maiden's breath, the stag finished, voice like pebbles in a current. "But autumn clings too tightly here." He nodded to the opposite bank, where maple leaves burned crimson against snowdrifts. "Cross through winter's domain and mind the hungry shadows." The bridge of ice sang beneath their paws, its melody shifting from wind chimes to thunder as winter's grip tightened. Sorrel's fur stood on end. "They're watching," she hissed. Juniper felt them too, the press of ancient cold in the spaces between trees, the ache of permafrost creeping into marrow. When the shadow wolves came, they came as blizzards given form, eyes like crevices, pelts swirling with forgotten storms. Juniper rolled into a quilled ball as Sorrel's defiant yowl split the air. "Run, twiglet, to the grove." Ice crystals cut Juniper's nose as she tumbled downhill, the wolves' howls shaking snow from pines. She burst into a circular clearing where 6 seasons danced simultaneously. Cherry blossoms fell through autumn mist as a sapling grew and withered in the space of a heartbeat. At the center stood 4 stone pedestals, each holding a relic pulsing with elemental light. "Child of balance," came a chorus of voices. Juniper blinked snow from her lashes to see the seasonal guardians, a mole robed in fallow earth, a kingfisher sheathed in river ice, a salamander flickering with harvest flames, and a moth whose wings held entire meadows. "The heart tree starves," the mole intoned. "You must restore what was divided." Sorrel's triumphant yowl pierced the grove as she bounded in, a shadow wolf's frost clinging to her whiskers. "Distract them with this," she panted, dropping a glowing moonstone stolen from the pack leader. The guardians nodded approval as the stone's light merged with the relics, weaving a bridge of rainbows across the grove. Beneath the sentinel oak's failing branches, Juniper placed her offerings, a maple seed from spring's first blush, summer's golden honeycomb, autumn's lightning-scorched acorn, and winter's starlit icicle. Sorrel added the moonstone with a flourish. For balance, the cat winked. As the relics sank into the roots, the earth sighed. New shoots spiraled up the oak's trunk, leaves unfurling in every seasonal hue. The evergreen pool's waters cleared, reflecting not the present sky, but a mosaic of skies past and future. Grandmother Spruce alighted beside them, her feathers brushing the rejuvenated bark. The old stories warned of this, she mused. When seasons bleed together, the land forgets how to breathe. Juniper watched fireflies emerge, not the pale green of summer, but the icy blue of deepest winter. "But why choose me? I'm just—" "A thread in the great weave," Bramble interrupted, appearing with tansy and mossfoot. "The young hear rhythms elders have forgotten. Today, the forest remembered how to listen." That night, as the first true snow blanketed the glade in crystalline silence, Juniper curled in her burrow, watching frost patterns bloom across the ceiling. Somewhere above, Sorrel's purr rumbled through the roots as the cat guarded her rest. The hedgehog's last waking thought tasted of elderberry tea and starlight, that perhaps harmony wasn't a perfect stillness, but a dance of endless adjustments, each creature's step vital to the music. And in the stone circle where 13 elders kept vigil, the monolith hummed a lullaby older than time. Seasons settled into their proper courses, but the whispering woods would never again dismiss the shiver of a hedgehog's spine or the flick of a curious cat's tail. For in the spaces between shadow and ice, between root and sky, between memory and tomorrow, there now grew a new kind of magic, one that remembered to listen. Story 22. In the heart of the amberwood, where maple leaves whispered secrets to the passing winds and moonbeams pooled like liquid silver between ancient roots, there existed a glade known only to those who walked on more than two legs. Here the earth hummed with an old song the kind felt in paw pads and wingtips rather than heard a melody spun from falling acorns, bubbling springs, and the soft creak of trees bending to share stories. It was in this place, as autumn's amber breath turned the world to stained glass, that a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered the first crack in the world's balance. Thistle noticed it while gathering moonberries beneath the great sentinel, an oak whose trunk bore the weathered grooves of 8 centuries. The berries had ripened too early, their usual frost-sweetened tartness replaced by a cloying warmth that stuck to his quills. Then came the scent, or rather, the absence of one. The crisp parchment smell of impending frost, which should have laced the air as the constellation of the sleeping hare rose higher each night, had been replaced by the damp wool aroma of endless autumn. That evening, as fireflies painted gold trails through the violet dusk, Thistle approached the elder tree where Madam Willow, a snow-furred squirrel with one milky eye that saw beyond the veil, kept vigil. Her dray nestled in the crook of a birch tree that glowed faintly blue, its bark etched with runes only the rain could raid. "Little needlepaws," she chittered, sorting starseed pods that chimed like glass bells, "you felt the world's shiver." Her good eye reflected the fireflies in double, creating constellations within constellations. The silver pool forgets its dreams, the guardian tires. Thistle's nose twitched. Every creature knew of the silver pool, not a place, but a being, the liquid heart of the forest where seasons were born. Its guardian, Elder Moss, was as much a part of the amberwood as the bedrock itself, a tortoise whose shell bore carvings of every spring thaw since time's first stirrings. If he was failing, Madam Willow placed a withered paw on Thistle's head. "3 companions you must gather, flame that flies without burning, roots that walk without soil, and eyes that see the wind's path. Together, find where the weeping stone drinks moonlight." The journey began at first light, with Thistle's quills dusted in dewdrop crystals. His first companion revealed herself in the hour of honeyed light, when sunbeams fell slantwise through the trees. A flame-colored fox, no smaller, a maple seed, no glowing. Lira, a firefly whose lantern burned not with common phosphorescence but with captured starlight, hovered before him. Her wings hummed the same note as Madam Willow's starseed pods. "Illuminate the forgotten paths," Lila buzzed, settling between Thistle's ears like a living ember. "The wind remembers what the earth forgets." They found the second companion at the Mossbone River, where water ran so clear it showed fish skeletons from a century past dancing beneath the current. Here, beneath a bridge of intertwined rhododendrons, sat Bramble, a rabbit whose fur changed with the seasons, now wearing autumn's russet and gold. His left ear bore a notch from outwitting a hungry owl, and his paws were stained blue from gathering midnight berries. "You seek balance," Bramble said without turning, his nose testing air that carried the metallic tang of approaching change. "The roots whisper of stone sickness. I know where the earth's tears fall." The third companion found them as twilight painted the forest in violet and umber. Luna, a barn owl whose feathers held the pattern of storm clouds, landed soundlessly on a birch branch. Her eyes, twin moons, saw the invisible currents that guided migrating butterflies and carried dandelion wishes. "The weeping stone lies north," Luna hooted, "where the pines grow sideways and shadows pool like spilled ink. But mind the hollows, they hunger for warmth." Their path wound through groves where mushrooms glowed with foxfire, past granite formations that hummed when moonlight struck them, and over streams where fish leaped to catch fireflies and were forever preserved in amber droplets. The air grew thicker, the autumn scent now cloying as overripe fruit. Thistle noticed unnatural things, a spiderweb spanning 2 trees, its geometric perfection marred by a single gaping hole, a family of shrews moving in perfect synchronization, their eyes glassy, maple leaves falling upward to collect in amber clouds beneath the canopy. When they reached the weeping stone, a monolith veined with quartz that pulsed like a slow heartbeat, the wrongness struck them like physical blows. The stone, which should have been weeping clear water that smelled of snowmint, oozed a viscous silver fluid that reeked of burnt sugar. Around it the ground was littered with the bodies of dormant creatures, butterflies mid-metamorphosis, frogs frozen in half-leaps, a wolf pup curled as if sleeping but with no breath stirring its fur. At the stone's base, half submerged in the silver sludge, lay elder moss. The great tortoise's shell, usually a living mosaic of moss and lichen, had turned the dull gray of dead coral. His eyes, when they fluttered open, held the dim glow of fading coals. Threads unravel, his voice rumbled like distant thunder. The loom weakens, too many winters born. Lila's light dimmed. His life force is tied to the pool's cycles. Their eternal dance exhausts him. Bramble pawed at the corrupted sludge. This isn't just stagnation, something feeds on their imbalance. See how the ooze avoids moonlight. Luna's head rotated nearly full circle. There. Her wingtip pointed to a shadow that moved contrary to the others, a darkness shaped like a clawed hand, creeping toward the dormant wolf pup. Thistle's quills bristled. Hollows, they feast on stalled time. The battle was fought without teeth or claws. Lila's light drove back the creeping shadows, her starlight burning them like acid. Bramble dug channels in the earth, redirecting the silver ooze into moonlit patches where it hissed and dissolved. Luna guided Thistle's paws as he scrubbed the weeping stone with bundles of frost fern, their icy leaves sizzling against the corruption. As the last shadow dissipated with a sound like tearing silk, Elder Moss lifted his head. The pattern must be rewoven. Understanding bloomed in Thistle's chest like the first crocus through snow. From his satchel he withdrew items gathered on their journey, a spiral shell that held the ocean's memory, an acorn cap brimming with dawn dew, a swallow's feather molted mid-migration. These he placed around the stone as Luna directed moonlight with her wings. Bramble aligned them with Earth's ley lines, and Lila fused them together with captured starlight. The forest held its breath. Then a sound like 1,000 cobwebs tearing. The weeping stone shuddered. Clear water burst forth, carrying away the silver sludge. Elder Moss's shell bloomed with fresh moss, his eyes regaining their jade brilliance. Around them dormant creatures stirred, the wolf pup sneezed. Butterflies completed their transformations in shimmering bursts. Frogs landed their leaps with triumphant croaks. But Thistle noticed the true change in the air, that crisp, ineffable scent of frost waiting just beyond the horizon. The promise of winter's quilting snow, of spring's eventual return. Balance is not a stillness, Elder Moss intoned as the first true snowflakes kissed his renewed shell, but the art of falling forward. Remember this when your time comes to tend the loom. As the companions returned homeward, the forest sang its gratitude. Birch leaves tinkled like wind chimes, otters slid down mudbanks in synchronized joy, and the great sentinel shed a single acorn that rolled to Thistle's paws, its surface etched with markings of the journey. That night, as the year's first frost painted the amberwood in diamond dust, creatures gathered beneath the elder tree. Madame Willow smiled as Thistle placed the marked acorn in her paw. "So begins a new legend," she murmured, tossing the acorn into the starseed pile where it chimed a perfect C-sharp. "Sleep now, little needle paws, the loom rests for a time." And as the fireflies dimmed their lanterns, as the wind tucked itself into the hollows of trees, The forest dreamed not of endless autumn or perpetual spring, but of the beautiful stumble dance between. Somewhere the silver pool rippled with the promise of snowball fights and icicle symphonies, while beneath the earth, seeds turned in their sleep like children pulling up blankets. All was as it should be, for now. Story 23. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a girl named Lila whose pockets were always full of curious things. A smooth pebble from the mill pond, a feather brushed with owl's down softness, a thimble borrowed from the crescent moon. But the most remarkable thing she ever found appeared one amberlit evening, when the last rays of sun gilded the path through the elderwood. There, beneath roots tangled like old knitting, glimmered a teapot. It was no ordinary vessel. Its porcelain surface bloomed with hand-painted forget-me-nots, their petals holding dewdrops that never dried. When Lila lifted it, warmth hummed against her palms, as though it had been waiting by a hearth only she could see. "Well," she whispered, tracing a cobalt spiral on the handle, "you've certainly got stories to tell." The teapot answered that very night. As Lila set it near her windowsill, moonlight pooled in its belly, and steam began to curl, not in wisps but in shapes. A flickering cottage with a mossy roof. A pair of hands planting tulip bulbs. A laugh that smelled like rain on time. Lila leaned closer, heart a drumbeat in her throat, and glimpsed a face in the vapor, a man with eyes like willow bark, kind and weathered. Then the steam dissolved, leaving the scent of chamomile and a question hanging in the air. The next morning, Lila sought answers at the village snoogist cottage, where Nana Willow stirred remedies in copper pots. The old healer listened, her face a map of wrinkles rearranging into a smile. "Ah, the memory kettle," she said. "It belonged to Corwin, the gardener who tended the elderwood's heart flower. When he vanished decades ago, the wood grew heavy. Dreams soured, apples ripened bitter." She pressed a jar of clover honey into Lila's hands. "The kettle shows what's been lost, but to mend what's broken, you'll need to walk deeper than roots." Lila's journey began with a hedgehog. She nearly tripped over him at the wood's edge, where he tutted over a scroll inked in firefly script. "Thistle," he introduced himself, adjusting tiny spectacles. "Historian of hidden things, you're holding Corwin's talisman, I see. Fascinating. Did you know the heart flower's petals once glowed so bright, moths mistook them for moons?" His knowledge flowed like the brook, swift and sparkling, and soon he was waddling beside her, reciting tales of the elderwood's gentler days. But as they ventured deeper, the air grew thick with unspoken sorrow. Trees bent like mourners, shadows pooled where light dared not linger. Thistle's chatter stilled. "The heart flower's failing," he murmured. "Its roots drink the forest's joy without Corwin." They found the flower in a clearing veiled in perpetual twilight. Its stems slumped, petals ashen, and kneeling beside it was a figure woven from mist and memory, Corwin or the ghost of him. His hands passed through the wilted bloom, scattering silver motes. "I couldn't save her," he whispered, though whether to Lila or the wind she couldn't tell. The frost came too soon. Lila knelt, the teapot warm against her skirt. "Show him," Thistle urged gently. She poured moonlight into the kettle. Steam bloomed, painting the air, Corwin singing to seedlings, Corwin tucking a sparrow's nest safe from storms, Corwin pressing a locket into his wife's hands, the same locket Nana Willow wore at her throat. The ghost inhaled sharply. "Ilara." "She lived," Lila said. "She waits." The words spilled soft as dandelion fluff. "The flower isn't your heart anymore. It's holding you here." Corwin's form flickered. But the frost, the blight. Thistle cleared his throat. Botanical footnote. Heart flowers don't die from cold. They starve when memories turn stagnant. You've been feeding it grief instead of gratitude. understanding dawned in Corwin's eyes. He touched the fading steam portrait of Lira. Let me see her, one last time. Layla opened the honey jar, stirring a golden swirl into the steam. The image shifted, Lira laughing by a sunlit window, Lira knitting scarves for birch saplings, Lira whispering to the kettle before setting it adrift in the brook. She missed you, Leela said, but she didn't stop growing. A tear slid down Corwin's translucent cheek. Where it fell, the heart flower shuddered, ashen petals shedding to reveal new buds beneath. Tell her, he breathed, the garden's still beautiful. As sunlight pierced the clearing, he faded into a breeze that smelled of freshly turned soil. The journey home was lighter. Thistle recited a ballad about persimmon pies, and the brook's song sweetened. At Nana Willow's cottage, the old woman clasped the locket, tears glinting. Thank you, little wanderer, she said, and the teapot purred in Leela's arms, its forget-me-nots glowing faintly. That night, as the village slept, Leela placed the kettle on her windowsill. Steam curled into shapes of all yet to come. A hedgehog napping in a sunbeam, a healer's hands planting tulips, a girl with pockets full of wonders, learning that even endings can water new beginnings. And when she drifted to sleep, the teapot's warmth lingered, a promise that no memory ever truly leaves us. It simply makes room for what grows next. Story 24. The air in the village of Mossgrove always carried the faintest whisper of cinnamon, even when the ovens in the thatched cottages grew cold. It was here, between the rustling arms of ancient willow trees and the perpetual twilight glow of foxfire mushrooms, that a young potter named Lira found herself staring at a lump of clay that refused to be shaped. Her fingers trembled as the material hardened into jagged ridges, mirroring the unease in her chest. For 13 moons now, the ceramics that once flowed from her hands like liquid song had become brittle and misshapen, ever since the day the first silver thread appeared in her chestnut hair. Perhaps the clay remembers your sadness, murmured old Tam, the basket weaver whose beard collected sunflower seeds as he worked. He nodded toward Lira's window box, where her once vibrant moonblooms had curled into tight silver buds that never opened. All growing things move to the same hidden rhythm, even hearts, even clay. Lira brushed flecks of dried earth from her apron, the familiar motion doing nothing to quiet the storm in her chest. Outside the village wellspring, a pool where water bubbled up in colors matching the drinker's mood, swirled in anxious indigo streaks whenever she approached. She'd taken to drawing water at dawn when everyone still slept, filling her rain barrels with lavender-hued calm stolen from others' dreams. The change began on the eve of the Frostmelt Festival, when whispers of thawing streams coaxed hidden things to wake. Lira discovered a hairline crack in her favorite mixing bowl, the one glazed with willow leaves that had survived 100 firings. As she ran her thumb along the fracture, a strange warmth pulsed beneath her skin. The clay shivered, then sang. A melody like wind through barley fields filled the room, notes taking shape as golden light that danced around 7 trembling moonbloom buds on the windowsill. Before her wide eyes, the flowers unfurled petals of living silver, each revealing a tiny face glowing like captured starlight. The flower sprites stretched translucent wings, yawning dawn-pink yawns that smelled of rain-soaked novels and forgotten attics. Little sculptor of seasons chimed the tallest sprite, its voice a cascade of wind chimes. You've been pouring moonlight into clay while your roots ache for sun. The earth knows what you deny. That night, dreams came as vivid as memories. Lira stood in an overgrown garden where ceramic roses bloomed in frozen perfection while living vines withered at their feet. A fox with fur like molten copper brushed against her legs, its 9 tails riding patterns in the soil that vanished before she could decipher them. When she woke, her pillow was scattered with willow leaves that hadn't grown within 3 leagues of Mossgrove in a century. The next morning brought Mara, the village star shepherd who read fortunes in wool clouds. She arrived with a bundle of undyed yarn that shimmered like spider silk. "The night flock spun this during last evening's meteor shower," she said, fingers moving swiftly as she cast a star-knot charm around Leora's wrist. "For when you're ready to listen to what the clay's been trying to tell you." As days melted into weeks, curious visitors bloomed around Leora's cottage like spring crocuses. Thalia, the baker whose laugh made bread rise twice as fast, brought cinnamon knots that rearranged themselves into encouraging messages. Finn, the timid librarian, left books that opened spontaneously to pages about phoenix moths and rivers that flowed uphill. Even the hedgehog that nested under Leora's porch took to leaving half-shelled hazelnuts, arranged in spiral patterns, by her doorstep. The turning point came during the week of the Vale-thaw rains, when the boundary between dreams and waking grew thin. Leora found herself shaping a vase unlike any other, wide and shallow, with ridges that curved like a nautilus shell. As rain drummed its 1,000 fingers against the roof, the flower sprites gathered to hum a harmony that made the air shimmer. Without conscious thought, Leora's hands began sculpting tiny figures around the vase's rim. A fox curled around a teapot, willow leaves caught mid-fall, a hedgehog wearing a crown of acorns. When she lifted her hands, the vessel glowed with inner fire. From its depths rose the scent of petrichor and parchment, then a vision bloomed like ink in water. She saw herself as a sapling wrapped in ceramic bark, artificial petals choking off sunlight. The image shifted to show cracks forming, green shoots breaking through, until what emerged was neither purely tree nor pottery, but something wholly new. "That's your fear, isn't it?" came a voice like roots drinking deep. The copper fox from her dreams sat washing its paws by the kiln. "That changing means losing what you were, but look." It nodded to where her reflection shimmered in the wellspring's waters, hair now streaked like birch bark, eyes holding flecks of the flower sprite's gold. "You've been transforming all along." The following morning, Leora did something that sent whispers through the village square. She placed all her imperfect creations, the cracked bowls, the lopsided mugs, the vase that had started it all, out in the rainstorm. Thalia arrived first, followed by Finn clutching a book of weather ballads, then half the village trailing curious as starlings. Together they watched as the downpour softened edges, moss creeping into fractures to paint the flaws emerald. The flower sprites danced through rivulets, their song coaxing dormant clay to life, until what remained were not broken pieces, but a garden of sculpted earth. Whorls and hollows where rainwater collected like liquid sky, glazed sections catching light to throw prism patterns across watching faces. Old Tam chuckled as his sunflower seeds took root in a crackled planter. "Turns out the clay wasn't the problem. It was waiting for you to grow into your new shape." That evening at the wellspring, Leora didn't bother coming at dawn. The water swirled gold and moss green as she drank, tasting of second chances and dandelion wine. In her hands she cradled a new bowl, deliberately uneven, its rim inked with falling leaves that shifted colors when touched. The fox watched from the trees, nine tails fanning out like autumn on fire. "Not perfect," Leora murmured, tracing a finger along a deliberate flaw in the base. The wellspring's waters rippled. "Perfect is a fossil," came the whisper of 1,000 submerged voices. Living things grow, growing things change. As the first snow of frostmelt dusted the village in sugar-spun white, Leora's cottage became a pilgrimage site. Children came to marvel at ceramic wind chimes that sang in colors, elders to sip tea from cups that warmed hands with remembered summers. The moonbloom window box now overflowed with flowers in every phase, tight buds next to full blooms next to seed pods shaped like tiny stars. And in the center of it all stood a sculpture that changed with the weather, sometimes a tree, sometimes a vessel, always alive with the quiet magic of things allowed to become. On the longest night of the year, when the air smelled of burnt sugar and pine resin, Lira placed her latest creation by the hearth, a teapot shaped like a curled fox, steam curling from its mouth as 9 spout tails poured simultaneously. As the village sang the snow's lullaby outside, she finally understood what the clay had been trying to teach her. Transformation wasn't a single moment of breaking, but 1,000 small yesies whispered to the world. Yes to new shapes, yes to mended cracks, yes to roots that dig deep while branches reach wide. Story 25. In a quiet village nestled between hills that whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a shy clockmaker's apprentice named Theo. His hands, always smudged with oil, could coax even the stubbornest cuckoo clock back to life, but his heart carried a quiet loneliness. Every evening he'd walk home past Mrs. Bramble's curiosity shop, its windows glowing like jars of captured fireflies. It was there, one amber-tinted twilight, that a small brass key fell from a dusty shelf and rolled to his feet with a musical ping. The key was no ordinary thing. Its teeth curled like fern fronds, and when Theo held it to the lamplight, tiny constellations shimmered across its surface. "Ah, the memory key," clucked Mrs. Bramble, adjusting her owl-shaped spectacles. "Opens any lock, they say, even the ones time tries to keep shut." She refused payment, winking as if sharing a secret with the shadows. That night, Theo's fingers itched. The key hummed against his palm as he approached his father's old workshop, long sealed after the accident. The door groaned open to reveal a room frozen in time, gears suspended midair, tools hovering like dragonflies. And there, on the workbench, sat a music box Theo's father had never finished. Its surface was carved with phases of the moon, and where the keyhole should have been gaped an empty, waiting circle. When the brass key slipped into the void, the room exhaled. The music box unfolded like a metal blossom, revealing tiny figures dancing above a star map base. A melody spun into the air, not with notes but with scents, fresh sawdust, lavender soap, his father's peppermint laugh. Theo's eyes prickled as the vision crystallized, a man with oil-smudged hands just like his, whispering to the unfinished box for Theo's 10th birthday, to hold all his adventures. But the memory fractured as the key stuck fast. From the whirring mechanism rose a small silver owl, gears clicking in its chest. "Broken memories can't be forced," it hooted, tilting its head. "You'll need the Clockwork Chronicle, the book that mends what time unravels." Its wing pointed westward, where mountains bit the sky. Thus began Theo's journey, the key warm against his chest. In the fern-crowded valley beyond town, he met a most peculiar guide, a walking willow branch named Wisp, whose leaves turned like pages in a book. "Storms brewing in your heart, clock," Wisp rustled, tapping Theo's chest with a twig. "The Chronicle's guarded by the Ticker-Talk tribe, but they'll test your mettle. Remember, broken things aren't less, they're stories waiting for new words." For 3 days and 3 nights they traveled. Wisp taught Theo to read the language of lichen and interpret the gossip of river stones. They sheltered in abandoned badger sets where glowworms painted constellations on the walls and dined on blackberries that burst like fireworks. When the mountains loomed close, Wisp's bark grew somber. "The tribe values cleverness over courage. Listen with your elbows." The Ticker-Talk tribe's village was a symphony of moving parts, houses that walked on chicken legs, bridges made of knitting needles, and a mayor whose beard contained an entire pendulum clock. "Prove your worth," the mayor boomed, pointing to a colossal timepiece eating the mountain path. "Fix the sundered clock without tools or time." Theo approached the shattered clock, its guts spilling springs. His fingers remembered his father's lessons. Clocks are hearts made of metal. Listen to their beats, but the mayor chuckled darkly. "It's not broken, it's changed. Make it sing anew." Theo paused. The owl's words echoed, "Broken things aren't less." He studied the scattered gears, not as pieces missing a hole, but as possibilities. With careful hands, he reassembled them into a windmill, its sails catching the mountain breeze to play a tune like rain on tin roofs. The tribe erupted in applause made of clicking crickets and chiming pocket watches. The clockwork chronicle lay in a grove where trees grew hourglass-shaped fruits. Its pages were blank until Theo pressed the music box to the cover. Words bloomed like ink in water. To repair a memory, builded a new home. Back in the frozen workshop, Theo worked as moonlight pooled on the bench. He let the fractured memory of his father flow into the music box, then wove new parts from his own recollections, the smell of misses, Bramble's gingerbread, Wisp's leaf song, the tribe's chiming laughter. When he turned the key, the box played a dual melody, past and present dancing together. The silver owl perched on his shoulder. You didn't fix it, it observed. No, Theo smiled, watching the figures waltz, a man and a boy, separated by years, united by love's craftsmanship. I gave it room to grow. Word spread of the clockmaker who mended memories. Villagers brought heirlooms heavy with joy and sorrow, a baker's burnt first loaf, a widow's silent wedding band. Theo learned to weave their stories into new creations, always leaving space for what might yet be. On quiet evenings you'll find him at Mrs. Bramble's shop, sipping cinnamon cocoa as the old woman chuckles. Never did tell you the key's secret, did I? It only works for those ready to stop clinging and start creating. Theo just smiles, listening to the music box play its endless, evolving song. Outside, willow branches tap at the window, sharing secrets with a boy who learned that every ending is a hidden beginning, and that the truest magic grows in the spaces between what was and what could be. Story 26. In the quiet village of Heartglow, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy question marks and cobblestone paths remembered every footstep, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Lira, whose hands were always speckled with charcoal from sketching the world around her. Her most treasured possession was a chipped teacup she'd found years ago in the attic, its porcelain painted with forget-me-nots that seemed to shiver in the candlelight. But it wasn't until the first frost of winter, when the village wells began whispering secrets and the hearth fires burned blue, that Lira discovered the cup's true magic. One evening, as she traced the rim absent-mindedly, her finger caught on a hidden groove. With a click, the cup's bottom slid open, revealing a tiny compartment holding a single dried leaf shaped like a crescent moon. The moment Lira placed it on her tongue, the world bloomed. Colors deepened to jewel-toned richness, the creak of the floorboards became a language, and there, hovering by the window, floated a shimmering creature no taller than her thumb, its wings like stained glass and eyes like molten amber. Took you long enough, it hummed, voice a blend of honey and wind chimes. I'm Fern, keeper of the moon cup, and you've just eaten the last waking leaf in existence, so congratulations. Thus began Lira's understanding that Heartglow sat upon a crossroads of hidden worlds. The teacup, Fern explained, was one of 12 artifacts scattered long ago by the Weeping Queen when her grief over a lost kingdom threatened to drown the realms. Now the balance between the seen and unseen was fraying, hence the talking wells and spectral livestock. To mend it, they'd need to find the other artifacts before the next lunar eclipse. Their first ally arrived in the form of Orlin, a badger with a penchant for philosophy and a cloak made of woven moss. He'd been following the itch in the air, his words, that magical disturbances left in their wake. The threadleaf loom lies in the belly of the singing caves, he rumbled, sniffing the now glowing forget-me-nots on Lira's cup. But the caves won't speak to those who rush. You'll need to learn the slowness of stone. The journey unfurled like a tapestry. They trekked through valleys where trees grew upside down, roots cradling starlight, and crossed rivers that flowed with liquid shadow, until Fern's wings lit the way like tiny lanterns. Lira's fingers itched to draw everything, the frost patterns that rearranged themselves into maps, the owl-eyed mushrooms that blinked as they passed, but Orlin insisted true understanding came from stillness. "Sketches capture moments," he said, "but patience captures meaning." In the singing caves they found the loom, a spindle of iridescent thread humming with the memories of every garment it had ever woven. Yet as Lila reached for it, the cave's melody sharpened. The walls shuddered, sending down a rain of pebbles. "It thinks we're thieves," Fern cried, darting between falling stones. Lila closed her eyes, remembering Orlin's lesson. She sat cross-legged on the cold floor, ignoring Fern's frantic buzzing, and began to hum a lullaby her mother used to sing while kneading dough. Slowly the cave's song softened, harmonizing with hers. When she opened her eyes, the loom lay in her lap, threads pulsing gently. "You listened," Orlin murmured, impressed. "Most folk only ever hear themselves." The next artifact, the clock of breathless hours, proved trickier. It resided in the pocket of a giant named Thaddeus, who napped atop the Cloudspine Mountains and sneezed avalanches when annoyed. Fern quivered at the mere mention of him. "He'll swat us like gnats." But Lila noticed details others missed: the careful way Thaddeus mended his patchwork coat, the lullabies he mumbled through snores. "He's lonely," she realized. Using the threadleaf loom, she wove a blanket from cloud fluff and dandelion silk, embroidering it with scenes of friendly giants from tales she'd loved as a child. They laid it over him as he slept. When Thaddeus awoke, his thunderous voice trembled. "No one's given me a gift since the mountains were young." He placed the clock, a tiny hourglass filled with swirling stardust, into Lila's palm without hesitation. "Kindness ticks louder than time," he said, and gifted them a bristle from his beard that became a bridge across the next chasm. As weeks passed, the trio grew. There was Wynn, a river spirit who'd forgotten her name until Lila rediscovered it etched in an oak tree's rings. Gully, a sentient fog who communicated through scent, rain-soaked wool, burnt sugar, courage, and even a quarrelsome pair of compass needles named North and South who eventually fell in love and pointed only toward each other. The final test came at the Eclipse Grove, where the Weeping Queen's ghostly form hovered above the last artifact, the crown of unspoken truths. Her tears had carved canyons into the earth below. "All is lost," she wailed, voice cracking the air like lightning. "My kingdom, my light, my joy." Lila stepped forward, artifacts glowing in her satchel. But instead of presenting them, she did something unexpected. She sat down and began to sketch the queen. Not as a specter of sorrow, but as she might have been, crowning braids woven with fireflies, laugh lines crinkling her eyes, hands cradling a seedling instead of clutching empty air. She slid the drawing into the crown's band. The queen froze. Her translucent fingers brushed the page. I'd forgotten there were gardens, and a little dog who stole my slippers. Her form solidified, grief melting into memory. "You can't rebuild a kingdom with relics," she whispered. "Only with what grows anew." With a sigh that smelled of spring soil, she faded, leaving the crown in Lila's care. Returning home, Lila feared Hearthwick might feel smaller after such adventures. But as she placed the 12 artifacts around the village square, they dissolved into the earth, becoming part of the cobblestones, the well water, the very air. That night every hearth fire burned in rainbow hues, and no one spoke of it the next morning, not because they didn't notice, but because some magic needs no explanation. Years later, travelers would remark on the peculiar warmth of Hearthwick's light, the way lost things found their way there, and the girl with charcoal-smudged hands who could mend cracks in pottery, and hearts with a touch. Lila kept the mooncup on her windowsill, where Fern napped in a thimble-sized hammock, and often joined Orlin for twilight debates about whether stars were pinpricks in the sky or seeds waiting to be planted. The true magic, though, lived in the quiet moments. A baker remembering to add cinnamon to a grieving widow's loaf, children leaving pebble offerings for the talking well, the way every villager now paused to listen when the wind carried a strange melody. For in learning to heal a broken kingdom, they'd discovered how to tend the fragile wonderrealm of their own ordinary days. And if sometimes, on the edge of sleep, Lila still tasted the faint sweetness of the waking leaf, well, that was a secret best kept between friends and the moon and the soft hush of a story settling into its happy end. Story 27. The Whispering Music Box. In a village hugged by misty blue mountains, where chimney smoke curled like cat's tails and apple orchards hummed with bees, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes the color of storm clouds and a laugh that made milkweed pods burst into flight. She spent her days tending her grandmother's garden, where sunflowers leaned close to share secrets and earthworms wore top hats of soil. But her favorite place was the cobweb-kissed attic, a kingdom of dust motes dancing in slanting sunlight, where she discovered a curious object one rain-drummed afternoon, a music box carved from wood that smelled of forgotten forests. Its surface swirled with patterns of vines and creatures, foxes waltzing with fireflies, otters balancing starlight on their noses, an owl whose feathered crown held entire constellations. When Lila wound the tiny brass key, a melody spilled out, not the tinny chimes of ordinary music boxes, but a sound like creek water laughing over stones, mixed with the sigh of wind through barley fields. And then, impossibly, the attic walls dissolved like sugar in tea. Lila found herself standing in a twilight grove where trees wore bark like silver thread and mushrooms glowed with inner fire. The air tasted of elderflower and possibility. Before her stood a fox, not red but dappled gold and sage, with eyes like liquid amber. He bowed, one ear twitching. "Well met, song-bearer. I've waited 300 springs for you." "Me." Lila clutched the music box, its song now weaving through the grove. The fox's tail swept the air, scattering light that hung like dewdrops. "This is the gloaming, a world spun from memories the earth can't bear to lose, but our heart tree weakens." His voice roughened. "Blackthorn vines choke its roots, and the moon pool's water grows bitter. You've come to mend what's broken." Thus began their journey through valleys where rivers ran upside down, their currents full of floating maple keys and children's lost teeth. They slept in hollow trees lined with spider silk quilts, dined on blackberry tarts served by thrushes in waistcoats, and followed roads made from braided sunlight. The music box's song opened hidden paths, a staircase in a waterfall, a tunnel through a mountain's heartbeat, a bridge woven from dandelion wishes. But shadows dogged their steps. The blackthorn vines crept closer each night, thorns dripping with a hunger that made Lila's bones ache. In the abandoned badger city of Thornmire, they found walls scarred by claw marks and a single surviving resident, a mole named Pippet whose whiskers trembled as he whispered, "The hollowing comes. It feeds on fear, grows strong in lonely places." Lila's hands shook as she wound the music box. Its song faltered, one note cracking like thin ice. The fox nuzzled her wrist. "Courage isn't the absence of fear, little song-bearer. It's the choice to sing anyway." They pressed onward, gathering allies, a heron who painted dreams with her beak, a hedgehog midwife who delivered raindrops to clouds, a band of sparrows stitching torn skies with needle beak and spider thread. In the weeping gorge where echoes of lost songs lingered, Lila faced the hollowing, a shapeless dark that mirrored her deepest dread, being too small, too ordinary to matter. The music box fell silent. But then Pippet thumped his paw in a rhythm older than mountains. The heron swept her wings, scattering dream paint that became 1,000 fireflies. And Lila, remembering her grandmother's voice singing lullabies as they planted seeds, began to hum. Not perfect notes, but honest ones, crooked as carrot roots, sweet as wild strawberries. The music box answered, its song swelling into a chorus of everything tender and unbreakable. First steps, held hands, stories whispered under shared blankets. The hollowing shrieked, unraveling into mist. Where it vanished, moonflowers bloomed soft as apologies. At the heart tree, an oak with leaves like stained glass, Lila placed the music box in a cradle of roots. Sap like liquid topaz welled up, sealing cracks in the world. The fox brushed his tail against her cheek. You've mended more than you know. Dawn painted the gloaming in apricot light as Lila returned home, the music box now silent but warm in her hands. That night, as crickets sang outside her window, she noticed new carvings on the box, a girl and fox dancing, surrounded by creatures large and small. And though the music never played again, the attic now smelled of distant rain on wild sage, and her dreams were full of gentle laughter. Years later, when white threaded Lila's hair and her own grandchildren begged for stories, she'd smile and say, "The world keeps its magic in unexpected places, in kindnesses given, in fears faced together, in the quiet moments where we choose to hope." And sometimes, just before sleep took them, the children swore they heard a faint melody, like creek water laughing, like wind through barley fields, and felt the softest brush of a golden tail. Story 28. In the quiet village of Wicker Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a girl named Lila, whose loneliness hung about her like a slightly too large coat. Her parents, traveling botanists, were always away mapping rare ferns, leaving her in the care of a grandmother who spoke more in quilt patterns than words. It was in the dustier corner of grandmother's attic, while searching for spare buttons, that Lila discovered the teapot. It was unassuming at first glance, ceramic the color of oatmeal, its surface hairline cracked like an old smile. But when Lila brushed her thumb over the chip in its spout, the room filled with the scent of rain-soaked apricots, and a warm golden light pulsed within its belly. The teapot, as it turned out, didn't brew tea. It brewed memories. Not one's own memories, mind you, but the secret ones that objects hoard. The whispered confession a coat button overheard at a winter ball, the lullaby a rocking chair hummed to 3 generations of infants, the grumble of a doorknob who'd grown tired of being turned. When Lila poured the shimmering liquid from the teapot into grandmother's thimble, the only cup small enough, she found herself standing in a sunlit memory of the village square, watching her mother as a girl trade a marble for a spool of copper thread. The thimble emptied, the memory dissolved. Lila's heart squeezed like a fist around a firefly. That night, as owls discussed the weather in hoots and trills, Layla smuggled the teapot to her bedroom. She filled it not with water, but with things she hoped might conjure memories of her parents, a pressed maple leaf from their last letter, a handkerchief dusted with pollen from their travels. The teapot hummed, its cracks glowing like embers, and poured her a memory of her father kneeling in a rainforest, tenderly lifting a fallen orchid onto a mossy log. "There you are," he murmured to the flower. "The light's better here, don't you think?" For weeks, the teapot became Layla's secret companion. She collected memories like firewood, the time the baker's cat saved a fledgling sparrow, the day the river froze in perfect swirls like vanilla icing, the moment her grandmother's hands first pieced together the quilt now on Layla's bed, a patchwork of midnight blues and twilight purples. But as autumn deepened, the teapot began to falter. Its glow dimmed, its poured memories flickered like guttering candles. The chip in its spout widened, and when Lila tried to brew a memory of her mother's laugh, the teapot gave only a thin gray steam that tasted of burnt toast and regret. "You've been greedy, child," clucked a voice from the windowsill. A hedgehog in a waistcoat woven from dandelion fluff peered at her, spectacles balanced on his snout. "Memories aren't meant to be swallowed like sweets. They're anchors, not wings." Lila startled, nearly upending the teapot. "Who?" "Bramble," sighed the hedgehog, adjusting his spectacles. "Keeper of root lore and uncomfortable truths, that teapot isn't a toy. It's a kettle of echoes meant to help souls release burdens, not hoard shadows." He waddled closer, squinting at the cracks. You've fed it longing instead of letting it do its work. Now it's clogged with your heart's crumbs. Before Layla could reply, a burst of indignant chirping erupted from the eaves. A starling swooped in, feathers the color of storm clouds, and landed atop the teapot. "Oh, don't mind Bramble," she trilled. "He's as cheerful as a soggy biscuit. I'm Sorrel. I mend broken songs and untangle knotted sunbeams. Your teapot's just lonely, see. It needs to give as much as it takes." "Preposterous," Bramble muttered. "It needs elderberry poultices and a strict regimen of silence." Thus began Layla's education in the care of magical things. Bramble taught her to press her ear to the teapot's belly and listen for its inner song, a low, warbling note that frayed at the edges. Sorrel showed her how to gather ingredients not from cupboards but from moments, the first blush of dawn on apple skin, the pause between a breath and a sneeze, the soft click of a puzzle box accepting its truth. Together they fashioned a tonic of hiccuping laughter and the green scent of crushed mint, which they poured into the teapot as Bramble chanted rhymes in the tongue of river stones. Yet the cracks kept spreading. "It wants something from you," Sorrel said one evening, as the trio sat in a circle of mushroom light. "Magic's a two-way bridge, Lila. What will you give it in return?" Lila thought of the memories she'd clung to, her parents' faces, grandmother's voice, the way home used to feel. She thought of the teapot's warmth, like a hand on her shoulder. I have to let go, don't I?" Bramble nodded. "The kettle thrives on release. Every memory it brews for others lightens its load, but you've asked it to carry yours alone." So Lila brewed a new kind of memory. She poured Starlight into the teapot and whispered, "For the lonely chimney who misses the song of kettles." She added a tear salty and bright, and a giggle bubbly and wild, murmuring, "For the old well that's forgotten the moon's reflection." One by one she gifted the memories outward, to the creaky floorboard that longed to dance, to the rusty weather vane that ached to feel useful, to the entire village, sleeping unaware. The teapot's glow returned, warmer than before. But the true test came on Midwinter's Eve, when the northern wind brought a fever that settled in grandmother's bones. The old woman shook like a birch in a storm, her quilting needles silent. Desperate, Lila tried to brew a memory of health, but the teapot steamed only a weak broth. "Foolish girl," Bramble said gently. "You cannot steal life from the past, but perhaps—" He eyed the quilt on grandmother's bed, its patches shimmering faintly. Sorrel trilled. "Oh, it's a memory blanket, isn't it? Each patch a story she's carried." Working together they steeped snippets of the quilt in the teapot, not to extract memories, but to weave them. Lila poured the brew over grandmother's hands, whispering, "Remember when you taught me to thread a needle. Remember the strawberry rhubarb pie we burnt. Remember humming while you sewed." Grandmother's eyes fluttered open. She touched Lila's cheek. "Child," she croaked, "you've got the look of my sister when she'd found a lost thing." That night, as the village bells rang silver in the cold, Lila carried the teapot to the heart of the Wicker Woods. Bramble and Sorrel flanked her, the hedgehog grumbling about frostbitten toes, the starling singing a tune to keep the snow at bay. Under the oldest elder tree, its branches heavy with ice, Lila poured one last memory into the roots, her own. A memory of loneliness, softened at the edges like well-worn linen. The tree shivered. From its trunk emerged a woman made of bark and starlight, who pressed an acorn into Lila's palm. "For planting," she whispered. "Some memories grow better when buried." By spring, the teapot's cracks had sealed into silvery scars. Lila used it less often now, though sometimes she and grandmother would brew a pot of proper chamomile and listen as the teapot hummed along, adding harmonies only the two of them could hear. The attic became a place of visits rather than hiding, and if Lila's parents' letters still sometimes left an ache, it was the sort that made her hug grandmother tighter, or teach Sorrel a new rhyme, or leave a thimble of honeyed milk for a certain hedgehog. Years later, travelers would speak of a peculiar tree near Wicker Hollow, an elder with leaves that chimed in the wind, and roots that cradled a small ceramic teapot, its spout chip-heeled over. Children would leave acorns at its base, and now and then a starling and hedgehog could be seen napping in its branches, their snores harmonizing with the memory of a girl who'd learned that hearts, like kettles, are meant to be emptied and filled, always making room for the next warm and wondrous thing. Story 29. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and mountains wearing crowns of mist, there lived a girl named Lira, whose hands could make dandelions bloom winter white even in midsummer. The villagers of Bramble Hollow cherished this small magic, though they never spoke of how the blossoms sometimes turned as translucent as ice when clouds passed over the sun. For 9 summers, Lira's gift had been as predictable as the flight of fireflies, until the autumn she turned 10, when her fingertips began leaving silver trails in the air like comet dust. The change frightened her. Where once she conjured butter-yellow petals to crown children's heads during the harvest dance, now wild roses sprouted thorns that glimmered like amethysts whenever she neared. "It's broken," she whispered to her reflection in Cedar Brook, watching water striders skate around the silver-edged ferns her tears had birthed. She took to wearing mittens knitted from storm-cloud gray wool, though the threads grew damp with unshed frost. Her grandmother Nessa, whose hair held the scent of cinnamon, and whose lap was wide enough for 3 cats and a dreaming child, noticed the mittens first. "The strongest roots," she murmured one evening as they shelled pecans by the hearth, "grow when the earth shifts beneath them." But Lira only stared at the fire, where flames twisted into shapes that looked almost like trees reaching for sunlight. The true unraveling began on the night of the frost moon. Lira awoke to find her bedroom window veined with crystalline patterns that hadn't been there at bedtime, delicate spirals blooming across the glass like frozen music. When she touched the pane, the frost retreated, but not before etching a single word into the surface: "Listen." "Magpies," declared Tom the next morning, squinting at the window with his spectacles fogged from tea steam. At 12, Tom knew everything about everything, from why mushrooms grew in fairy rings to how to mend a robin's broken wing. His pockets always jingled with river stones and bits of honeycomb. "They mimic voices, you know. Probably heard old man Brewer grumbling about his rheumatism again." Wren, whose family tended the apiary and whose laughter could make bees dance, plucked a silver-tipped feather from Lira's windowsill. "Or maybe," she said, tucking the feather behind her ear where it glimmered like starlight, "it's the mountain itself speaking. They say the peak remembers every footstep ever laid upon it." The children's theories swirled like maple seeds, but it was Nessa who led Lira up the mossy trail that afternoon, past ferns bowing under the weight of their own dew. They stopped where the path forked, one arm ascending toward the whispering pines, the other dipping into a hollow where mist pooled like spilled milk. "When I was your age," Nessa said, her breath making ghosts in the crisp air, "I feared my magic too. It started with making shadows dance, then one day they began telling stories I hadn't invented." Lira tugged her mittens tighter. "Did yours change? Oh, my dove." Nessa's smile held the patience of roots growing through stone. "All living magic changes. The question is whether we grow to meet it." She pressed a weathered hand against an oak whose bark swirled with silvery scars. "This tree was struck by lightning when you were born. See how it healed itself." The girl traced a finger over the bark's ridges, feeling a hum beneath her skin like a plucked harp string. Where her touch lingered, tiny bioluminescent mushrooms sprouted, their caps glowing faintly blue. She jerked back. "I don't want new magic, I want control." Nessa finished gently. "Ah, but control is a fence, and fences make poor companions for wild things." That night, Lira dreamed of a fox made from autumn leaves. It led her through a forest where trees uprooted themselves to dance, their branches clattering like wind chimes. When she woke, her mittens lay on the floor, and her palms bore faint marks like fern fronds. The turning point came during the first snowfall. Wren and Tom arrived breathless at Lira's door, their boots crusted with ice. "The brook's frozen over," Tom panted, "but not the way it should be. Come see." Cedar Brook glittered strangely in the dawn light. Instead of smooth ice, its surface rippled with crystalline formations that rose in delicate arches, like a forest preserved under glass. Lira knelt, mittens forgotten in her haste, and pressed bare palms to the frozen bank. The ice sighed. Beneath her touch, the frozen waves began to melt, but slowly, beautifully, each droplet catching the sunlight as it fell. Where water met earth, snowdrops pushed through frost, their petals edged in silver. Tom whooped, skidding across the ice to examine a spiraling structure that resembled a nautilus shell. Wren pressed her ear to an ice column. "It's singing," she breathed, "like faraway bells." Lira stared at her hands, now shimmering faintly. "I didn't mean to." "Mean to." Wren laughed, catching a falling droplet that sparkled like a diamond in her palm. "Lira, it's wonderful. But it's not the same." The words burst out like birds startled from a bush. "I used to make flowers for the little ones, and now I'm making this." She gestured at the glimmering brook, where ice sculptures melted into mist that swirled like living things. Tom balanced a piece of crystalline ice on his nose. "Remember when I tried to grow carrots last summer? Got nothing but these weird purple tubers that tasted like peppermint." He grinned. "Turns out they make brilliant soup. Change isn't bad, just surprising." Wren linked arms with Lira, their breath mingling in the cold air. "You're like the brook itself. In spring it babbles. In winter it becomes this." She nodded at the ice forest. "Different beauties for different seasons." That evening, Lira climbed to the fork in the trail alone. The moon hung heavy as a pearl, painting the mist hollow in shades of blue. She peeled off her mittens and pressed both palms to the earth. "Show me," she whispered. The ground warmed beneath her hands. Tendrils of light spiraled up from the soil, not the gold of her childhood magic, but a silvery blue radiance that made the frost glitter like crushed diamonds. Trees sighed as their bark absorbed the glow, their branches stretching taller. When Lira stood at last, a single snowflake settled on her nose, colder and sweeter than any before. Nessa found her there at dawn, asleep beneath an oak draped in icicles that chimed in the breeze. Around them the forest floor bloomed with frost flowers, delicate structures of ice that curled like parchment, each revealing a tiny scene inside. A sparrow in flight, a child laughing, a star being born. "Their stories," Lira murmured, waking to trace a finger over a frost flower that held a miniature mountain peak. "The mountain's memories." Nessa tucked a wind-blown curl behind the girl's ear. "Or perhaps yours." As winter deepened, Bramble Hollow learned to read the frost flowers that bloomed in Lira's wake. Children discovered tales of ancient badgers in the ice patterns on their windowsills. Elders found memories of their own childhoods preserved in frozen puddles. And when spring came at last, melting the brook's crystalline sculptures, the villagers held their breath, until the first morning Lira stepped barefoot into the meadow, and where her feet touched dew, tiny galaxies spun in the grass, each drop reflecting constellations yet unnamed. Tom, ever the scientist, caught a galaxy in a jam jar. "They're changing," he reported, watching stars swirl into new formations. "Like they're growing." Wren pressed her ear to the earth where Lira walked. "Hear that? The worms are humming along." And Nessa, smiling from the porch where her knitting needles clicked like cricket song, whispered to the wind, "Well met, little sapling, well met." For though Lira's magic had changed, its essence remained, the quiet wonder of growth, the gentle courage to unfold. And in the hush between seasons, when the world holds its breath before transformation, you can still hear the mountains sigh contentedly, remembering the girl who learned to dance with change rather than fear it, her footsteps leaving stardust in the clover. Story 30. The Lantern of Whispering Woods. In a valley cradled by ancient hills, where morning mist clung to the earth like cobweb lace, there lived a girl named Sylvie with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart tuned to nature's quiet rhythms. Her cottage stood at the edge of Moss Grove, a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like pencil sketches, and the air always smelled of damp soil and wild thyme. But beyond the pastures, where the oaks grew dense and watchful, lay the forest everyone simply called the Whispering Woods, a place where shadows danced at the corners of vision, and children were warned never to wander after dusk. One amber afternoon, while gathering chamomile near the tree line, Sylvie noticed a flicker of silver through the branches. It pulsed like a heartbeat, drawing her deeper into the woods until the sunlight fractured into emerald shards, and the world seemed to hold its breath. There, nestled in the roots of a grandfather oak, she found a lantern. Not an ordinary lantern, its glass was etched with constellations, and though no flame burned within, it glowed with a light that rippled like water. When Sylvie lifted it, the air hummed and a path materialized before her, paved with stones that shimmered like crushed pearls. The woods changed. Ferns unfurled in iridescent spirals, fireflies wove constellations low enough to touch. And then she heard it, a voice like wind through reeds. "You found the lumen," it said. From behind a birch tree stepped a fox, its fur the russet of autumn sunsets, one ear tipped with white. "I'm Corwin," it said, grinning a fox's sharp grin. "And you, Sylvie, are terribly late." Thus began Sylvie's journey into the veiled realm, a world folded within the ordinary forest, where moonlight pooled in liquid silver and trees sang in harmonies only the heart could understand. The lumen, Corwin explained, was a relic of the Star Weavers, beings who'd spun light into life at the world's dawn. But the realm was fading. A gloom called the Shiver had seeped into the roots and rivers, leaching color from flowers and silencing the trees' songs. "The lumen chooses its keepers," Corwin said, padding beside her. "It's been waiting for you." The first test came at the Bridge of Echoes, a span of woven vines arched over a ravine where the water below roared with the voices of everything ever lost to it. To cross, Sylvie had to name 3 truths, one from her mind, one from her heart, and one from her shadow. "The woods frighten me," she began, clutching the lumen. The bridge steadied. "I wish I were braver," she whispered, a confession that turned the vines to velvet. Finally, staring into the chasm, she admitted, "Sometimes I feel invisible." The bridge bloomed with moonflowers, guiding her safely across. Corwin nuzzled her hand. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," he murmured. "It's the choice to walk with it." They pressed onward, through groves where trees bore fruit like stained glass and meadows where the grass sighed poems. But the shiver lingered at the edges, a bruise-purple mist that nipped like frost. In the hollow of memories, they met a badger named Thalia, her claws chipped from digging up relics of the realm's brighter days. "The shiver feeds on doubt," she rasped, showing them a cracked mirror that reflected not faces, but moments of loneliness. "To defeat it, you'll need more than light, you'll need connection." Sylvie's fingers tightened around the lumen. "How?" "Find the kindling," Thalia said. 3 sparks hidden in the realm, the spark of belonging, the spark of trust, and the spark of letting go. Reignite them, and the lumen's flame will return. The spark of belonging lay in the glade of unseen hands, where shy creatures hid. Sylvie knelt, pouring lumen light into the soil until mushroom caps glowed gold and creatures emerged, a moth-winged hare, a hedgehog with quartz spines. "You're not alone," she told them, and as they pressed close, warmth flooded the lumen's core. Trust was harder. It dwelled in the cave of whispers, a labyrinth where the walls mimicked loved ones' voices. "You'll fail," hissed her father's tone. "Stay here where it's safe," implored her mother's. Sylvie faltered until Corwin nipped her sleeve. "Trust me," he said. She closed her eyes, let him guide her through the dark, and when they emerged, the second spark blazed in the lantern. The final spark, letting go, awaited at the peak of falling stars. There Sylvie found a spectral stag, its antlers holding fragments of memories, her childhood self chasing butterflies, her grandmother's last laugh. "To carry light forward," the stag said, "you must release what weighs your spirit." Tears slid down Sylvie's cheeks as she kissed each memory goodbye. The last spark ignited. The lumen blazed like a tiny sun as they faced the Shiver's heart, a twisted thicket where the air tasted of ash. The mist coiled into a shape with hollow eyes. "You think light can unmake me," it sneered. "I am the doubt that follows every step." "But you're not the only voice," Sylvie said. She raised the lumen, and the realm itself answered. Trees hummed, rivers sang, and creatures added their voices until the thicket splintered. In the rubble lay a single seed, glowing softly. "Plant it," Corwin urged. As Sylvie tucked it into the earth, a tree erupted, a sapling of fused starlight and shadow, its branches cradling both darkness and radiance. The realm bloomed anew, vibrant and whole. At dawn, Sylvie stood again at the forest's edge, the lumen now dimmed to a gentle flicker. Corwin pressed his forehead to hers. "The realm's keeper is always nearby," he said. Then he vanished into the woods, a flash of russet against green. Back in Moss Grove, life resumed its rhythm. But Sylvie noticed wonders she'd once overlooked, the way dew clung to spiderwebs like necklaces, how the wind carried snippets of distant songs. She smiled more, spoke less, and listened often. Years later, children would whisper of the girl who walked with foxes and carried starlight in her palms. But Sylvie simply tended her garden, where flowers bloomed in impossible colors, and a certain fox sometimes visited, curling beside her in the twilight, two keepers of light, bound by a realm unseen, forever remembering that courage is a journey walked one whispered truth at a time. And in the whispering woods, if you're very quiet, you might still hear the trees humming the melody of a lantern's glow, a girl's laughter, and the enduring truth that even the smallest light can gentle the darkest night. Story 31. The Glimmerwood had always hummed with secrets. Its oaks stood sentinel over dells where moonlight pooled like liquid silver, and willows trailed fingers in brooks that sang in 7 different tones. Here the turning of seasons was not merely a shift in weather, but a great and gentle breath exhaled by the earth itself, until the year the forest forgot how to breathe. Young Sorrel knew something was wrong when the frost pattern stopped dancing. The russet fox paused beneath a hawthorn bush, her white-tipped ears twitching. Normally by the 3rd full moon of Leafbear, the window panes of the abandoned watchtower should have been laced with ice ferns performing their silent ballet. Yet the glass remained stubbornly clear, though the air smelled sharp enough to crack. "It's the snowbell roots," came a voice like crumpled parchment. Thistle, the elderly hedgehog, emerged from a quilt of autumn leaves still clinging to the forest floor in defiance of the season. "They usually chime when the first true frost comes. My spines haven't heard their song in 13 dawns." Sorrel watched her breath curl in the air, a pale ghost compared to the great plumes that should be billowing from every living thing in this cold. The willow pool hasn't frozen either. The trout are swimming in confused circles. A nut plopped into the leaf litter between them. From the hazel tree above, a striped face peered down. "The winter stores are all wrong," piped Juniper the dormouse. "I've sorted acorns by size and mushrooms by speckle pattern, but my larder smells impatient." Thistle's claws traced the veins of a frozen maple leaf. When I was a sapling-sized lad, the great storms of 37 buried 7 hollows, but we badgers dug out every last creature. Now, his nose wrinkled. This cold has no heart, it's all teeth. The trio froze as a sound like snapping harp strings shivered through the trees. Sorrel's tail bristled. The heart tree. They found the ancient rowan in its clearing, but where there should have been a kaleidoscope of autumn fire, scarlet leaves edged in gold, the tree stood cloaked in jarring contradictions. One branch dripped with icicles, another blazed with summer green leaves, while the trunk oozed sap that smelled distinctly of spring rain. The seasoned spire is fractured, Thistle breathed. Quickly, Child licked the air. Sorrel obeyed. Flavors exploded on her tongue, burnt sugar autumns, peppermint winters, honeysuckle springs, and saltwater summers, all churned together like a storm-tossed sea. It's confused. Not confused, corrected a voice from above. Luna, the great horned owl, glided down on wings that mimicked snowfall. Abandoned, the guardian tribes have stopped tending their seasons. Her amber eyes reflected the fractured tree. The moss-cloaks haven't refreshed the autumn rains, the frost spinners neglect their icy looms, even the petal wings. A single cherry blossom, out of season and perfect, drifted into Sorrel's paw. What happens if the spire falls? Luna's feathers ruffled. Imagine spring without pollination whispers, summers devoid of cooling gloams, autumns that can't carry leaf song to the roots, winters. She nodded to the malformed icicles. That starved the aquifers. Juniper scampered up the rowan's conflicted trunk. But why would the guardians leave? Thistle prodded a springtime root with his claw. Pride, most like, the tribes have grown too specialized. Frost spinners mock the moss-cloak's muddy paws, petal wings think frost spinners stiff and joyless. Sorrel watched a snowflake, perfectly hexagonal, melt against a summer leaf. They've forgotten how to listen. The council hollow stank of discord. Sorrel crouched in the moon shadow of a toadstool, watching the elemental tribes hiss like water on coals. They expect us to work in this sludge, snapped a moss-cloaked mole, shaking damp clay from her claws. The autumn rain weavers wore cloaks of lichen that shimmered with trapped dew. The frost spinners let their ice melt too fast. An elegant hare with breath that crystallized in the air drew himself up. Our lattices would hold if the petal wings stopped dumping pollen dust everywhere. Pollen dust. A butterfly the size of Sorrel's paw buzzed dangerously close to the hare's nose. Those are germination sparks, you clod-hopping icicle. Sorrel's tail thumped once sharply against an oak root. The resulting boom silenced the bickering. The heart tree is dying, she said simply. A stunned hush. Then uproar. Impossible. Lied to us. My grandmother told stories. Sorrel leapt onto the speaking stone. Licked the wind. Hesitation. Then a young moss-cloak tentatively flicked his tongue. His eyes widened. The seasons, they're all tangled. One by one, the creatures complied. Gasps rippled through the hollow. The frost spinner hair trembled. But we've always... His voice softened to a hoarfrost whisper. The great blizzard of 22, moss-cloaks dug channels for our meltwater. Petal wings kept the hibernators breathing with pollen cures. The butterfly alighted on Sorrel's ear. And in the drought of 88, frost spinners coaxed dew from barren skies. Moss-cloaks pulled underground springs. Thistle waddled forward, ancient spines clicking. My grandam used to say, a season alone is just weather. Together, they are a lullaby. The mending began at moon-high. Moss-cloaks pressed paw prints into the rowan's roots, channeling liquid amber to heal cracks. Frost spinners breathed spirals of rhyme to cool, feverish sap. Petal wings dusted the canopy with drowsy pollen, and slowly, like a cub learning to walk, the heart tree remembered itself. Sorrel orchestrated the dance. Moss cloaks soften that branch for the frost. Petal wings catch that falling icicle. Yes, use the pollen to cushion. Frost spinners, the owls need mist for their wings. Luna soared overhead with her parliament, wingtips knitting clouds into snowflake patterns. To the west, the cedar needs hoarfrost. Juniper scampered through the branches, tying squirrel-wool threads where bark had split. Thistle, your left, the burr patch. The old hedgehog rolled into a spiky ball, thwacking stubborn burrs from the rowan's skin. Bah, nasty hitchhickers. As dawn painted the sky, the last leaf shifted from sickly mottling to crisp autumn gold. The tribes held their breath. A single maple seed, a perfect spinning key, detached and floated downward. Where it touched earth, the ground sighed. Ripples spread, washing the forest in proper cold. True frost bloomed across every surface. The snow bells rang. In the crystalline hush of restored winter, the creatures gathered beneath the heart tree. A moss cloak rested her muddy paw on a frost spinner's pristine shoulder. A petal wing groomed pollen from an owl's feather. Sorrel watched her breath curl, thick and white and alive, above the first true snowfall. It's not just the tree, is it? We're all connected. Thistle nodded, a snowbell sprouting between his spines. Break one thread, the whole tapestry unravels. Juniper yawned, curled in a nest of owl down. But how do we remember? Luna's beak clucked softly. Stories, little sleeper, carry this night in your hoarded nuts. Whisper it to the spring buds. The snow deepened, gentle as a down blanket. Somewhere an ice-bound brook began its secret thaw beneath the stars, a promise kept, a rhythm restored. And though the coldest night still lay ahead, the forest dreamed in colors of hearth smoke and hope, woven through with the quiet certainty that no season lasts forever, except in the heart. Story 32. The amber light of late afternoon draped itself over the village of Willowmere like a well-loved quilt, gilding the thatched roofs and making the river running through its heart sparkle like liquid topaz. In a cottage where ivy curled around the doorframe like protective arms, a girl named Lira traced her finger over the faded embroidery of a wall hanging she'd seen 1,000 times before. Tonight, though, the thread seemed to shimmer just faintly beneath her touch. Grandmother, she called softly, her breath stirring dust motes that danced in the slanting light, the stitched mountains. They look different when the sun hits them this way. The old woman emerged from the kitchen, her hands flour-dusted, and her smile carrying the weight of 80 harvests. Ah, she murmured, eyes crinkling at the corners as she studied the tapestry. The threads of memory always reveal their secrets when the heart is ready to see them. She brushed her knuckles against a patch of embroidery, showing 9 silver keys encircling an ancient oak. Your mother asked about these same stitches when she was your age. That night, as owls called to each other across moon-washed fields, Lila found herself drawn to the wooden chest beneath the tapestry. Its iron clasp, shaped like intertwined vines, felt warm beneath her palms. Inside, wrapped in cloth the color of twilight, lay a locket she'd never seen before, oval and smooth as a river stone, its surface etched with symbols that matched those on the tapestry. When she pressed it to her chest, the world dissolved into a cascade of half-remembered sensations. The scent of pine resin and parchment, the taste of honeyed elderflower tea, the echo of laughter that might have been her mother's. The journey began at dawn with a path only visible when Lila held the locket at a certain angle to the light. It led her through meadows where ghostly outlines of forgotten footpaths shimmered beneath dewy grass, past standing stones humming with the memory of ancient songs. In her pack she carried 3 gifts from her grandmother, a twist of bread baked with anise seeds, a flask of water from the village well, and a handkerchief embroidered with the phases of the moon. By midday she reached the Forest of Whispers, where birch trees stood like sentinels wearing robes of silver-green moss. Here she met Tobin, a badger-shaped creature who walked upright and wore a waistcoat woven from dried ferns. His nose twitched as he studied the locket. "The keystone of roots," he rumbled, his voice like pebbles tumbling in a brook. Not seen one of those since the last remembering. He produced a magnifying glass from his pocket, its handle carved with acorns. "The markings here, see how they mirror the growth rings of the elder tree. Your people were keepers of arboreal memory." As they walked, Tobin taught her to read the language of lichen patterns on north-facing stones and interpret the stories told by interwoven tree roots. "Every forest is a library," he explained, brushing his paw against a maple trunk striated with scars from long-ago storms. "Your ancestors knew how to listen to its shelves." The forest deepened into twilight hues, even as the sun still hung high elsewhere. Fireflies winked into existence, their golden light coalescing into arrows pointing toward a grove of ancient yews. Beneath the largest tree, its trunk wide as a cottage, Lila found the first artifact, a clay bowl filled with rainwater, its rim carved with spirals that matched those on her locket. When she touched the water's surface, images flickered to life, women grinding herbs in similar bowls, men using the spirals to track star movements, children floating leaf boats in ceremonial streams. "Memory bowl," Tobin whispered reverently. "Used in the remembrance feasts, where every villager would add one ingredient to the communal stew and share a story as it cooked." His claw traced a chip in the rim. "This crack, see how it aligns with the locket's engraving. It's not damage, it's a key." As Lila pressed the locket's edge to the bowl's imperfection, moss-covered stones around the yew tree rearranged themselves with a soft grinding sound, revealing a stairway descending into earth perfumed with damp clay and rosemary. The walls of the underground chamber glowed with embedded crystals that pulsed in rhythm with her quickening heartbeat. Murals depicted scenes of daily life from centuries past, harvest dances, starlit councils, the crafting of symbolic objects. Here she found the second artifact, a cloak woven from owl feathers and spider silk, impossibly light in her hands. When she draped it over her shoulders, faint echoes of conversations past swirled around her, a grandmother teaching a child constellation names, friends debating the best berry patches, lovers exchanging promises under harvest moons. The cloak of carried voices, Tobin breathed. Worn by storytellers during the long night vigils, that no wisdom might be lost to time. The final test came in a circular chamber where roots formed a lattice overhead, their tips dripping water that collected in a pool mapping the constellations. 9 stones floated in the water, each carved with symbols from the locket. Lila's fingers trembled as she recognized the pattern from her grandmother's embroidery, 9 keys around the tree of life. "Balance them not by sight but by sound," Tobin advised, his ears twitching toward the dripping water. "Each stone holds a different musical note when struck." As Lila tapped the stones with a slender root Tobin provided, the chamber filled with haunting melodies that seemed to pluck memories from her very bones. When the 9th stone found its place, the pool's water rose in a shimmering column, resolving into the figure of a woman whose face held Lila's own chin and her grandmother's eyes. "Daughter of the Rememberers," the watery figure intoned, voice like rain on autumn leaves, "you've pieced together what time tried to scatter. The true legacy lives not in objects, but in what they represent: the keeping of stories, the tending of connections, the understanding that roots give strength to reach upward." Her translucent hand gestured to the murals. "See how your grandmother continued the traditions, moon phase embroidery instead of clay tablets, anise seeds in bread instead of ceremonial herbs. The forms change, the heart remains." The vision dissolved, leaving Lila clutching 3 artifacts that suddenly felt less like ancient treasures and more like family heirlooms. Tobin nodded sagely. You'll add your own chapter to this story. Perhaps, he added with a twinkle in his black button eyes, starting with returning that cloak before the spiders notice it's missing. The journey home was lit by foxfire and the now bright glow of her locket. Grandmother awaited at the cottage door, her face a landscape of tender knowing. Without a word, she brought out the threads of memory tapestry and a wooden box containing a thimble, a quill, and a modern camera, each generation's tools for preserving memories. That night, as moths performed their silent dances against the window panes, Lila added new stitches to the tapestry, a feather cloak beside the silver keys, a memory bowl next to the ancestral oak. Her grandmother stirred honey into their tea, the steam carrying the scent of continuity. "Tomorrow," she said, placing a hand over Lila's, "we'll bake the anise bread using the old blessings, and you'll tell me about the stones that sing." Outside, the wind moved through the willows like the contented sigh of centuries, carrying with it the gentle truth that no one is ever truly alone when they walk paths woven by love and memory. In the hearth, a log settled into embers as golden as the locket's glow, warming the room with the quiet assurance that some legacies patient and resilient as ancient roots forever bear new leaves. Story 33. In the velvet shadows of the everwood, where tree trunks wore coats of emerald moss and starlight pooled in mushroom-ringed clearings, there lived a young fern tender named Lila. Her hands knew the language of roots, her ears the whispers of wind through silver birch leaves. Each evening as fireflies painted the dusk with gold, she'd kneel by the whispering brook to hear tales, carried downstream from the mountain's snowy crowned tales of frost sprites weaving winter's first blanket, of sandstone guardians humming tunes to keep the hills steadfast against reckless rains. One unseasonably warm twilight in the week when autumn should have crisped the air, Lila noticed the moonvine flowers blooming upside down. Their usually vibrant indigo petals hung limp as wet parchment, roots curling upward to clutch at nothing. A pine marten named Juniper, her coat still half summer gold, scurried down a cedar trunk with news trembling on her whiskers. "The thistledown mice haven't buried their frost nuts," she chittered, tail flicking toward the northern meadows. "The maple sentinels are shedding amber leaves too soon, and the creek, listen how it gasps between the stones." Lila pressed her palm to the earth. The deep-root thrum that should have pulsed like a sleeping giant's heartbeat came in fitful flutters. In the hollow of an ancient hawthorn, she found old Thalia, the barred owl whose feathers held patterns of every storm she'd weathered. The wise one's nest smelled of dried lavender and memories, her voice the creak of benevolent timber. "Child," she hooted softly, the heartstone's rhythm falters. 3 nights hence, when the moon dons her silver veil, you must journey to the glimmering depths. But mind the sorrows that grows where earth's breath grows thin, and bring companions both swift and steady." Thus began a pilgrimage through landscapes breathing magic. Juniper rode in Lila's woven satchel, nibbling worry seeds from her cheeks. They were joined by Rowan, a fox whose autumn-red coat shimmered with dewdrop constellations, and Bramble, a stag whose antlers cradled last winter's icicles that never melted. Together they traversed valleys where willows wept liquid amber, climbed slopes where thunder slept in geodes waiting to be woken. The first trial came in the valley of lingering summers. Air hung thick as honey, peach trees blooming and fruiting simultaneously in desperate cycles. "It stuck," realized Lila, watching a swallowtail butterfly beat wings against invisible syrup. Rowan dipped his tail in cool moonlight drawn from a hidden spring, painting breezes that let seasons turn properly. The peaches ripened and fell, nourishing the soil as ought to be. Next morning revealed the bridge of frost without winter, a span of glittering hoarfrost arching over a brook steaming with unnatural warmth. "Balance," murmured Bramble, lowering his antlers. Icicles dripped just enough to temper the waters, while Juniper scattered seeds from her cheek pouches that sprouted into frost ferns along the banks. Lila hummed the root song Thalia taught her, mending cracks in the stone where bitter winds had escaped their seasonal bounds. When sorrows appeared sickly yellow shoots, oozing discordant haze, it was the fireflies who guided them. A constellation of them settled on the poisonous growth, not with light but with gentle darkness that let the blighted plants return to rest. Even shadows have purpose, Lila noted, tucking the lesson close like a smoothed river stone. At Moonvale hour they reached the glimmering depths. Not a cave, but a cathedral of living crystal, where Earth's pulse originated. The heartstone floated, a geode spinning slower than a sleepy blink, its usual prismatic glow dimmed to troubled amber. Lila's bare feet recognized the problem not malice, but forgetfulness. The stone had lost connection to the cadence of growth and rest. "Show it remembering," urged Thalia's voice, carried by a sudden warm zephyr. Bramble knelt, icicles melting into spring rain. Rowan danced autumnal patterns with his starry tail. Juniper buried pretend frost nuts that bloomed into summer flowers. Lila wove them all into a song, her fingers drawing threads of mist and musk, loam and lightning. The heartstone shuddered. For 3 heartbeats all went still. Then, a chime like ice thawing in sunlight. A scent of first rain on dry soil. The geode bloomed anew, its light dappling the crystal walls with the vibrant ghosts of every season's turning. Outside, across Everwood, moonvine flowers righted themselves with soft sighs. Mice began proper burrowing. Creeks chuckled over realigned stones. Returning home, Lila found her fern grove lush with resilience. Thalia awaited with a tea of chamomile and stardust. "The stone remembers now," the owl said, "but so must we. Harmony isn't a spell, it's the habit of listening." As first snow began its gentle descent, right on time, the forest dreamed proper dreams. Juniper's winter coat came in properly white. Rowan's tail stars brightened for solstice navigation. Bramble's new antlers grew strong and clear. And Lila, sipping mint-steeped moonlight by her hearth, felt the deep earth pulse beneath her floorboards steady, steadfast, singing. For in the Everwood, balance wasn't perfection. It was the grace of creatures and seasons leaning into each other's needs, tended by those wise enough to hear the world's whispered truths. The fire crackled its agreement, warming toes and souls alike, as somewhere in the crystalline depths, the heartstone spun on keeper of rhythms, weaver of time's great tapestry, forever turning toward renewal. Story 34. The Whispering Lantern. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into stars, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes like twilight and a heart tuned to secret things. Her hands were always stained with berry juice, her pockets full of river stones, and her hair perpetually windswept from climbing the hill behind her cottage. It was there, one amber evening, when the horizon bled into plum-colored clouds, that she found the broken lantern. Half buried in moss beneath the old sentinel, a grandfather oak with bark like dragon scales, the lantern's dented copper frame glinted faintly. Its glass panels were cracked, but inside swirled a curious mist, silver as spider silk, humming like a drowsy bumblebee. When Lila brushed her thumb over its cold surface, warmth bloomed beneath her palm, and a voice like rustling parchment whispered, "Mend what's fractured, light what's dark." That night, as crickets sawed their evening symphony, Lila mended the lantern with pine resin and patience. She replaced the cracked glass with pieces of sea glass gifted by the miller's son, blue as a kingfisher's wing, green as deep pool water. When she slid the final piece into place, the mist inside flared gold, and the lantern floated upward, tugging at her hand like an eager puppy. "All right," Lila laughed, lacing her boots, "show me." The lantern led her through the creaking pine forest, where needles cushioned her steps and the air smelled of resin and secrets. It paused where 3 mushrooms grew in a perfect ring, their caps pearlescent in the moonlight, and spun counterclockwise. The earth side and the mushroom ring expanded into a staircase spiraling downward, glowing with bioluminescent moss. Beneath the forest floor lay the Twilight Market, a cavernous bazaar where moth-winged merchants sold jars of laughter, badgers in waistcoats brewed Starlight tea, and the river, flowing upside down along the ceiling, carried boats shaped like maple seeds. The air thrummed with the low buzz of fireflies and the scent of caramelized moonbeams. Yet the market stalls were half empty, the vendors' voices hushed. A marmot in a frayed velvet cloak hurried past, clutching a trembling candle. "First time?" asked a voice. Lila turned to find a hedgehog balancing on a toadstool, spectacles perched on her snout. Her quills were threaded with dried lavender, and she held a tiny ledger. "I'm Thistle," she said, ink staining her paws. "Accountant for the market, or what's left of it." She gestured to the dying lights around them. "The glimmer folk are vanishing. Their lanterns go dark and poof, they fade into shadows. Used to be dozens of us, now just a handful." The copper lantern in Lila's hand brightened, casting long shadows that twisted into shapes. A wilting flower, a crumbling bridge, a clock with broken gears. "Your lantern remembers," Thistle murmured. "It's one of the original star lanterns, meant to hold eternal light, but the central flame's gone out without it." She pointed to a stall where a ferret was dissolving into smoke, his lantern sputtering. Lila's chest tightened. "How do we reignite it?" Thistle adjusted her spectacles. The flame was kept in the clockwork citadel, tended by the Keeper of Hours, but the citadel's been locked since the Keeper disappeared. Some say he grew lonely, others whisper he was trapped by his own creations. She nodded to Lila's lantern. "That might be the only key." The journey to the clockwork citadel took them through the veiled valley, where time dripped like honey. They drank from springs that tasted of childhood memories and crossed bridges woven from sunbeams. Thistle proved invaluable, negotiating with territorial songbirds for safe passage and calculating the exact angle to tilt Lila's lantern to open hidden paths. They were joined by Orlin, a great horned owl whose left wing had been injured in a storm. "Mechanical birds attacked the citadel," he rasped, his amber eyes grim. "Gears rusted, wings of jagged tin. They fear the flame's return." His feathers, once the color of midnight, were frosted silver at the tips. On the third dusk they met Bramble, a fox whose fiery pelt clashed magnificently with his shy demeanor. He'd been exiled from his clan for insisting the citadel wasn't cursed. "The Keeper's still there," he insisted, tail twitching. "I've heard his pendulum swinging, but the mechanical guards chase everyone away." The companions camped in a hollow tree that night, sharing a pot of thistles lichen stew. Lila's lantern hung above them, its light painting their faces gold. "Why help us?" she asked Bramble. He stared into the fire, shadows pooling in his russet fur. "The market's my home too. My sister, she faded last winter. Her lantern cracked and she just—" His voice frayed. "I couldn't fix it." Orlin spread his good wing over the fox's back. Thistle squeezed Bramble's paw, leaving an ink smudge. Lila curled her fingers around her lantern. "I won't let anyone else disappear." The citadel rose from a mountain of cogs, its spires twisting like frozen smoke. Gargoyles with clock-face eyes glared down, their ticking growls syncing with Lila's racing heartbeat. Mechanical hawks circled above, screeching like nails on slate. "The lantern," Thistle urged. "Quickly." Lila raised it high. The light fractured into 1,000 beams, revealing an invisible bridge across the chasm. They ran as the hawks dove, metallic talons snatching at their hair and fur. Bramble yelped as one grazed his flank, but Orlin swooped in, battering the creature with his powerful wings until its gears jammed. The citadel's door was a colossal gear, its teeth locked. Layla pressed the lantern against a keyhole shaped like a crescent moon. With a groan that shook the mountain, the door ground open. Inside, the air tasted of oil and loneliness. Hallways coiled inward, walls lined with stopped clocks, their hands trembling as if trying to break free. In the central chamber sat the central flame, or what remained. A single ember flickered in a glass chamber, its light choked by black vines that pulsed like veins. Shadow thorns, Orlin hissed. They feed on despair. The vines tightened as they approached. Leela's lantern dimmed. Wait. Bramble nosed a fallen journal, its pages open to a sketch of the flame blazing proudly. The keeper wrote this, look, the flame wanes when connection fades, to tend it one must. He squinted. The ink smudged. Thistle examined the page. Not smudged, encoded. She produced a magnifying glass, revealing tiny numbers. It's a combination for that. She pointed to a music box on the pedestal. As Leela wound the box, a melody spilled out, the same lullaby her mother used to sing. The shadow thorns recoiled. The ember brightened and the vines withered, but only slightly. It needs more, Leela realized. The flame doesn't just need fuel, it needs stories, memories, connections. One by one, they stepped forward. Thistle recounted the market's heyday, her voice swelling as she described festivals where fireflies danced quadrilles. Orlin spoke of teaching fledglings to fly, his stern tone softening. Bramble whispered about his sister, how she'd sewed his torn ear when he was a pup, humming as she worked. Leela closed her eyes. My dad taught me to mend things. He said even broken stuff has value. I wish. Her throat ached. I wish he'd stayed to see me grow up. The ember blazed. The shadow thorns crumbled to ash. A figure emerged from the shadows, the keeper, his body translucent, his clockwork heart clicking erratically. I tried to contain the flame, he murmured. Fear made me lock it away, but light needs to be shared. Together, they placed the ember into Leela's lantern. It erupted into a sunburst, tendrils of light racing through the citadel. Clocks chimed in unison. Gear's word to life, gentle now. The journey home was a blur of laughter and shared apples. As they reached the mushroom staircase, the keeper pressed a new lens into Layla's hand, crystal clear, forged from the reignited flame. For when darkness comes again, he said, and it will, but now you know how to fight it. In the twilight market, Leela placed the lantern at the central square. Its light cascaded over the stalls, warm as a hug. Glimmerfolk materialized from the shadows, whole again. The ferret vendor hugged Bramble, weeping. Moth-winged children chased luminescent bubbles. Thistle balanced her ledger with a contented sigh. Orlin preened, his feathers regaining their Inkai sheen. Bramble's tail wagged as a vixen approached, his sister, radiant and solid. Back in her village, Leela kept a seashell on her windowsill. When she held it to her ear, she heard the market's music. Some nights she'd wake to find her lantern glowing softly, casting stories on the walls, a hedgehog writing numbers in the air, an owl soaring over Cog Mountains, a fox and vixen dancing under a forever flame. And though she grew older, her hands learning to weave, to heal, to hold others' trembling ones, she remained the girl who'd mended what was broken, lighting the way not just for herself, but for all who'd lost their glow. The lantern still hangs in the twilight market, its flame eternal, but not unchanging. For every time someone shares a joy, confronts a sorrow, or stitches a connection, a new spark kindles in its core. And somewhere beneath an oak named Sentinel, the earth hums with the memory of a child who listened. Story 35. The old brass key had been gathering dust beneath the floorboard for 73 years when Juniper discovered it. Moonlight pooled through the attic's circular window as she traced its intricate teeth, each groove shaped like a tiny crescent moon. The keychain, a chip of sea glass worn smooth by time, warmed unexpectedly in her palm. That's when she heard the first whisper. It came from the grandfather clock in the corner, its pendulum stilled since Juniper's great-grandmother passed. But now, as the key trembled against her skin, the clock's numerals began to glow like liquid starlight. Without quite knowing why, Juniper fitted the key into the clock's side panel. With a click that echoed through the rafters, the entire clock face swung open, revealing not gears, but a tunnel of swirling autumn leaves descending into darkness. The air smelled of cinnamon and wood smite as Juniper stepped through. Her woolen socks sank into a carpet of amber moss that glowed faintly beneath her feet. She followed the winding path until the tunnel opened into a valley where trees grew upside down, roots cradling clusters of bioluminescent fruit. That's where she met the first guardian, a clockwork fox with a coat of burnished copper leaves, its tail ticking like a metronome. "You're late," the fox said, not unkindly. Its voice chimed like wind through chimes. "The loom has been waiting." The loom. Juniper breathed, watching as a flock of paper birds folded themselves into new shapes overhead. "The spindle that weaves time into cloth," said the fox, leading her toward a bridge made of frozen songbirds. Their frozen chirps melted into a melody as Juniper crossed. But its thread has frayed, nights unravel into days too quickly. Winters arrive before autumn has bid farewell. The problem became visible when they reached the valley's heart. There, suspended between two ancient oaks, hung an enormous loom. Its golden shuttle lay motionless, half-formed seasons dangling from its frame, a spring blossom frozen mid-petal, a summer raindrop caught like a teardrop. Beside it sat the second guardian, a trembling starling with feathers like stained glass, its beak clutching a single silver needle. "It's my fault," the starling trilled, dropping the needle. "I tried to mend the torn places, but the thread slips through." Juniper knelt, noticing how the loom's warped frame made the threads twist unnaturally. Her fingers remembered the mending she'd done on her grandmother's quilts, how a snag required patience, not force. "What if," she ventured, "we don't pull the threads straight?" The fox's ears perked. "Explain." When Grandma's yarn tangled, she'd find where the knot began instead of yanking. Juniper pointed to the loom's center, where threads formed a complex spiral. "Maybe time isn't meant to be perfectly straight. What if the overlaps are part of the pattern?" The guardians exchanged glances. The starling fluttered to Juniper's shoulder as the fox produced a thimble made of dawnlight. Together they worked through what felt like hours and mere moments. Juniper guided the needle through temporal snarls, discovering that winter's threads strengthened when woven through autumn's golden strands. The starling, emboldened, used its prismatic feathers to bend light through tangled areas, revealing hidden harmonies. When the final knot secured, the loom shuddered. The shuttle began moving of its own accord, weaving a new tapestry where storms bled gently into rainbows and midnight faded seamlessly into dawn. Outside the valley, Juniper heard the distant chime of her grandmother's clock, not signaling an end, but a gentle invitation. The fox pressed the brass key back into her hand, now attached to a thread woven from all 4 seasons. "For when you need to remember," it said, "that time is both mender and unraveler." The journey home smelled of aged paper and attic dust. Juniper emerged to find dawn filtering through the circular window, the grandfather clock quietly keeping time. She never spoke of the valley, but neighbors remarked how her lemonade suddenly tasted like sunlight captured in a glass, how her laughter made their wall clocks chime in harmony. Years later, when her little brother found a music box that played the sound of shadows dancing, Juniper simply smiled. She polished the sea glass keychain hanging by her bedside and whispered, "Begin with the knot, not the pulling." Outside, the first snow of winter began to fall, each flake perfectly timed. Story 36. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones glimmered with embedded moon quartz, there bloomed a mystery as delicate as cobwebs. It began on an amber afternoon when the village baker opened his ovens to find every loaf of rosemary bread replaced by perfect sugar roses, their petals glistening with dew that shouldn't exist indoors. By twilight, the miller's daughter found her woolen socks knitting themselves into tiny scarves for mice, and old widow Hemsley's weather vanes spun in frantic circles despite the still air. The villagers gathered under the ancient storyteller's oak, their breath forming little clouds in the crisp air. "It's the work of the Whisperwites," said the blacksmith's boy, clutching his mother's apron. "Nonsense," tutted the apothecary, adjusting her star-patterned spectacles. "Whisperwites haven't stirred since the Great Calm." Their murmurs stilled when a small voice piped up from between the roots. "Maybe the forest's just lonely," said Mira, a girl of 9 with eyes like storm-brewed tea and a pocket perpetually full of acorn caps. Her best friend, a prickly hedgehog named Nettle who could understand human speech, puffed up in agreement from her shoulder. The adults chuckled, but that night, as Mira lay awake watching star shadows dance across her quilt, she noticed something peculiar. The tiny bell above her window, meant to chime when secrets were near, trembled without sound. The next morning brought softer strangenesses. Butter churned into lavender-scented clouds that floated above the dairy pails. The creek behind the schoolhouse flowed backward, carrying paper boats folded from maple leaves. Mira followed the trail of these boats upstream, Nettle snuffling at her heels, until they reached the mossy ruins of the old guardian's fountain. There, between crumbling stones bearded with lichen, sat a single silver teacup, steaming despite the autumn chill. "Someone's been here," Mira whispered, kneeling to examine the cup. Its surface swirled with patterns of ferns and fox tracks. Nettle sneezed a spark of magic, as hedgehogs do in such tales, revealing faint footprints glowing blue in the damp earth, too small for a grown-up, too precise for an animal. That evening, Mira visited the village's oldest resident, Granny Thistle, whose cottage smelled of drying chamomile and whispered memories. "Ah, the fountain's awake again," Granny mused, stirring a pot of Starlight soup. "When I was knee-high to a firefly, we'd leave honey cakes there for the spring guardian, a creature woven from root and rainfall who kept our magic balanced. But when the last fountain stone crumbled..." She sighed, a sound like pages turning. "Perhaps it's trying to rebuild itself, but needs a guide." For 3 days, Mira and Nettle followed clues woven into the village's oddities. A trail of bioluminescent breadcrumbs leading to the Willow Grove, a constellation map formed by sheep in the meadow. They discovered the spring guardian wasn't a myth, but a trembling creature of living moss and liquid moonlight, its form flickering like a guttering candle. A jagged crack ran through its chest, where the fountain's keystone had once been lodged. "It's been calling for help," Mira realized, watching the guardian try in vain to stack pebbles into a pillar. But its magic's too weak. With Nettle's guidance and considerable hedgehog engineering, they fashioned mortar from spider silk and dandelion fluff, rebuilding the fountain's arch around an acorn cap Mira had carried since summer. As moonlight struck the restored stones, the guardian's crack healed with a sound like rain on lily pads. Dawn revealed the mystery's heart. The guardian had been quietly borrowing items to rebuild its home, accidentally stirring wild magic through the village. Now whole, it gifted each household a perfect dewdrop containing scenes of their happiest memories, and for Mira, a tiny bell that chimed in colors only hearts could see. That winter, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's sudden bloom of crystalline icicles that played wind chime melodies, the villagers simply smiled. "Oh," they'd say, sipping self-warming cider, That's just our fountain's laughter. And high in her cozy attic, Mira would shake her rainbow-chiming bell, watching Nettle curl into a contented ball beside the guardian's latest gift, a teapot that poured endless hot cocoa, sweetened with starlight and the quiet joy of mysteries gently solved. Story 37. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there existed a village where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and garden gates sang when touched by moonlight. Here, young Tansy discovered the first peculiarity, a cluster of bluebell flowers growing upside down from the willow branches, their petals chiming softly in a language only the brook seemed to understand. The townsfolk murmured over steaming mugs of starlight tea, recalling how milk had begun swirling itself into spiral patterns before settling in pitchers, and how every third cobblestone on Maple Lane now glowed faintly amber after sunset. But it was the night of whispering keys that truly stirred the village. A rain of antique iron keys fell into soup pots and flower beds, each etched with a tiny crescent moon. Tansy, whose freckles held just enough magic to make shadows wave hello, sought answers in the attic workshop of old Mr. Bramble, a retired Starlight engineer with a mechanical owl perched on his shoulder. Together they spread a patchwork map across his workbench, weighted down by a paperweight containing captured northern lights. Patterns within patterns, Mr. Bramble hummed, tracing the village's oddities with a magnifying glass that revealed hidden symbols. Like cogs in a clock waiting to be wound. Their investigation led them through a thicket where ferns unfurled scrolls of forgotten poetry, accompanied by a family of hedgehogs wearing tiny hats woven from dandelion fluff. The eldest hedgehog, her quills patterned like constellations, revealed through a series of dignified sneezes that the forest creatures had been finding strange ice crystals, cold as winter yet shaped like summer leaves, melting into silver puddles that hummed lullabies. On the eve of the autumn equinox, as pumpkin vines began knitting themselves into delicate lace doilies, Tansy noticed the keys they'd collected were vibrating in unison. Following their faint song, she and Mr. Bramble discovered an overgrown stone archway behind the mill pond, its keystone missing. When the last key slotted into place with a sound like a contented sigh, the archway revealed a shimmering path to a hidden glen where time moved sideways. There they found Cora, guardian of seasonal transitions, a being woven from cinnamon-scented breezes and the first crackle of a hearth fire, trapped in a cage of frozen honeycomb. The balance between busy and calm has fractured, Cora explained, her voice like pages turning in a beloved book. Too much rushing in your village, not enough listening. The world tried to get your attention through gentle wonders. With the hedgehog's help, Tansy gathered whispers, of children's laughter trapped in soap bubbles, of bread dough rising impatiently before its time, of the village's collective sigh when someone skipped stone-skipping at dusk. Mr. Bramble crafted a balance scale from acorn caps and spider silk, weighing the hurried moments against the quiet ones. As Tansy placed the final whispered memory, old Mrs. Nettle pausing to mend a chick's fallen nest on the scale, the honeycomb prison dissolved into golden light. The village awoke to ordinary marvels, the proper way up for bluebells, cobblestones glowing only under genuine starlight. But in the square appeared a clock with no numbers, its hands shaped like a resting cat's tail and a steaming teacup. When anyone walked by too hurriedly, the clock chimed softly, and from its base grew a bench of warm cinnamon wood where one could sit and watch the light dance on the mill pond. Years later, travelers would remark on how Willowbrook's jam tasted of patience, and its children could hear the stories stones tell during rainfall. But Tansy, now tending her upside-down herb garden, perfect for reading cloud shapes while pruning, simply smiled when asked about the cure for fractured time. She'd wink and offer a spiced walnut cookie, knowing true magic grows in the space between a question and its answer, where friendship and curiosity dance like dust motes in a sunbeam. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Lira, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Lira replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Lira by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Lira. Lira was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Lira sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Lira set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst, a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Lira whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder." As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Lira and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lira, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Lira, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lira? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home. Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek? The star, Lira explained, is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way. Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. Lira, I would be honored to help guide the star. With that, Lira presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home. As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets in their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stardust whispered the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would span the very fabric of time and space. The first was a gentle creature named Leora, from the planet Ethereum, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender, and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers. Leora's kind was known for their ethereal wings that glowed softly in the moonlight, and their ability to communicate through melodious harmonies that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The second was a mechanical being named Kor, hailing from the metallic world of Ferovia, where towering spires of gleaming steel pierced the skies, and the rhythmic clanking of gears was the heartbeat of the land. Kor was built from the finest alloys, his form a masterwork of engineering, with eyes that glowed a warm amber, reminiscent of a hearth on a chilly night. Though crafted from metal, Kor possessed a soul as vibrant as any sentient being, his heart programmed with an unyielding curiosity about the universe beyond his own world. Their paths crossed on a small, unassuming moon, known to its sparse inhabitants as Solara, where the golden sands stretched endlessly under the watchful gaze of twin suns. Leora had come in search of a rare, luminescent crystal said to possess healing properties, hoping to aid her people who had fallen ill from a mysterious ailment. Kor, on the other hand, was on a mission to collect data on the unique mineral formations found only on Solara, a task that promised to enhance the technological prowess of Ferovia. Their initial meeting was one of cautious misunderstanding. Lira, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Kor's mechanical presence intimidating, the whirring of his servos and the clicking of his gears, a stark contrast to the serene symphony of her world. Kor, in turn, was bewildered by Lira's ethereal form and her ability to converse through song, a language so foreign to his logical circuits that he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences lay a shared purpose and a budding curiosity about one another. As they journeyed through the moon's golden dunes, their misunderstandings slowly gave way to a mutual respect. Lira discovered that Kor's logical mind complemented her intuitive nature, while Kor found beauty in the artistry of Lira's songs, their melodies unlocking emotions he had never before experienced. Their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sands, a fierce sandstorm swept across the landscape, its howling winds threatening to separate them. Lira's wings, though beautiful, were delicate, and the storm's fury battered her fragile form. Kor, realizing the danger, extended his metal frame to shield her from the storm's wrath, his sturdy construction providing a safe haven amidst the chaos. In the quiet aftermath, as the sands settled and the stars emerged to dance across the night sky, Lira and Kor found themselves huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in that moment, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, that they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Lira, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, sang a song of healing, her melody weaving around Kor, soothing the weariness of his circuits. In response, Kor shared tales of his world, his voice steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of Ferovia's gleaming towers and the rhythmic dance of its machinery. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, each learning from the other in ways they had never anticipated. Lira taught Kor the beauty of the universe's natural symphonies, while Kor revealed to Lira the wonders of technology and the endless possibilities it held. Together, they faced the challenges of Solara, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the mysteries of the luminescent crystals they sought. Their adventures culminated in a discovery that transcended their individual quests. Deep within a hidden cavern, they found a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that the healing crystals grew, their luminescence a beacon of hope. As they harvested the crystals, Lira and Kor realized that their journey had not only brought healing to her people, but had also forged a bond that would endure beyond the sands of Solara. As they prepared to part ways, their missions complete, Lira and Kor stood together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge of their impending separation. Yet, in that moment, they understood that distance could never diminish the friendship they had cultivated. They had discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a connection woven from the threads of shared experiences and mutual understanding. With a final embrace, Lira's wings enveloping Kor in a soft glow, and Kor's mechanical arms gently holding her close, they bid each other farewell. Lira returned to Ethereum with the healing crystals that would save her people, her heart forever touched by the warmth of Kor's friendship. Kor journeyed back to Ferovia, his circuits enriched with the memories of their adventures, his understanding of the universe forever broadened by the melodies of Lira's world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their bond a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that connects all beings, no matter how different they may seem. As they looked to the stars, they knew that their paths would cross again, for true friendship, like the stardust that binds the universe, is eternal. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. The Whispering Locket and the Guardian of Glimmerwood. Beneath skies painted in twilight lavender, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats above thatched roofs, there lived a girl named Lila whose footsteps fell softer than dandelion fluff. Each evening, as the village of Willowmere settled into its quilted silence, she would kneel by her windowsill, listening to the distant murmur of Glimmerwood, an ancient forest said to hold secrets in its knotted roots. but tonight was different. Tonight the wind carried not the usual pine-scented lullabies, but a shiver that made the oil lamps gutter and the village dogs whine into their paws. It began with a flicker of silver in the meadow, a light darting between thistles like a minnow in a stream. Lila's breath fogged the window pane as she pressed closer, heart drumming a curious rhythm. The light led her past moonlit haystacks, through dewy grass that clung to her nightdress like shy fingers, until she stood at the forest's edge where shadows pooled thick as ink. There, tangled in a hawthorn bush, hung a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. "Don't." The voice came from a fox seated primly on a mossy stone, its fur the color of smoldering embers. It tilted its head, amber eyes reflecting the locket's glow. "That trinket isn't for the clumsy-handed child." Lila froze, one hand hovering near the thorny branches. You talk. And you gawk," the fox sniffed, twitching a whisker. "Names are currency here. Mine's Ember, yours." Lila, why shouldn't I touch it?" Ember's tail curled tight. "Because that's no mere bauble, it's a whisper stone, last of its kind. Choose wisely, leave it be, or wake the old magic and see this forest as it truly is." The locket pulsed warmly, and suddenly Lila understood the hum she'd heard all her life. The creak of oaks, the chuckle of brooks, was a language half remembered. Her fingers closed around the chain. The world unraveled. Where gnarled trees once stood, now rose pillars of living amber, their canopies a mosaic of jade and citrine leaves chiming in the breeze. Fireflies waltzed in formal gowns of light, and the path beneath Lila's feet shimmered with crushed opal dust. Ember trotted beside her, fur blazing brighter in this unveiled realm. "Welcome to Glimmerwood's heart, or what's left of it." They crested a hill, and Lila gasped. Below stretched a valley veined with luminous rivers, but great swaths lay desolate, trees skeletal, earth cracked and oozing a viscous blackness that smelled of burnt sugar and regret. A figure moved in the blight, a towering stag with antlers like ice, dragging a scythe that left withering scars in the soil. "The Shade King," Ember whispered. "He feeds on forgotten magic. The locket's song could heal the land, but only if you learn to wield it before the blight consumes." A twig snapped. The stag's head swiveled, hollow eyes locking onto Lila. She ran, thorns tearing her sleeves, the locket burning against her chest. They escaped through a waterfall that parted like liquid crystal, tumbling into a cavern where bioluminescent mushrooms bobbed in alarm. He felt the locket's pulse, Ember panted. "We need the grove wardens, guardians who once kept the balance, but they've scattered since the blight began. Find them and you might mend this." Their first ally emerged at dawn, an owl named Pippin, no taller than a teacup, whose feathers changed color with his moods. He perched on Lila's shoulder, blinking milky eyes. "South," he hooted, "where stone kisses sky." The mountains loomed treacherous, cliffs slick with ice. Halfway up, a rock slide trapped them in a crevice, the air thinning as night gnawed at their courage. Lila pressed the locket to her heart, humming a lullaby her mother once sang. The spirals glowed, weaving golden threads into the rock until a tunnel unfurled, fragile as spider silk but holding. "Clever," rumbled a voice like grinding boulders. A mountain hare the size of a sheep blocked their path, obsidian claws glinting. "But cleverness won't sway me, little thief." Ember growled low, but Lila knelt, offering wild rosemary from her pocket. "We're not stealing anything, we're trying to give back what was lost." The hare, named Thorn, studied her. "The last human who came here took our crystal springs for his jewels. I'm not him." Layla opened her palm, where the locket's light pooled like liquid sun. "Please, help us save your home." Thorn's ear twitched. Then he turned, carving a path through the snow with a single swipe. Mind the crevices and don't touch the blue ice, it bites. Winter melted into a valley where autumn reigned eternal. Maple trees rained copper leaves, each one singing a different note when caught. Here they found Win, a girl woven from willow branches, her hair a cascade of lichen. She danced around Layla, leaving trails of clover. The locket remembers you, she trilled. You've worn it before, many, many turnings ago. In a pool formed by petrified tears, wept, Win explained, by a star who loved the earth too much. Visions flickered. Leela saw her own face reflected in a medieval tapestry, the locket around her ancestor's neck as they planted the first acorn of Glimmerwood. The magic chose your bloodline, Win murmured. But magic fades when stories aren't shared. The Shade King's roar shook the valley. Black vines slithered over the ridge, thorns dripping venom. Thorn charged, shattering the first wave with a stomp, while Pippin dive-bombed snarling tendrils. Go. Ember shoved Leela toward a grove of stone monoliths. The final warden's here. Among the monoliths stood a child sculpted from marble, eyes sealed shut. Leela touched its hand, cold. Wake up, she pleaded. The locket dimmed, its song faltering. Ember nuzzled her cheek. You've been trying to fix things alone, but some doors only open together. Leela glanced at her companions, fox, owl, hare, dryad, and understood. She placed the locket on the statue's palm, then layered their paws and hands atop it. Light erupted. The marble child blinked, revealing eyes like molten quartz. The keeper returns, it intoned. Speak your wish. Heal the forest, Leela whispered, and the Shade King. The keeper smiled sadly. To mend a wound, you must first claim it. They found the stag at the blight's epicenter, his scythe raised over the heart tree, an oak whose roots cradled a pulsing sapphire. Stop, Leela cried. You're killing it. The Shade King stilled. I am saving it, he rasped, voice frayed as old rope. The blight must be cut away. Ember stiffened. He's not the enemy, he's a guardian gone mad with grief. The keeper stepped forward, light swirling from its fingertips. Images unfolded, the Shade King centuries ago, a noble guardian pruning sickened branches to save the whole. But as villages grew and magic waned, his purpose twisted. You tried to protect, Leela realized. But the blight isn't the sickness, it's the cure gone wild, like fever fighting infection. The stag trembled. I forgot the balance. Lira approached, unafraid. Let us remember together. Guided by the locket's song, they wove a new magic. Thorn's strength breaking the cracked earth, Pippin's sight finding healthy roots beneath rot, Wind's laughter coaxing buds from dead branches, Ember's warmth melting frost, and the keeper's hands blending their efforts into harmony. The Shade King's scythe dissolved into fireflies that settled on the blight, not destroying, but transforming it into rich loam where white lilies bloomed. In the village, dawn broke with birdsong sweeter than any in memory. Leela stood at her window, the locket now a simple silver shell against her chest. She could still taste elderberry wine from the warden's celebration, still feel Embers' fur as they parted, a brush of warmth against her hand. "Where's the fox?" her little brother asked, peering at the meadow. Layla smiled, touching a lily that grew by her doorstep, its petals edged in gold. Guarding something precious, but he'll visit when the maple leaves sing. And if some nights when the wind carried the scent of snowdrops and cedar, she'd slip into the forest to speak with stones and dance with shadows, well, that was a story for another twilight. The locket's whispers grew fainter each season, its magic seeping into the soil, the streams, the children who left breadcrumbs for red foxes. But in dreams, Leela still heard them all, the creak of roots stretching, the sigh of mountains settling into sleep, and a voice like smoldering embers murmuring, "Well done, keeper. Well done." 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. It's like the woods are speaking to us, she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force. their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the whispering woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was Arzon, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lira expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lira was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lira," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lira, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Layla's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. But this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Layla clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery, and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth let her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Lila found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Lila ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Lila, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Lila walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good, we'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Lila asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Lila's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Lila's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Lila through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Lila whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. "These are your fears, hardened by holding on. Let them soften." Tears blurred her vision. "How?" "Breathe." She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale, their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed, snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. "You see," said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. "You contain multitudes." She placed a hand over Lila's heart. "The magic wasn't leaving you. It was waiting for you to grow." By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Lila sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Lila's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lira, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lira was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lira said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lira nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does. And you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. Welcome back, dear friend, she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. It's good to be home, she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lira shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. Anwen, Lira said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us. Curious, Anwen followed Lira to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. This is the box of echoes, Lira explained, her voice filled with reverence. It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest. Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lira deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lira placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lira nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace, the whispering wood and the lantern of Lumina. The sun had begun its descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The village of Brambleton nestled comfortably in the valley, surrounded by rolling hills and the dense, ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood. It was a place of legend, where tales of magic and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. In the heart of the village, a small cottage exuded warmth and welcome. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of lavender from the garden, inviting all who passed by to linger a moment longer. Inside, by the flickering light of a crackling fireplace, sat a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, a reflection of the adventurous soul that resided within her. Lila had always been drawn to the Whispering Wood, its secrets whispering to her through the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. The villagers often spoke of a magical artifact hidden within its depths, the Lantern of Lumina. Legend had it that this lantern possessed the power to illuminate the truth, revealing hidden paths and unseen wonders. On this evening, as the fire danced and shadows played across the walls, Lila's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, shared stories of the lantern. "It is said," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "that the Lantern of Lumina was forged from the first light of dawn, capturing the essence of hope and truth. Many have sought it, yet few have ventured beyond the familiar trails." Lila leaned closer, captivated by the tale. "What does it look like, Grandmama?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and determination. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother replied, "it is said to be a simple lantern, yet when it is lit, its light is like no other, a soft, gentle glow that warms the heart and guides the lost." Lila's imagination soared, picturing the lantern's glow, illuminating the darkened paths of the Whispering Wood. As the fire crackled and the evening deepened, she made a quiet vow to herself. She would find the Lantern of Lumina and discover its secrets. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, the air carrying the scent of pine and earth. Lila set out with a small satchel, filled with provisions and a map her grandmother had drawn, a map detailing what little was known of the forest's hidden trails. Her heart brimmed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The path into the Whispering Wood was dappled with sunlight, the trees towering above like ancient guardians. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest began to hum with life. The chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the whisper of leaves created a symphony that accompanied her every step. As Lila walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of the forest. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and springy beneath her feet. Ferns unfurled their fronds in elegant spirals, and wildflowers added splashes of color to the verdant landscape. She paused to admire a particularly beautiful cluster of bluebells, their delicate fragrance filling the air. It was then that Lila noticed a small creature watching her, a fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox tilted its head as if inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Lila stepped closer, and the fox turned, leading her off the well-trodden path and into the heart of the forest. The journey led Lila through winding trails and across babbling brooks, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. She followed the fox through sun-dappled glades and shadowed hollows, her senses alive with the magic of the forest. As they journeyed, Lila felt a connection with the whispering wood, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She paused to rest by a crystal-clear stream, its waters singing a gentle lullaby. The fox sat by her side, its presence comforting and familiar. "Thank you," Lila whispered, reaching out to gently stroke the fox's soft fur. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if understanding her every word. With renewed determination, Lila continued her journey, the fox ever by her side. The forest seemed to embrace her, its secrets whispering on the breeze. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila felt a sense of anticipation building within her. It was then that she saw it, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a clearing ahead. Her heart quickened as she approached, the fox leading the way. In the center of the clearing stood the lantern of Lumina, its gentle light casting a warm, inviting glow. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the lantern. The light within flickered and danced, illuminating the clearing with a soft, golden radiance. In that moment, Lila understood the true power of the lantern. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon of hope and truth. As she held the lantern, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The forest around her seemed to come alive, its beauty and wonder revealed in the lantern's glow. She realized that the journey had changed her, opening her heart to the magic of the world and the wisdom within. With the lantern in hand, Lila made her way back through the forest, the fox at her side. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship and trust, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world. As she emerged from the whispering wood, the village of Brambleton came into view, the lantern's light guiding her home. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude, knowing that she had discovered more than just a magical artifact. She had found a deeper connection to the world and a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Lila shared her story, the lantern's gentle glow illuminating the hopes and dreams of all who gathered around. And so, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lila sat by the fireplace once more, the lantern's glow casting a warm, comforting light. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest carried on the evening breeze, and drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep. The journey had come full circle, and with it, Lila had found her place within the timeless tapestry of the whispering wood. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. In the heart of the forest, the fox watched over the clearing, its eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the tale of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and the magic that resides within us all. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the story whispered on the breeze, a lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of all who listened. In the quiet of the night, the lantern's light flickered gently, casting its glow across the village, a beacon of warmth and peace. Its story became a cherished memory, passed down through generations, a reminder that the magic of the world is always within reach for those who dare to seek it. And so, with the whisper of the wind and the glow of the lantern, the story of Lila and the whispering wood continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the whispering wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, The tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened. A timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whisper. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities, Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook Village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Mira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Mira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. "That," said a voice like creaking floorboards, "isn't for drinking." Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. "You're talking," Mira breathed. "And you're holding the Stardust Samovar's missing piece," the badger huffed. "Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the great kitchen flood of 63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. "Come along, then. The others will want to see." The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. "Her name is Lira," the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. "And you found her heart cup." As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. "It's a story-keeper," Lira hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. Every cup of Starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory, her voice dimmed. The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together. Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the Whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is. A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. Took your time, the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also. She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. We're being followed. The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. I'm Kayla, she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. The samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake. Piece by piece the story emerged. Kayla had been Liora's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. This isn't a quest for gathering, Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. It's a journey of listening. Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places, the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. The final fragment is here, Kayla trembled, but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature. Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others, a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. It's not a prison, she realized. It's a library. The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Lira. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Lira hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. Seems we've a new story keeper, if you're interested. Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue, and even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them, a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping Starlight tea, as Liora's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Lila first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Boot prints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. "The frost fairies are restless," declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Lila, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed: how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a wintermelon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations, to the edge of the whispering woods. There, beneath a moon-washed oak, sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Lila's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice dancing in Mrs. Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Lila and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tales instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint, old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. "A place of great beauty and mystery. But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness." With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. "To find the quill," Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, "you must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you." Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. "The quill chooses those who write with their hearts," it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived, gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, She felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose branches cradled the stars, there existed a glade where moonlight pooled like liquid silver. Here the moss remembered every footfall, and the wind carried whispers from the time when mountains were mere pebbles. It was in this place that a young fox kit with fur the color of autumn's last ember discovered the world was far stranger and kinder than she'd ever dreamed. One crisp morning, as frost painted lace upon spiderwebs, the kit noticed something amiss in Willowshade Hollow. The Spring of Whispers, a pool where water spoke in bubbles and reflected dreams, had frozen solid, though it was midsummer. Ferns drooped like weary dancers, their fronds edged in gold, and the air hung heavy with the scent of decaying petals. The oldest trees murmured in low, creaking tones, their roots shivering beneath the soil. The kit's grandmother, a vixen with eyes like polished amber, nuzzled her worried face. "The balance knot has frayed," she explained, her voice a rasp of dry leaves. Long ago, the first ones wove magic into the forest's heartbeat, one thread for each season. But when creatures forget to listen, the threads tangle. She pointed a paw toward the northern hills, where storm clouds brood in jagged purple spirals. The guardians of the knot sleep in the heartroot tree. They must be awakened before the equinox, or winter will never loosen its grip. And so the kit embarked on a journey, her paws crunching through brittle ferns. She followed the songbrook, a stream that hummed lullabies as it wound through groves of birch. By twilight she reached the meadow of lost hours, where fireflies blinked in cryptic patterns. There she met a badger cub nursing a thorn-pricked paw. "The storms shook bees from their hives," he whimpered, pointing to a hollow log swarming with frantic insects. "No honey, no blossoms, everything's wrong." Remembering her grandmother's lesson, kindness oils stiff hinges, the kit gathered sticky pine resin and smoothed it over the cub's wound. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with midnight blue pollen. "Sprinkle this where shadows cling too tight," he said. When she did, the pollen erupted into bioluminescent moths, lighting her path through a ravine choked with gloom. Deeper in the forest, she encountered an elderly otter stranded on a rock mid-river, the current snarling like wolves. His whiskers drooped as he clutched a cracked river stone. "The water's gone sour," he croaked. "Can't hear the salmon runs anymore, just silence." The kit spied a half-submerged log and nudged it toward him with her nose. As the otter paddled to safety, he pressed the stone into her paws. "Rub it smooth again," he urged, "and the river will remember its music." Days blurred into nights thick with the scent of petrichor and damp earth. The kit met owls who'd forgotten their migration paths, hedgehogs trapped in bramble labyrinths, and a sorrowful mole who'd tunneled too close to a buried lightning strike. To each she offered what she could, a shared meal of tart juniper berries, a song imitating the wren's dawn chorus, a gentle nudge towards softer soil. And from each she received fragments of wisdom, a twisted root that hummed when held to the ear, a feather that glowed in moonlight, a pebble etched with runes of dew. When the heartroot tree finally loomed before her, a colossal oak with bark like dragon scales, the kit's legs trembled. Its roots formed arches leading to a chamber pulsing with verdant light. Inside hovered three spectral figures, a stag made of dappled sunlight, a heron woven from mist, and a bear sculpted from living stone. Their voices intertwined like vines. "Prove you understand the balance," they intoned. "Mend what was broken." The kit laid her collected treasures before them. The humming root quieted the stag's restless hooves. The moth light revealed hidden fractures in the heron's misty wings. The river stone, now polished to a mirror, showed the bear its own weathered strength. As the guardian stirred, the chamber filled with the scent of thawing soil and apple blossoms. "The balance is not perfection," rumbled the bear. "It is the act of tending again and again." Together they journeyed to the Spring of Whispers. The stag melted the ice with his antlers' golden warmth. The heron dipped her beak into the water, releasing a melody that woke dormant roots. The bear pressed his paws into the earth, and the ground sighed as tension unraveled. Rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle weeping of clouds relieved of burden. By the time the kit returned home, the forest breathed anew. Mushrooms unfurled velvet caps in celebration. The songbrook giggled over stones, carrying cherry petals on its back. Her grandmother greeted her with a cache of blackberries, their juice staining the snow, now retreating to shaded crevices, the color of summer wine. "You've learned," the elder vixen said, "that magic isn't a spell, but 1,000 small stitches." That night, as the kit curled in their den, she listened to the symphony of the restored forest, the shush-shush of wind through pines, the distant plink of water droplets falling from icicles, the contented rumble of badgers in their set. Somewhere an owl hooted the all-clear, and the balance knot hummed softly, its threads realigned but never static. For in the end, harmony wasn't a destination, but a path walked by countless paws willing to pause, to mend, and to share the weight of living. And as the stars wheeled above the glade, the kit dreamed not of endings, but of a world where every creature, great or small, furred or rooted, held a thread in the everlasting weave. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, The scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger-snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy. casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the Stone of Harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lira, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lira managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lira was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lira, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lira found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lira, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lira with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lira," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lira nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lira the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Title: The Whispering Woods' Secret. In the tranquil village of Heartglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Heartglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Heartglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Heartglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes, all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Heartglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Heartglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Heartglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom. a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lira, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lira, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lira. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back." As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. Beneath a sky the color of steeped chamomile tea, where twilight painted the clouds in lavender and apricot strokes, a girl named Lila discovered a path she'd never seen before. It wound behind the old willow tree at the edge of her village, its entrance hidden by cascading vines strung with bioluminescent berries that glowed like fallen stars. The air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked moss and distant wood smoke, and though every sensible bone in Lila's body whispered turn back, her fingers brushed the vines aside and she stepped through. The path unfurled into a forest unlike any she'd known. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark shimmering with iridescent lichen. Leaves the size of rowboats rustled overhead, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns that danced across the forest floor. A stream meandered alongside the trail, its water clear as liquid crystal, carrying petals that flickered like tiny lanterns. Lila knelt, cupping a handful, and the petals glowed warmer at her touch, as though greeting her. "Where are you taking me?" she murmured, and the stream bubbled a melody in reply. She followed the water's song until the trees thinned, revealing a meadow bathed in the silvery light of 1,000 fireflies. At its center stood a cluster of mushroom houses, their caps striped in candy red and buttercup yellow, chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. Before Lila could marvel further, a small voice piped up, "You're just in time for tea." A creature no taller than her knee bustled forward, its body resembling a hedgehog crossed with a dandelion puff, quills soft and glowing faintly, eyes like polished citrine. It held a tiny lantern made of acorn shells, which cast shifting constellations onto the grass. "I'm Fig," the creature said, bowing so deeply their snout nearly touched the ground. "Keeper of lost things and part-time baker. You've come for the moonlit conclave, yes." Without waiting for an answer, Fig tugged Lila toward the largest mushroom, where a table was set with cups of steaming elderflower tea and cakes dusted in crushed violets. Around it sat other creatures, a moth with wings like stained glass, a fox whose fur shifted colors like the northern lights, and a rock-shaped being that chimed when it laughed. "The conclave's a meeting of wanderers," explained the moth, sipping tea through a proboscis curled like a candy cane. "We share stories to light the way for those who come after." The fox nodded, pushing a plate of cakes toward Layla. "But first, you must give something to the Well of Whispers." They pointed a paw toward a stone well at the meadow's edge, its rim carved with runes that pulsed faintly. "It asks for courage, not coins," the fox added gently. Lila approached the well, peering into its depths. Instead of water, she saw swirling mist that whispered in voices like wind through reeds. "What do you carry that weighs heavy?" Her throat tightened. She thought of the fear she'd clutched since childhood, the dread of losing her way, of being too small in a vast world. Squeezing her eyes shut, she whispered, "I'm afraid of disappearing." The mist surged upward, wrapping her in a cool embrace, and when it faded, a weight she hadn't realized she'd carried was gone. Around her neck hung a pendant she hadn't arrived with, a teardrop of amber, inside which a firefly's light pulsed steadily. Fig clapped their paws. "Now you're ready." The conclave's stories unfolded like tapestries. The moth spoke of a valley where dreams took root and bloomed into flowers. The fox recounted outwitting a landslide by teaching it a lullaby. When Lila's turn came, her words stumbled at first, but the amber at her throat glowed brighter, and she found herself telling of the willow tree, the hidden path, the shimmering forest. "I thought I'd be lost," she admitted, "but I think being lost is just another way of finding something new." The Well of Whispers hummed approvingly. As dawn tinged the horizon, Fig pressed a paper-wrapped bundle into Lila's hands. "Mapleberry scones for the road," they said. "Mind the Bridge of Echoes on your way back, it likes to play tricks." The return journey led Lila to a gorge, where a bridge of woven moonlight arched over a rushing river. As she stepped onto it, the bridge shivered, and her own voice echoed around her, You'll never be brave enough. You'll forget your way. Layla froze, her pulse a frantic drumbeat, until she remembered the stories. Kneeling, she touched the bridge and said, "I'd like to hear your story." The echoes stuttered, then shifted. The river's roar softened into a song about mountains it had carved and valleys it had nourished. The bridge steadied and Leela crossed, the pendant at her throat gleaming like a captured star. When she pushed through the willow's vines once more, dawn had broken over her village. The path behind her vanished, but the amber pendant remained, warm against her skin. That night, as she lay in bed, the firefly's light flickered in time with her heartbeat, and she realized something. The world was vast, yes, but so was her place in it. Years later, villagers would speak of a woman who could find paths no one else could see, who carried a light that never dimmed. But Leela knew the secret. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to whisper, yes, when the world invited you to wonder. And sometimes, if you listened closely, the stream in the forest still sang her name, a reminder that no journey ever truly ends. It simply becomes part of someone else's beginning. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon.